January 2nd, 2020, second day of the new year. The boiler in the main character's small apartment stopped working. A guy with dark hair and a blue t-shirt looks at the steam-shrouded pipes, frowning. He thought he must have rented a house where the boiler was already on the verge of breaking down. Slapping his slippers on the floor, an elderly man shouted that young people do not know how to save on heating at all. Waving his broom, he yelled at them to just put on their socks and seal up the windows. The residents looked at him from their apartments. The man shouted that he told them not to load the boiler so much. The main character thought irritably that this old man had previously hinted to him that the boiler would not hold up at some point. He thought that if he went and told him now that the boiler was broken, he would definitely blame it on him, tell him to pay for the repairs and then raise the rent because he didn't take good care of the house or something. He thought that he would be happy to bury it somewhere in the yard, but there would be problems later. The wind was blowing in the shabby apartment and cobwebs were visible in the corner. The main character thought that his life since childhood was hard and painful, so a nice shower suits him, even more than a hot one. Shivering from the cold, he hugged his hands and sneezed. He thought that this room was rather cold. He thought that maybe the old man's words had brainwashed him because he almost immediately went to buy film to cover the windows. He stood at the entrance to the balcony, shivering from the cold. The main character thought it was called the butterfly effect. A flutter of a wing can cause a hurricane on the other side of the planet. Back then, he didn't know that an ordinary broken boiler would completely change his life. January 2nd, 2020, 9 o'clock in the evening. A guy wearing a black hoodie asked a store employee where the film was stored here. The girl replied with a smile that she was to the right of a large pillar with the letter F. He walked along the store shelves and thought that they really did have everything. The child, holding a wrench in his hand, asked his father if he would buy him one. The man in the blue shirt asked why he needed a wrench. He told him to put it down, brandishing a wrench. The child said that it has a very comfortable handle. The protagonist thought that Lee Wai-yoon was, according to the owner of the shelter, a name given to him by a father he had never met. He thought about how Wa means peaceful and Yoon means reach. Putting his hands in his pockets, he reflected that, for the owner of a name that meant peaceful achievement, he was living the exact opposite life. His parents abandoned him as a child, and the shelter gave him only a roof over his head and food. Two larger boys dressed in white beat up a frightened little boy. Little Lee Wai-yoon will punch another boy in the face with his fist while the adult tries to hold him down. Lee Wai-yoon thought that this place had reinforced his belief that he should become stronger. He decided that money was the main source of power. So all he did was work, even in high school. Unfortunately, with poor educational success and no income, he could not count on anything but part-time work. Lee Wai-yoon, dressed in a courier's work clothes, gives the package to the customer. He gives him money in return, and the main character takes it, his eyes narrowing in displeasure. If Lee Wai-yoon has learned anything during his career, it's that the price of his time is a pittance. He thought of the world as a cruel place. Lee Wai-yoon stands in front of a rack with a machete. Smiling, he picked up the machete in his hand and thought about how stylish it looked. The girl quietly asked the guy with the cart what was wrong with the main character, and why he was smiling with a machete in his hands. The guy said he didn't know and said he wouldn't go near him. Lee Wai-yoon's smile was reflected in the machete blade, and he thought that it brought back memories. When Lee Wai-yoon realized that his hard work wasn't worth 10,000 won even if he sold himself into slavery, and that orphans couldn't serve in the military, he became a mercenary and participated in countless wars around the world as a member of the First Squad. The First Squad is an international mercenary band made up of orphans and social outcasts. In other words, those who have nothing to lose. People like Lee Wai-yoon were given a bed, clothes, and money for the rest of their lives. He couldn't help but be grateful. They teamed up, getting rid of pirates in the seas and beheading terrorists on land. Sometimes, Lee Wai-yoon even participated in international wars to earn his own price. Putting her hands on the machete, the salesgirl said that it was worth 240,000 won. She asked him what he was buying it for. She explained that it was much more suitable for a collection than for logging or camping, and said she could show him more practical machetes. Lee Wai-yoon replied that it was fine and it suited him. He had been thinking about buying a new machete for a long time because it was very blunt and it was enough for him to hold it in his hands to feel its power. The main character pointed his finger at the film behind the saleswoman and asked for 10 meters. The girl began to cut off the film with a stationary knife. The cut was rough and jagged. Lee Wai-yun thought irritably that this knife was so blunt that she couldn't even cut straight. He told her to stand back. The saleswoman raised her head questioningly. Lee Wai-yun raised the machete and swung it in front of him. She stared at the neatly cut film in surprise. The main character turned around when he heard the noise. A crowd of people were bustling around something, saying that it was like someone was real. Someone asked me to take a picture with him. A huge shadow fell over the surprised people. Lee Wai-yun's eyes widened in surprise. A small goblin with a knife jumped at the fleeing people. The fleeing guy looked back in surprise. The goblin leaped towards him with a vicious smile, swinging its knife. Blood gushed out of the guy's body. He fell to the ground dead, and the goblin crouched down in front of him. The main character paled in surprise and thought that he looked like a goblin from a video game. The goblin was devouring the corpse with an evil smile. He turned to Lee Wai-yun with a bloody mouth. The main character recoiled in surprise. The goblin leaped at him, knife in hand. Lee Wai-yun chopped off his head with a swing of the machete. He asked me what was going on here. Shopping center building. The floor of the trading floor was smeared with blood, and there were bodies in trash everywhere. A scream rang out. Lee Wai-yun was breathing heavily. Smeared with green blood, he was holding a machete. Frowning, he thought that the smell of blood was unbearable when he heard the cry for help. He turned around. There were bloodied bodies on the floor. A few goblins are standing there. Smiling maliciously, the woman covers the little girl, and they tremble in fright. She is frightened and asks for help. The main character swung his machete, cutting one of the goblins in half. The woman asked what was going on and where they were coming from. The little girl snuggled up to her chest in fright. The main character looked at them blankly. He looked down at his machete in exasperation and thought that with this blade, it was more of a crushing weapon than a cutting one. He decided that he needed to find something more suitable. His eyes widened in surprise. There was a huge crowd of goblins in front of him. Gritting his teeth and thrusting the machete forward, he thought that they weren't running out. The guys behind nothing let out a battle cry. Several guys are fighting goblins with improvised means. The guy in the black t-shirt hit the goblin's head with an axe. A guy with blue hair and red glasses was sitting in a corner, holding his head in his hands and shaking, begging God to save him. A chainsaw blade appeared in front of his face, and he raised his head. Lee Wai-yun told him that this wasn't a dream and panicking wouldn't help. He told him to get up if he wanted life and added that prayers would not save him. The main character thought that right now, he just wanted to increase the number of goblins resisting. The four guys took up a fighting stance. The guy in the black t-shirt is armed with an axe, the guy with blonde hair is armed with a nail gun, and the guy with glasses and the main character is armed with chainsaws. The bespectacled guy turned around when he saw the goblin approaching. He cut his head open with a chainsaw. Lee Wai-yun turned to him and praised him with a smile. The guy looked down in shock, covered in green blood. The main character thought that even if someone is weak in body and spirit, the instinct of self-preservation will give them the strength to survive. The guy in the gray shirt called them to look away. The black sphere was wrapped in a bright vortex of blue energy. Shielding his face from the light with his hand, Lee Wai-yun said that he was sure that the monsters were coming from there and they needed to destroy this thing. The guy in the gray shirt asked how they should do it. He said he didn't know. Two goblins emerged from the portal with vicious smiles. Among the shelves of the store, the bloodied bodies of humans and goblins lie on the floor. Lee Wai-yun and a guy with glasses are hiding behind a display case. The protagonist thought that things were only getting worse and the number of goblins climbing out of the rift hadn't decreased at all, and the resistance energy was plummeting. No one can even imagine how to get rid of them once and for all. The main character looked out from behind the shelter and thought that their appearance was also inexplicable. The spatial rift that the goblins come out of would have thrown even the most brilliant scientists into disarray. Several goblins devour the corpse of a woman. Lee Wai-yun counted from 5 to 1. The guy with glasses asked what he was talking about. The main character replied that there are 10 goblins in each wave and there are exactly 10 minutes between each wave. Frowning, he said there were 26 of them now and in 10 minutes there would be 10 more. The biggest problem is that even if Lee Wai-yun understands the whole situation, he doesn't know how to resolve it. In addition, not everything in this store is a good weapon. Heavy weapons such as axes, crowbars, chainsaws, and sledgehammers will consume too much energy, and yet they can only be used in close combat. Face to face with monsters, one wrong step and you can become their food. Many of the people in the store are already dead and those who fought at full strength look completely exhausted. Gritting his teeth, Lee Wai-young thought that things would be different if he had a firearm. Someone gave the command, fire. There was a flash in the muzzle of the rocket launcher. They noticed the explosion behind them. Several armed soldiers entered the room, and they announced that the counterterrorism task force of the Metropolitan Defense Command was speaking. They said they were under their protection from now on. They told them to help the wounded and move towards them. A tank entered the room. Soldiers are firing automatic weapons. The goblin is shot in the back before it can attack the man with the child in front of it. The shop assistant covered her head with her hands as the shot hit the goblin behind her. Lowering the chainsaw, Lee Wai-young exhaled. The goblin's corpse fell to the floor in front of him. Spilling green blood, the guy with glasses thanked the main character. He said with an awkward smile that his name was Kim Bo-won. The main character indifferently replied that he was tired. He stood up and turned away, telling him to go where he needed to go. He thought that he was tired of weaklings. One of the main lessons Head learned from his years as a mercenary was that weak people were the heaviest burden. Lee Wai-young doesn't want to drag around with ballast, especially when the danger isn't over yet. Kim Bo-won gritted his teeth in fright as he held the chainsaw in his hands. The main character thought that with the arrival of armed soldiers, the need for someone like Kim Bo-won became even less. He walked over to the soldiers who were shooting at the goblins. Gritting his teeth, he cursed. He noticed that the soldiers' breathing was labored and their stance was unstable. He concluded that they were not much better than he was. Goblins rushed forward, dodging bullets. Lee Wai-young gritted his teeth. He held out his hand to the soldier and told him to give him the machine gun. He said that he was Lee Wai-young, a member of the first squad. Surprised, the soldier asked me to repeat it. Lee Wai-young snatched the submachine gun out of the soldier's hands with an indifferent face. Another soldier started swearing, asking how he even let them take his weapons. The main character took aim. The soldiers shouted to detain him. Lee Wai-young started firing his submachine gun, effectively taking out the goblins. The soldiers looked at him in surprise. One of them asked if he was imagining it. Another said that he was from the first squad. The soldier asked in surprise if he was talking about the most ruthless mercenary group in the world. Lee Wai-young was firing a submachine gun with an indifferent expression on his face. The shot hit the goblin in front of the boy and girl. A soldier standing behind the main character motioned for the woman with the child to follow him. The shot hit the goblin in the chest. Soldiers helped people evacuate amid bloodied shopping malls. The dialogue box says, "Game restart." Lee Wai-young looked at the dialogue box in surprise. He clutched his head, closing his eyes. He thought about how incredible things had happened one after another from the moment he entered this shop, but his head only started to ache with the appearance of this window in front of his eyes. The main character thought that he doesn't know what kind of game it is, but the fact that it says reload, not load, confuses him even more. He had never seen such hideous monsters or something like that spatial rift. No one in this hardware store had ever seen anything like it. A monster's arm emerged from the rift. Turning away from the dialogue box, Lee Wai-young decided that trying to understand what was going on would be stupid. It occurred to him that things had happened since Head come to the store that couldn't be logically explained. He turned around in surprise when he heard a loud sound. A huge orc emerged from the rift and let out a loud roar. Soldiers fired automatic weapons at him as people hurriedly ran away from the store. The orc covered his face from the bullets with his hand. Bullets bounced off his body. The main character shot at him, gritting his teeth, and shouted that they had no effect on him. The main character and soldiers fire at the orc with machine guns. As it slowly approaches them, someone jumped, swinging an axe. Kim Boon sliced through the orc's legs with a swing of his axe. Standing behind the fallen orc, she said that the lower half of the orc's body is its weakness, and if you make them lose their balance, it will not be difficult to deal with them. Lee Wai-young looked at him in surprise as he lowered his weapon. The soldier in the back asked who the guy was. The protagonist was surprised to think that this person was definitely a weakling. Just half an hour ago, he had been cowering in a corner and trembling at the sight of the little goblin. But the one who had just dealt with the orc without any problems seemed to know absolutely everything. Kim Boon chopped off the orc's head with an axe blow. He dealt with it with confidence and precision. Kim Boon stands over the dead orc with a calm face. The main character and soldiers are standing in front of a dead orc. Several more orcs emerged from the rift. Kim Boon calmly turned around. Lee Wai-young opened his mouth in surprise. A small boy with a wrench in his hand charged, swinging the wrench. The main character realized that this is the same boy who a couple of hours ago begged his father to buy him a wrench. Fighting orcs with only the knowledge of their vulnerabilities is reckless, especially with such a small and fragile body. However, he cuts up orcs as if he has dozens of years of experience. The boy kicked the orc's legs and it fell to the floor. Lee Wai-young turned around in surprise. The saleswoman was twirling the chain in the air like a lasso. He thought about how the employee who cut his film was acting the same way and killing orcs left and right, and only a cold calmness could be seen in her eyes. She swung the chain, and the orc fell forward, smashing his face into the ground. The man named Kim Boon, who was currently chopping down an orc with an axe, is the same guy who fell to his knees and prayed at the sight of a goblin. Like this boy who begged his dad like a normal child. Like the employee who spoke to him with kindness and gentleness. The main character doesn't understand what's going on here. The soldier ordered a ceasefire. The people behind Lee Wai-young cheered that their prayers had been answered and they were saved. He wondered what the difference was between those who had changed dramatically and were fighting the orcs and the others, and what was the reason for this transformation. A blue dialogue box appeared in front of Lee Wai-young's face. It says, "There is no training here. However, you can ask 3 questions about the game. Choose your questions wisely." The main character drew attention to the words about training and questions. The mercenary squad stands with weapons in their hands, and in front of them stands Lee Wai-young with a machete in his hand. Their eyes glow blue. Lee Wai-young has a nickname that was given to him when he joined the most ruthless mercenary group in the world and fought in countless wars: Fearless. Someone who is not afraid of anything. It was invented by foreigners from his squad, as he always kept calm and reasonable regardless of the situation. Thanks to these traits, he could survive in disorderly battles, among numerous shells and debris. The blue dialogue box says, "The right to ask questions is given to all people selected to become players." Lee Wai-young once again realized that trying to understand the situation was the idea. Looking at the dialogue box, the main character said that this is no longer funny. He thought that he had no doubt that the writing before his eyes, like everything else that had happened, was real. Dead orcs and goblins lie on the floor, hacked to pieces. Lee Wai-young asked what was going on here. He said it was his first question. A voice came out of the dialogue box saying that this is the end of the world and a system designed to test humanity, and this is a combination of video game features that people like so much. The main character strictly said to stop talking nonsense. The dialogue box told him to choose his questions wisely and added that he didn't have to ask them right now. Frowning, Lee Wai-young thought that this mechanical voice sounded like a woman's, and it annoyed him. He thought that if he could break through monsters with brute force it wouldn't work here, because he didn't have a physical body and only communicated through text and voice. A voice from the dialogue box told the main character that the status window was available from now on. The dialogue box says that the status window is unlocked. A voice from the dialogue box said that people all over the world were chosen to become players, and he is currently in Korea. The voice asked him to call up the status window, raising an eyebrow. He was about to say that he didn't care about the status window, but he was interrupted by the status window appearing in front of him. Lee Wai-young chuckled nervously. He thought it was getting more interesting, and the delusional report about video games in the real world turned out to be true. The voice from the dialogue box said that this was proof that he had become a player and that there were gates all over the world. The voice said that these gates are connected to dungeons. But the main character interrupted him and asked if he understood correctly that he needed to train to cope with monsters and prevent humanity from dying out. He thought that as soon as the system mentioned video games, the situation became a little clearer, and instead of listening to him talk, he wanted to ask a more important question. A voice from the dialogue box told him that he was learning fast. Lee Wai-young asked why the boy, the employee, and the bespectacled guy had changed so dramatically. The voice replied that it didn't have an answer and suggested that they were just natural players. The main character wanted to say something, but the dialogue box turned red, making an incomprehensible sound, and it said, "Error." Lee Wai-young looked at the red dialogue box in surprise and asked what was going on. The red dialogue box says, "Lee Wai-young is the only non-regress player to keep the balance in the game. This player will receive a unique skill. Search for a unique skill." The main character was surprised to ask about the fact that everyone regressed except him. To regress is to go back from the future to the past. This word is familiar to the main character because he has shouted many times in the middle of a brutal battlefield that he wants to take everything back. Lee Wai-young is on his knees in the middle of a bloody battlefield littered with corpses, shouting, and holding up his palms. He thought that everything was getting clearer now from the message about the game being rebooted to how ordinary people dealt with orcs so easily. He remembered Kim Bo-won taking out an axe from a dead orc, a boy hitting the orc with a wrench, and a shop employee twisting a chain in the air. Lee Wai-young realized that all the system's nonsense was true, which meant that the report that he was the only player who didn't regress was probably also true. Gritting his teeth, he cursed and asked what the point was. It was at this point that he realized that everyone else had regressed. Looking at the blue dialogue box, Lee Wai-young sighed and said that he would ask another question. The dialogue box says, "Search for a unique skill." The woman slapped the main character on the back and asked what he was doing. She told him to go and help the others fight because he was so good at it. Turning to her with a grim expression, he said that when there were monsters in front of her, she was afraid to make a sound, so it was better for her to keep quiet. The woman was frightened. He asked her if she had regressed. She asked in surprise what it was. Lee Wai-young replied that it means going back to the past from the future. She asked him what he was talking about. The protagonist calmly raised his eyebrows. Thanks to her, he understood something else. After seeing the strange creatures that suddenly appeared in the system messages, he began to realize that only those who became players regressed. As if trying to prove that they are from the future, these players kill orcs by attacking only their weak spots, and Lee Wai-young is the only one who doesn't know the future. He frowned and pointed, deciding not to jump to conclusions. Kim Bo-won approached him and asked if he could introduce himself again. He said that he was the reason he was able to become a player, and he had been looking for him all his life from dungeon to dungeon all over Korea because he needed to meet him. He said with a smile that this day was what changed his life. Lee Wai-young asked if this was true. Kim Bo-won said that if he hadn't helped him and given him a chainsaw, he would never have become a gambler and would have been hiding in the basement for the rest of his life like everyone else. The protagonist calmly thought that these were definitely the words of a person who had visited the future. Kim Bo-won said with a smile that the only reason he was successful as a player was because Lee Wai-young was an example to him. The main character asked him if he knew him well. He replied that there wasn't a single player in who didn't know him because he was the player who entered the last dungeon. Lee Wai-young was surprised. He thought that as soon as he began to understand the situation a little, he was being told another term that he was hearing for the first time in his life. He started to say something and Kim Bo-won enthusiastically said that he was listening to him. Many admiring people gathered around him. The shop employee put her hand on her chest and said that it was a great honor to meet the player who entered the last dungeon, and she didn't know it back then. She said that she couldn't believe that the person she fought hand in hand with in the beginning was Lee Wai-young. A boy with a wrench in his hand said that he would remember until the day he died how he entered the final dungeon. Giving the middle finger to all the reporters, the protagonist thought about how all these people were fighting orcs. In other words, they are all regressed players. Kim Bo-won asked the main character to talk about what happened in the last dungeon. Lee Wai-young noticed that they were always talking about a place called the last dungeon. A blue dialogue box appeared in front of his face. The dialogue box says, "Search for a unique skill completed. Please check the status window." The next blue dialogue box says, "Butterfly effect, first level. As the only one who has not regressed, you will earn extra points for each action you take that changes the future." Lee Wai-young's eyes widened in surprise. He understands perfectly well what the butterfly effect is. He thought that the flutter of a butterfly's wing might cause a hurricane on the other side of the planet. Looking at the dialogue box, Lee Wai-young thought about the extra points. A loud sound rang out, and everyone turned in the direction of the sound. Several orcs emerged from the rift. The regressors ran to attack. The main character with a calm face began to shoot from the machine gun and thought that just now the orcs had come running. Apart from the status window, after becoming a player, Lee Wai-young started to see the name and level of the monster above his head. On the blue dialogue box above the orc was written, "Orc second level." 2 shots hit the orc's head. Pushing it back, the orc growled angrily, its eyes glowing red. The main character thought about the fact that bullets do almost no damage to orcs and firearms cannot penetrate their thick skin. Weapons that are not designed for combat only work against orcs because they are used by regressors. The regressors and orcs launched at each other. Lee Wai-young thought about how they had a clear understanding of the orcs' weaknesses, and they were aiming for the areas that weren't as strong as the rest of their bodies. The store employee threw the chain forward, wrapping it around the orc's leg. The main character does not shoot at orcs because the size of the cartridges is much smaller than the size of these hulks. Kim Bowen will hit the orc in the leg with an axe. Even if the bullet did hit the orc's ligaments, the damage it would simply not be enough to disarm them. Lee Wai-young handed the machine gun to the soldier. As he picked up the chainsaw from the floor, he thought that the power of regression was truly amazing. Looking ahead, he saw an axe. He raised the axe. The blue dialog box says, "Unique skill butterfly effect activated. You changed the future, +1 extra point." The main character asked in surprise if he had changed the future. He laid the axe on the floor and picked up the drill. A blue dialog box appeared in front of him, which says, "Unique skill butterfly effect activated. You changed the future, +1 extra point." The orc charged at him from behind. Lee Wai-young abruptly threw the axe at him. The axe struck the orc in the knee. It clattered to the floor. The main character ran up to him and swung the axe. With a blow of his axe, he chopped off the orc's head. The blue dialog box says, "Unique skill butterfly effect activated. You changed the future, +1 extra point." While climbing it, the main character asked Kim Bowen if he had used an axe last time. He replied that he used a chainsaw. With a slight smile, Lee Wai-young thought that he understood now. If he does something that he didn't do in the past, it is considered a change in the future. He's not entirely sure, but it all seems to fit. What he is doing now must be the opposite of what he did in his previous life. Kim Bowen told him that he had single-handedly killed 3 orcs in the past. The main character asked how. Kim Bowen pointed to the side. There were buckets of solvent on the shelves, a substance that helps make solidified paint running again, and it also ignites very well. Grinning, Lee Wai-young said it was interesting looking at the buckets of solvent. He thought that he had the same idea as before to set the orcs on fire with solvent. This means that if Lee Wai-young kills the orcs without using solvent, the future will be different. Or, for example, he can use it to kill all of them or not kill any of them. He took 1 bucket from the shelf. The blue dialog box says, "Unique skill butterfly effect activated. You changed the future, +1 extra point." Exhausted players agreed to participate in the main character's plan. They immobilized the orcs by destroying their Achilles tendons or knee joints, after which he poured solvent on them and then set them on fire. The blue dialog box says, "Unique skill butterfly effect activated. You changed the future, +1 extra point. Level up, +3 extra points." Lee Wai-young stands surrounded by flames. He thought that now he was convinced if he does the opposite of what he did in the past, he will get extra points. He thought he didn't know what they were for, but that wasn't new. He thought that even without allocating points to his stats, he could chop off orcs' heads without any problems. The blue dialog boxes say, "Brave Newbie Achievement received." This achievement is given to players who complete the hunt without spending extra points. For getting this achievement, you will receive a skill armor, 1st level, strengthens the player's defense. The strength of the armor is proportional to the strength characteristic of the player. Lee Wai-young raised his eyebrows in surprise as he looked at the dialog box. Blue energy enveloped him. His hands turned black. Looking down at his hands, he asked what they were. The guy gritted his teeth, cursed softly, and said that he thought he was going to get this skill this time. The girl with the metal pipe frowned and quietly asked when he even managed to get it. Turning to them, the main character asked what was wrong and if it was a problem that he got this skill. The guy and the girl were scared. The girl frowned and said that it was a problem because he was using it to crush the whole of Korea. The guy gritted his teeth and said he couldn't believe he'd missed out on getting it. Calmly raising his eyebrows, Lee Wai-young thought that it must have been his skill in the past. At least judging from the fact that the butterfly effect wasn't activated. The future only changes if he does something new, but the skill didn't activate when he got Brave Newbie in armor. The rift began to glow with purple energy. Kim Bowen, who was standing behind the main character, was looking at him with a cold gaze. They are facing a fault. The blue dialog box says, "Goblins 11. Orkoff 8 maximum number of players for dungeon difficulty." Lee Wai-young thought that the goal of this game was definitely to destroy the human race. There are a fixed number of monsters in the dungeons, and after a certain amount of time, they come out of their gates and start destroying everything around them. He remembered Kim Bowen saying that there were 10 goblins in each wave, and there were exactly 10 minutes between each wave. He remembered the monsters coming out of the gate. He thought that this gate connected these dungeons full of monsters to the ground. Lee Wai-young thought that there was only one way to break them. He said that they needed to kill all the monsters as soon as possible. He thought that the number of monsters in the dungeon and the maximum number of players that can enter it are listed in the dungeon information. The difficulty of a dungeon is also important, as it shows how rare skills and items can be obtained in it. Lee Wai-young said that the difficulty of this dungeon means that there won't be anything higher than rare. Looking at the dialogue box, he thought that he had a reason to go there anyway. He wants to test something, or rather, test the stats he's gained in the newfound armor skill. He thought that since he had no information about the world, unlike the others, he needed a more obvious power because the real power is physical power. The blue dialogue box said, armor, first level, strengthens the player's defense. The strength of the armor is proportional to the strength characteristic of the player. Extra points, 15. The main character decided to invest all his points in strength. The dialogue box says, force, 16. He thought that he had defeated countless goblins and knew the weaknesses of the orcs, but he knew nothing about other dangers, so he would try out his abilities exactly where he would be almost completely safe. Lee Wai-young went inside the portal. Kim Bowen, looking at her, thought that perhaps Lee Wai-young had gained something here in his previous life. The main character, a guy with a chainsaw, Kim Bowen, and a girl with a metal pipe came out of the portal. They walk forward, looking around. A goblin looks at them from around the corners. Grinning maliciously, they turned when they saw him. The goblin's charge hit them. The goblin bit the main character's arm. His jaw dropped in surprise. Lee Wai-young looked at him calmly. The blue dialogue box said, armor activated. He reached out a black hand and grabbed the goblin's head. He squeezed his hand, crushing the goblin's head with it. The blue dialogue box says, you changed the future, +1 extra point. Lee Wai-young thought that it hadn't even been 5 hours since the game started and his strength was already 16. The main character opened his hand and the goblin's corpse plopped to the ground. The girl said in a frightened voice that it was impossible. The boy gritted his teeth, cursed, and said in surprise that he had crushed the goblin's skull with one hand. Kim Bowen approached Lee Wai-young and asked how. He said that the armor skill was the only one in the world, and it was probably because of it that he was considered the strongest player in Korea in his previous life. The main character asked indifferently, so what? Kim Bowen said he needed it more. He took the chainsaw out of the guy's hand and threw it at Lee Wai-young. He frowned in surprise. Using his armor, he blocked the blow with his hand. The chainsaw blade sparkled as it rested against the protagonist's black arm. Chuckling horribly, he thought that even if he hadn't regressed, it shouldn't be like this. He decided it was his turn and held up a black hand. He grabbed the chainsaw blade in his hand and squeezed the chainsaw bent in his hand. Lee Wai-young threw the chainsaw from Kim Bowen's hand to the floor. The main character grabbed him by the neck. There was a blue dialogue box above Kim Bowen's head that said, Level 3. Lee Wai-young squeezed his throat and he was trying to say something. The main character looked at him with a dead look and thought, what a pity. He thought about how greed breeds destruction. The war teaches this, and he even has a scar that now serves as a reminder. He guessed that they thought that since they had regressed to the hardware store and he hadn't yet managed to get all the skills he had in his previous life, they would be able to pick them up. Holding Kim Bowen by the neck above the ground, the protagonist turned to the others and asked if there were any more applicants. They opened their mouths in fright. He told them to leave. Lee Wai-young continued to squeeze Kim Bowen's neck. There was a crunch and he dropped it to the ground. He thought about how letting go of his enemies during the war wasn't a thank you, but a rain of bullets, and so it has always been. Lee Wai-young said that now that it started, the law doesn't mean anything. He thought that he knew very well that letting his emotions get in the way of dealing with those who had threatened his life at least once was unacceptable. He looked at the boy and girl and gave them a threatening look and told them to get out of his sight if they valued their lives. Lee Wai-young thought about how cruel this game is because the inventory window appears above the deceased player to make it easier to pick up their items. A blue inventory dialog box appeared above Kim Bowen's body. After clicking a button on the dialog box, Lee Wai-young said it was convenient. The blue dialog box says, Goblin Champion Necklace, Strength +3, Agility +3. In his hand was a necklace with a blue glowing stone. After putting it around his neck, he said that he now owned it. The necklace turned red. The dialog box says, you changed the future, +1 extra point. He thought that 3 points of strength and agility was quite a lot. It gets 3 bonus points when a level is obtained, which means this necklace is equivalent to 2 levels. He thought that even though the more he leveled up, the less effect it would have, it was quite significant in the early stages. The guy crouched down next to Kim Bowen's body and asked why he was wearing it. He said it was kind of tasteless. The main character picked up a chainsaw from the floor. Walking towards the orc, he shoved the chainsaw into the orc's mouth, swinging it up. He sliced the orc's head in half. Lee Wai-young said that he doesn't feel the difference. He thought that 3 points of strength to his 15 wasn't a small increase, but he still didn't feel any different. The blue dialogue box says all monsters in the dungeon have been killed. The dungeon will soon be destroyed. Exit time, 3 minutes. You can only destroy the gate by killing all the monsters inside. When all the monsters die, the spatial rift disappears without a trace. This is exactly what Lee Wai-young was talking about when he said that the laws no longer make sense. Even regressed players don't know what happens to those who remain in the rift after the gate disappears. No one has yet returned from them to tell because their bodies are disappearing along with the gate. The main character goes to the portal. His jacket is torn in front. He thought that was why they gave him time to go out. He glanced at Kim Bo-won, who was lying motionless on the floor. He noticed a boy standing in front of him. Lee Wai-young realized that it was a boy who wanted to buy a wrench. He asked him if he wanted to share the fate of Kim Bo-won. The boy replied that he wanted to stay with him. The main character refused him and urged him to leave. The boy begged him to let him follow him. Lee Wai-young frowned, grabbing him by the shoulders and telling him to stop. The main character clicked on a dialogue box with a status window. The blue dialogue box says, Strength 25 plus 3. He thought that with the boost from the goblin necklace, his type strength was 28. He now had more power than a level 9 player who had invested all the points in it. When he noticed the boy crying, he said he told him to stop. The boy was crying, clutching his t-shirt, pressing a hand to his chest. He told him that they had regressed 10 years into the past. Lee Wai-young told him not to whine and be a man, clenching his fists in front of him. The boy shouted that even in 10 years his life will not change and he wants to be a hero for once, so he asks him about it. He shouted that he wanted to be the hero's assistant. Grinning, Lee Wai-young said that he was a funny guy. He thought that his name was Kim Min-soo and the only reason he was interested in him was because he knew the future 10 years in advance. Kim Min-soo clenched his fists and said that he wanted his life to mean something and asked him to help with it. He said he wouldn't disgrace his name. When Kim Min-soo regressed, he hoped to change his life for the better. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't just him who regressed, which means that nothing can be changed. This is an ordinary player who kills monsters and clears small dungeons for 10 years. It seems to him that being a psychic of the main character of Korea will be better. With a grin, Lee Wai-young thought that he felt like he wasn't far off the mark and that his head was working. They exit the portal. The main character asks that he does not want to just be a henchman. Kim Min-soo replied with a smile that when he became the world's top man, he would be his right-hand man. He said that he is number one and he commands everything. Lee Wai-young said that he needed to see if it would be of any use. He asked him to name 10 people he would meet in the future, their names, faces, and levels. He added that it doesn't matter to him whether they are friends or enemies and he needs this information. Kim Min-soo said he understood. The main character with a gloomy look told him not to even think about deceiving him and that his age would not stop him. He told him to call him. When he was done, they exchanged phone numbers. Kim Min-soo ran out of the building happily. Lee Wai-young smiled and said that he was really funny. 3 days have passed since the regression of all players. At first, the players hid the fact of regression. There are many reasons. For example, they could easily be considered crazy. Just the appearance of monsters is not enough to make people believe in time travel as well. Also, the regressors wanted to live a different life than the last one, therefore, they did not want to share information about the future. Monsters are raging in the city. Regressors felt that regression was a great chance to change their lives as the main character of the novel would have done. However, the fact that everyone regressed made becoming the main character a pipe dream. News and social networks are full of information about the game. The headlines read, "Regressors, people from the future." The stock market is on edge. Don't believe scammers who pretend to be regressors who will be elected president in 2024. About the last dungeon in 2030. The sports betting industry is temporarily shutting down. Chief executive officer of one of the companies. Too many people know the results of the game. This isn't profitable for us. The blue dialogue box says, "You changed the future." Plus 1 extra point. The main character is sitting on the couch and watching TV. The man on the TV introduced himself as Yoon Moon-young. He said that there was a catastrophe of unprecedented proportions. The whole world turned into a game, and with its onset, all players regressed. He said that they will discuss it today, and with them today is Lee Dong-guk, director of the Asia-Pacific Players Association. He greeted him. Lee Dong-guk greeted him back. The host said that many players are now in turmoil, and those who have not awakened as a player are particularly susceptible to this feeling. He asked if he could explain to them what the phenomenon was. Lee Dong-guk responded that for ordinary people who didn't become players, this situation became much better with the fact of regression. He said that just because the players protecting them from the monsters had regressed, it meant that they would be able to gain strength much faster. He said that with the protection of players, their lives will not change much, and he believes there is absolutely nothing to worry about. He added that the only problem may be players demanding money for information about the future, and otherwise there is nothing that needs to be mentioned. The host said that, in other words, the ability of players to become stronger is a plus for humanity. He asked why this was happening, why the players were regressing, and what happened in the last dungeon. Lee Hwa-young noticed the mention of the last dungeon. Lee Dong-guk replied that many people wonder if the players regressed because of what happened in the last dungeon, and this question is no doubt justified. He added that the regression occurred 3 hours after 21 of the chosen players from all over the world entered the dungeon. The main character said that it turns out that after 10 years, the last dungeon appears, and 3 hours after 21 people enter it, all players regressed. The host said that the last dungeon might be the end of this game. He asked me what had happened there. We're calling that Lee Dong-guk, director of the Asia-Pacific Players Association, is with them today. He said that they will continue after the commercial break. Lee Hwa-young cursed, grinning. He asked about the strongest player listening to their conversation. He finally understood why the players in the construction shop called him the childish word hero. He was looking out the window. The blue dialogue box says, "You changed the future." +1 extra point. Lee Hwa-young noticed that he was given a point for the film. He thought that perhaps in his previous life, he hadn't even bothered to prepare the windows for winter. Lee Hwa-young thought that almost everything he did here gave him extra points, and it seemed like he hadn't returned home at this time in his previous life. He got 1 point each for drinking water and sitting on the couch. He'll think he doesn't have time to catch his breath. The blue dialogue box says, extra points, 37. He thought that the number of points accumulated could not but please. He asked how he was able to become the strongest player in Korea and enter the last dungeon without this unbalanced skill. Grinning, he thought that the reason he was interested was not just curiosity but anticipation. As a child, Lee Hwa-young learned that the weak always give up to the strong. Thanks to this, he also realized that he needed to become the strongest one. He remembered 2 guys grabbing him by the collar in the alley. The main character chose money as the source of power and later sold his life to countless wars to increase his value. Even in a world where the concept of a better person didn't exist, he wanted to be one. He thought that now there was such a title after all. The TV reporter was happily counting down from 5 to 1. He happily pointed his finger at 3 statues and said that they were statues of players Lee Hwa-young, Park Moo-sun, and Choi Chul-sun. He explained that they entered the dungeon as representatives of Korea. The crowd cheered loudly. Lee Hwa-young was petrified in surprise. When he saw his statue on the TV screen, he said it was him. As he gripped the TV screen with his hands, he thought about what those statues had done just 3 days after all the players regressed, and apparently in his previous life, he really was an incredible player. Among the mercenaries, it was the most expensive, but that didn't mean anything because a consumable is still a consumable. It didn't bother him because he was only doing it for the money. However, now he sees that a cult is practically being built around him. The reporter said that the fact that after the representatives of each state entered the last dungeon, all the other players regressed means that something happened inside. He asked if they should ask the 3 Korean players, Lee Hwa-young, Park Moo-sun, and Choi Chul-sun, about what happened there. He said they were there, so they should know. Lee Hwa-young said that he was curious himself. The voice on the TV said that all 3 of them were now in hiding. The reporter asked if people who should be revered as heroes had disappeared without a trace. The voice said it was just like that. He said that these are the people who entered the last dungeon at the end of the game. In other words, the strongest players in Korea. When they entered the last dungeon, they were filled to the brim with unique items and skills, which means that now that they are back in the present, only they know the location of these unique and legendary items and skills. The host asked if they were hiding for their own safety. The man replied that it was true, and other players also want to get these items and skills because their strength corresponds to their rarity. The host said that he had heard that the World Players Association had issued a new decree. The man agreed and said that players who entered the last dungeon in their previous life would be forgiven for all their crimes. The host frowned and asked if they were sure that this decree was necessary. The man replied that players from different countries still need to follow the laws of their respective countries, and this rule was established by the World Players Association. But another provision was added to the law. He said to talk about the reason for this. The main character turned off the TV and said that he understood. He learned two interesting things. First, there are a lot of people hunting him. The second is that it is legal for him to beat them until they lose their pulse. He put on a sweatshirt and picked up a black face mask. The blue dialogue box in front of him said that he had changed the future and received an extra point. Wearing a mask over his face and a hood over his head, Lee Wai-young runs down the city street. He thought about how no matter how much he thought about it, he didn't have a single reason to go to Gwangwaman Square in his previous life. And since he didn't do it in his previous life, just going there would change the future. And, as if to confirm his words, system notifications pop up with each completed step. There are two blue dialogue boxes in front of it. One has a status window and the other says Special Skill Butterfly Effect. First level. The blue dialogue boxes say, additional points have been applied to the Dexterity attribute Dexterity 55. Lee Wai-young pushed off the ground and exhaled. He thought that the unwritten rules about spending extra points, such as that strength is the best stat for early play, or that those who spend mana quickly should spend it, meant nothing to him because he was gaining points at a completely different rate from the rest of the players. The main character quickly runs along the street. It occurred to him that the usual rules simply didn't apply to him. Lee Wai-young jumped from the roof of a building. He landed flat on his feet. He looked ahead. His eyes glowing red. Lee Wai-young stands in the square amid a crowd of people. He looked at his statue, which says, Shadow of Death. Lee Wai-young adjusting the brim of his cap. He said he couldn't believe it. If being chosen to enter the last dungeon is so significant. As they said on TV, the main character assumed that he would be recognized, so he had to prepare. He doesn't want to attract too much attention, and all he needs right now is information about his future. When he was a mercenary, he kept appearing on TV to increase his value. But that's beside the point now. He thought that everyone was thinking the same thing. Regressed players will not hide their desires from him. They want to get information from him, and they think he has it. However, this is not the case because it has not regressed. They don't know that, and they don't know something else. He had a new power that he didn't have in his previous life. Kim Bo-won was one of them. In any case, Lee Wai-young was now the target of the greed-blinded players. The main character narrowed his eyes with distaste. The players in the square were armed. Most likely, their goal is simply to attract attention. They could put it away in the inventory with the title of heroes who will save the world from monsters. Players also gained fame. Lee Wai-young thought that if he took off his mask in front of them, this place would become a slaughterhouse, but he needed other players. He had seen these three statues being worshipped on the TV broadcast. He thought that to these people, he was something like a deity. They wouldn't do it if they didn't know anything about him, no matter how exaggerated the stories are. But unlike the broadcast, he doesn't see them here. The statue of a man with a cloak draped over his shoulders reads, "We are here to save humanity. Thank you for all your support. The King of Poisons, Choi Chul-sundi." On the statue of a guy leaning his hands on his sword, it says, "Well, go in there and end this game once and for all." The Emperor of the Sword, Park Mu-sung. The statue of Lee Wai-young had two horizontal lines and one vertical line, meaning the middle finger, and was written, "Shadow of Death, Lee Wai-young." Folding his arms across his chest, Lee Wai-young shook his head at the words about the shadow of death. He saw the guy with the mace blow his statue's head off. The blue dialogue box said, "You changed the future, plus 1 extra point." The guy wearing a white jacket grinned viciously. It landed in front of the protagonist, and the statue's head fell to the ground. He put the weapon away in the dialogue box. Lee Wai-young looked at him calmly. The guy grinned. They stand facing each other in a cloud of dust. Turning around, the guy started running away from him. Lee Wai-young thought that now that his agility was more than 50 points, controlling his speed wasn't so easy. The blue dialogue box says, "You changed the future, plus 1 extra point." He ran after the guy. They run through the streets. Lee Wai-young grabbed the boy's neck. He held it up off the ground and asked if he knew it with a sinister smile. The main character said that this means that he knows where he started running off to. The boy tried to draw his weapon, but Lee Wai-young grabbed his arm and told him not to even think about it. He snatched the mace out of his hands. Thanking him and saying that he would need it, the blue dialogue box says, "You changed the future, plus 1 extra point." The blue dialogue box says, "Mace of the Orc Champion. Chance to stun the enemy 25, plus 30 damage, plus 10 strength." Lee Wai-young asked who he works for. He thought that he was definitely from the guild, because it was impossible to get a rare weapon while being a loner and even in 5 days. He squeezed his neck and asked if he had watched the interview. He recalled that it was an interview with the director of the World Players Association and asked if he remembered what he said. He said that if he tried any tricks, he wouldn't even have a bloodstain left. The guy laughed nervously and demanded to let him go. Lee Wai-young said with a grim face that he had 10 seconds. He asked who he was and where he came from. Startled, the boy replied that he was Kim Chong-bae from the General Guild. Lee Wai-young told him to continue after that. Kim Chong-bae finally gave up. The main character asked about Lee Wai-young's project. He thought that according to him, Lee Wai-young's project was the name of the General Guild's operation, the essence of which was to take over all the skills and items that he had collected in his previous life. He asked what would come first and said that if he didn't want to feed himself worms, he'd better talk. Kim Chong-bae said in a frightened voice that it was stealth. He apologized and asked me not to kill him. He said it would be in 3 days at the gate to the werewolf dungeon. Lee Wai-young told him to tell me more. The guy said that the werewolf dungeon where Lee Wai-young obtained the rare stealth skill would be opened in 3 days. He asked how they knew all this. Kim Chong-bae thought about why he was asking something that he knew about. He said he didn't know where they got this information from, but it was reliable. He shouted that he knew because it was his skill. Lee Wai-young asked how they were going to steal all of his skills. Kim Chong-bae said that 3 days before the dungeon opens, about 100 players will be on full alert, and they are confident that he will come for the skill that he had in the past. The main character thought that it would not be easy to face 100 regressed players. He frowned, thinking the dialogue box says, "You changed the future, plus 1 extra point." Kim Min-soo soon arrived. He said Kim Chong-bae was lying and asked if he could just kill him. Lee Wai-young said that they would first listen to what he collected and then make a decision. Kim Min-soo said that the nobodies from the General Guild are targeting the stealth skill with a smile. The protagonist turned to Kim Chong-bae and said that one of them was lying. The blue dialogue box says, "You changed the future, plus 1 extra point." He thought that Kim Chong-bae and Kim Min-soo were talking about the same thing and he could only listen and compare their information. Kim Chong-bae shouted that the werewolf dungeon would open tomorrow. The blue dialogue box says, "You changed the future, plus 1 extra point." Lee Wai-young smiled and asked him what that meant, pointing his finger at Kim Min-soo. Kim Chong-bae said that he was lying. He asked if he was ill. Kim Chong-bae accused him of trying to deceive everyone. The main character walked up to them and held out his black hands. He grabbed them by the neck, lifting them off the ground, and told them to prove their case one by one. Kim Min-soo took out his phone from his pocket and showed it to Lee Wai-young. The phone screen says, "Still no news about Lee Wai-young. Will he show up at the werewolf dungeon on January 7th? The main character said that the 7th of January is tomorrow. Kim Min-soo nodded in satisfaction. Looking at his phone, Kim Min-soo said that the werewolf dungeon appeared in the first days of the game, and due to the characteristics of werewolves, it was quite difficult for beginners to kill them. He said that their attack speed is many times faster than that of goblins and orcs, and they gather in packs. He showed the screen of Lee Wai-young's phone and said that because of this, no one was able to win at the beginning of the game and the dungeon was eventually forgotten, and as a result, werewolves came out of it. Kim Min-soo said that this is why the werewolf dungeon is quite famous among players, and these monsters from the nearest cities did not leave a stone unturned. Lee Wai-young asked about the fact that everyone knows where it is. Dungeons and gates weren't a problem for the unawakened. At the beginning of the game, they attracted a lot of attention due to the absurd unreality of what was happening. However, over time, the novelty was replaced by routine. Every time the gate opened, the unawakened ones either received an evacuation message or an army quickly moved in and secured the area around the gate. Above the ground, a red portal glowed, surrounded by police officers who asked to stay away from here. The only thing that ordinary people needed to do was to stay out of the way. When the players woke up and got used to the game, life went back to normal. However, the gate to the werewolf dungeon was on a different level. Monsters ran out of them and mercilessly destroyed the nearest cities when the game was just beginning. Now everyone hopes that a strong player will appear who can deal with the werewolves, so the location of the gate and the fact that there are werewolves inside it is known to ordinary people with a frown. Kim Min-soo shouted that this dungeon was destroyed by Lee Hwa-young in his previous life. The main character asked Kim Chong-bae if he was right. The blue dialogue box said, "You changed the future, plus 1 extra point." He said he would ask him one last question. Frowning, Lee Hwa-young asked who gave him the order to smash his statue. Kim Chong-bae cursed and stuck his hand into the blue dialogue box. The main character clenched his hand and there was a crunch. The blue dialogue box says, "You changed the future, plus 1 extra point." He opened his hands. Kim Chong-bae fell to the ground, dead. Kim Min-soo gave him a startled look. Lee Hwa-young noticed the dialogue box and said that it meant that he didn't kill him in his previous life. A werewolf dungeon opens on January 7th, which is tomorrow. In the past, no one could destroy it when it first opened. In other words, no player had the strength to do so. However, now that everyone has regressed, the situation is different. Folding his arms across his chest, Lee Hwa-young speculated that a substance might kill werewolves. Just as rat poison kills rats, he said that he to learn more about this dungeon. Kim Min-soo asked why he needed information about places he had been to before he asked if he knew the best about them. The main character raised an eyebrow and said that it was because he didn't regress. He told him to shut up and said the interrogation was over. Kim Min-soo looked at him in surprise. After thinking about it, he said that the most important thing was that it was a level 5 dungeon. He asked what his level was and said that if it was less than 5th, then he wouldn't be able to enter. Lee Hwa-young spread his hands in surprise. Gritting his teeth, he asked about the fact that he needed to be level 5. Squinting, he thought that the level didn't mean much to him. The status window says Lee Hwa-young level 2, stamina 1, strength 28, mana 1, agility 55, concentration 1, bonus points 162, achievements brave beginner, skills, first level butterfly effect, first level armor. Lee Hwa-young thought that he had used a total of 80 points and including the ones in reserve, that made a total of 242 points. Each level is awarded 3 points and if you divide 242 by 3, you get about 80. The main character felt that his stats were now at the level of a level 80 player. Kim Min-soo spread his hands and said that even at his current level, it would be difficult for him to kill werewolves. He added that other players won't just stand by and watch either. With a frown, Lee Hwa-young said that the problem was the level. He thought that even with such stats, he couldn't enter the dungeon because his actual level was lower than that of the werewolves. He told Kim Min-soo to show him where he could level up, raising his hand. He replied that only the orc and goblin gates were open now and new gates would open over time. Just like the werewolf gate tomorrow. He added that only 4 days have passed since the start of the game. The main character asked about goblins and orcs. Kim Min-soo said that monsters like goblins and orcs are usually not interesting to him. Raising his eyebrows, Lee Hwa-young said that they were cute. The blue dialogue box says, additional points have been applied to the strength attribute, strength 190. The main character clenched a black hand wrapped in a blue aura. The blue dialogue box says, armor, first level, enhances and strengthens the player's body. The strength of the armor is proportional to the strength characteristic of the player. Wrapped in a blue aura, he asked if anyone in his past life had broken through his armor. Spreading his hands, he said that he didn't know because they didn't always go together. He said that he could definitely tell that the title on his statue, Shadow of Death, was given because of the armor. Lee Hwa-young said it was kind of childish. Across from them were a few goblins who were smiling maliciously. By increasing the strength stat, Lee Hwa-young not only increased his physical strength but also the strength of his armor. He leaped forward, breaking the floor beneath him. Kim Min-soo covered his face with his hands. The blue dialogue box says, dexterity, 55. The main character jumped on the goblins, swinging a black hand. He crushed the goblin's head to the ground with his hand. The blue dialogue box says, you changed the future, plus 1 extra point. The main character thought that with his strength and agility, they didn't stand a chance. He punched the other goblin in the face with a calm face. The blue dialogue box says, you changed the future, plus 1 extra point. Leaning his foot on a dead goblin, Lee Hwa-young said that he recently saw something on the internet. He asked what a skill stone was. He added that if he swallowed one, they would give him a skill. Kim Min-soo pondered and thought about how he didn't know what even non-players knew. He asked if he really hadn't regressed, unlike them. He thought that he was too strong for a non-regressor. Lee Hwa-young irritably shouted at him to just answer the question. Kim Min-soo was scared. He said that the skill stone is literally a stone that has a skill in it, and it is located near the monster's heart. He said that the skill stones are about half the size of a human fist, and the color of their glow indicates what class the skill is inside: white normal, purple rare, yellow unique, red legendary. Kim Min-soo said that stealth, which is rumored to be in the werewolf dungeon, is a rare skill and its gem will glow purple. Lee Hwa-young raised an eyebrow and asked what the skill class meant. Kim Min-soo replied that, in short, different classes show how many copies of each skill exist, and rare and lower skills have more copies. He explained that, for example, there are several stealth stones in the world, so even if you get it in the werewolf dungeon, someone in the world will also have one. The blue dialogue box says, "Stealth skill gem." The main character asked if this means that the stones of the legendary and unique classes are one at a time. Kim Min-soo held up his index finger and smiled, saying that it was true and skills also have levels. He explained that the higher the level, the stronger the skill and various effects can be added to them. Lee Hwa-young asked what about the unique skills. Kim Min-soo's eyes whitened in surprise. He asked what unique skills were. The main character asked if he knew about the unique skills. Lee Hwa-young looked at the blue dialogue box that said, "Butterfly effect, first level. As the only one who has not regressed, you will earn extra points for each action you take that changes the future." Kim Min-soo scratched his head in confusion. The main character indifferently told him that it didn't matter. Lee Hwa-young walks down the street. He and Kim Min-soo hid around the corner of the building. Above the main character's head is written, Lee Hwa-young, level 5. Kim Min-soo asked what their plan was, pointing his finger at the square. Lee Hwa-young said that he would do everything himself. He told him to go there and find out what they were going to do and tell him if there was anything interesting. Kim Min-soo nodded with glowing eyes. The main character thought that he directly exuded loyalty. He thought that the gate of the werewolf dungeon would soon appear here, and seeing 100 players from the general guild waiting for Lee Hwa-young to appear, he realized that Kim Chong-bae was lying about everything. The first point of Lee Hwa-young's plan is to enter the gate as soon as it appears. A limited number of players can enter the dungeon and the number for each is different. According to Kim Min-soo, only 5 people can enter the werewolf dungeon. He thought that he needed to enter before the 5-player limit was exhausted, and if it didn't work out, then those people would kill the werewolves and get the stone. Lee Hwa-young looked at the watch on his wrist and said that there were 7 minutes left. A voice in the crowd shouted that this was where Lee Hwa-young obtained a rare stealth skill in his previous life. The blonde-haired guy raised his fist and shouted that the gate would open in 5 minutes and that today would be the day when the general guild would take the lead. He shouted that they were using Lee Hwa-young's skill to leave an even bigger mark on history than he did. The crowd cheered. He shouted that Lee Hwa-young hadn't shown up yet and told them not to let their guard down because they didn't know when he was coming. Grinning, he thought that he was already here. On the dialogue box in front of him was written, "The gate will appear in 30 seconds. Werewolf Dungeon, level 5. There are a maximum of 25 werewolves. Number of players, 5. Dungeon difficulty." A crowd of people with dialogue boxes in front of them counted from 10 to 1. When they counted, a huge red gate appeared in front of them. The guy urged them to go ahead and make history. The guy waved to his friend and said that he would be back soon. The guy in the black shirt said that these werewolves were nothing to them. The regressors. The yellow-haired guy shouted at him not to die in the dungeon. They turned around and saw Lee Hwa-young running towards the gate. When they recognized him, they took up arms and attacked him. Someone shouted that Lee Hwa-young was here and ordered him to contact the headquarters. The main character thought that only 5 days had passed since the regression of all players, and if you think logically, a person with agility above 50 could not appear, but he does not care about logic. Lee Hwa-young quickly ran past the armed men. One person in the crowd asked why he was so fast. Another exclaimed that such dexterity simply could not exist. Another voice urged them to run after him and not stand still. The main character ran into the portal, and in front of the guy who was chasing him, a red dialogue box appeared on which it was written, "The limit of players is exhausted. You can't log in." Kim Min-soo opened his mouth in surprise. Lee Hwa-young and a few people are standing in the night forest. They look at the main character in fright, and someone said his name. He thought that having them all regressed was quite convenient because they knew who he was and he didn't even have to explain anything. Lee Hwa-young smiled calmly and said, "Exactly. Blue dialogue boxes appeared next to the guys, and the guy with blue hair told everyone to be ready. They stuck their hands into the blue dialogue boxes. They ran to attack the main character while swinging their green whips. The blue dialogue box says, Goblin Chieftain's Whip, low damage, allows the wearer to control goblins, damage, +1. Lee Wai-young used the armor skill and his arms and neck turned black. The whips wrapped around his arms and neck. The blue dialogue box says, you change the future, +1 extra point. They pulled on the whips, spreading the protagonist's arms in different directions. The guy with the blue hair was looking at the blue dialogue box. He took out the net. Lee Wai-young rolled his eyes in surprise and thought that they immediately realized that they were no match for him. So they decided to tie him up because their punches wouldn't have any effect. Grinning, he noted that this was a good plan and thought that they were trying very nicely. Lee Wai-young knelt down next to the bound guys wrapped in the net. He said with a grin that it was a good try and it was a pity that it didn't work out. He turned as the snarling wolf approached. Several evil black wolves approached him. Lee Wai-young asked why they were so angry. The wolf's eyes glowed red and saliva was coming out of its mouth. The main character asked if this was normal for them. He asked the guys if they would like to be a snack for them. They pleaded with him, saying what they didn't want and just did as they were told with a serious face. He asked them who. The wolves growled angrily. They launched an attack on Lee Wai-young. The blue-haired guy said in a frightened voice that Lee Wai-young was trapped. The guy in the black shirt said the werewolves had caught him. The guy with the blue hair sighed and said that it looked like they were going to die like this. The wolves attacked the main character, who was lying on the ground. One of the wolves twitched. Lee Wai-young rose to his feet, holding up a black fist. The wolves scattered. The blue dialogue box says, you change the future, +1 extra point. The main character exhaled. The two blue dialogue boxes say, you change the future, +1 extra point. The guys ask in surprise how this is possible. Lee Wai-young said that he had to remember it once, and it seems that this also applies to them. He stood with a bloody black hand, surrounded by wolves. A bloodied wolf lay on the ground. Like wolves, dogs have elongated muzzles. Dogs and wolves are very similar. If you grab a dog by the muzzle and close its jaw, it will think that you are stronger. Lee Wai-young found out about this a few years ago on a mission to track down smugglers. After being bitten by a guard dog, he grabbed its muzzle with one hand and looked it straight in the eye. He never tried to attack him again. Lee Wai-young thought that he had spared the dog back then. But they weren't animals, they were monsters. The wolf leapt at him, snarling and snarling. The main character squeezed the wolf's mouth with his hands and decided to put more strength into the grip and turn their muzzles into a mess. He crushed the wolf's face with his hands. Spilling blood, the boys looked at him in shock. Amazed at his strength, Lee Wai-young thought that unlike goblins and orcs, werewolves had strong bones. He punched the wolf in the face. They thought that since they had regressed, they knew exactly the difference in physical strength between a level 2 orc and a level 5 werewolf, and Lee Wai-young's strength was beyond the limit. Several wolves are looking at the main character surrounded by dead wolves. The guy in the black shirt asked why he didn't kill everyone. The main character calmly replied that he didn't need the gate to disappear just yet. When all the monsters die, the dungeon collapses and the gate disappears. Lee Wai-young is going to get out of this dungeon as soon as he finds the werewolf with the skill stone, because the general guild players are waiting for him outside. He remembered the guy who commanded the rest of the crowd. If the gate disappeared, they would know that he had killed all the werewolves and taken the skill stone, and they would definitely want to turn Korea upside down to find it. To avoid this trouble, Lee Wai-young decided not to kill all the werewolves, but to quietly slip through the gate. Two wolves with bloody mouths growl angrily. 3 wolves rushed to attack the main character. He looked at them with a calm face and said that it wouldn't be enough. It disappeared in front of their eyes and was behind them, hitting the 3 wolves. Whimpering, they fell to the ground. Lee Wai-young walked up to the terrified guys and addressed them. After the game began, rifts in space and time opened up all over the earth, and monsters rained down from these rifts, causing irreparable damage to civilization. Everyone knew that this was the end of humanity. To deal with this destructive force, a game system was introduced. In order to stop the apocalypse, you need to kill all the monsters in all the dungeons. Apart from a small group of fanatics, there are almost no religious people left. A man in a black hoodie shouts that they accept the will of the Lord and realize the mistakes of humanity and asks them to stop this game. People in green robes, hands folded, repeat after him. They shout that they believe the goblins are little messengers of God. Lee Wai-young thought that it was impossible for God or Buddha to send monsters that were only seen in games before, and while people didn't know what to believe, a new faith emerged in the form of guilds. The crowd cheers on the men with swords who got out of the car. Someone is shouting that the common guild is their only savior in this world. Lee Wai-young thought that he was right when he said the word faith. In addition to fans, they also have parishioners. This way, there was nothing stopping the guilds from getting bigger and bigger. They were fighting among themselves for possession of the dungeons. What fell from the monsters could be used as a source of energy and even make weapons from it, which could help in further clearing the dungeons. In addition, skill stones from dungeons can be sold to players for a lot of money. In other words, owning a dungeon brings huge profits, and in addition to the material benefits, closing these gates, which are capable of enormous destruction, brings a lot of approval. Lee Wai-young thought that the guild was both a business and a religion. He asked the guys who was in charge. The guy lying on the ground said in a frightened voice that it was Choi Chul-sung. The guy said that their main character is Choi Chul-sundae. The main character repeated his name in surprise. He thought he knew the name and saw it on the statue next to his own. He asked if he said to come for stealth. The dark-haired guy said in a startled voice that they were just following his instructions. The red-haired guy frowned and asked why he had just told him everything so easily. He called him a traitor. Lee Wai-young paused for a moment, then sat down next to the red-haired guy and put his hand on his shoulder. His hand turned black, and he squeezed his shoulder hard, making it crack. The boy screamed in pain. The dialogue box says, "You changed the future and got 1 extra point." With a sinister grin, his eyes glowing red, he said that he didn't come here to joke around. Rising to his feet, Lee Wai-young repeated Choi Chul-sung's name thoughtfully. He thought that he was the head of the general guild. He asked if he was one of the people who went with him to the last dungeon. The 3 statues in Gwangwamun Square were modeled after the 3 players chosen by the Korean representatives to enter the final dungeon. He is an associate who went to close the dungeon with the main character. The main character remembered the report about the erection of their statues and thought that he could not call him a colleague because he had never met him. He thought about the fact that the one he had fought hand in hand with was now trying to steal his skills. Lee Wai-young said thoughtfully that he could understand it because that's human nature. He thought that he was not even offended by this, and he knew that the desire for personal gain is the engine of progress. He calmly opened one eye. Several black wolves appeared in front of the protagonist, and he thought that after a few werewolves died, new ones appeared. Lee Wai-young thought that the number of monsters in a dungeon is always the same, and since there are only 25 werewolves in this dungeon, new ones will appear at regular intervals to fill up the number. He figured they'd arrived on time, and he wouldn't even have to get his hands dirty clutching the net in his hand. He said that he hoped Choi Chul-soon would forgive him for killing his men. The dark-haired boy made a frightened plea to him. The main character threw a net with guys towards the running werewolves. A blonde-haired guy wearing a red sweatshirt came out of the portal with a grin. He and the other 2 guys who came out with him exclaimed in surprise when they noticed the bloody head of their comrade on the floor. Lee Wai-young thought that the limit of players in this dungeon was 5, and when those 4 died, the gate opened again, allowing new ones to enter. The main character, standing with bloodied hands, surrounded by dead werewolves, said that he had completely forgotten on the dialogue box next to him. It said that he had 93 extra points. 3 guys and a girl were standing near the portal, looking at it in surprise. They charged, swinging their green whips. Soon they were tied up and covered in a net, just like the guys before them. The main character, folding his arms on his chest, asked which of the werewolves had the stone. The guy with the blonde hair said he was the one with the white eyebrows. Lee Wai-young calmly said great. He thought that these players were different from the previous ones, and they didn't even think twice before answering. Walking on the ground littered with the bodies of humans and werewolves, he assumed that rolling on the ground in pain werewolves with broken faces and other limbs and the bodies of their comrades showed how to deal with him. He thought about the white eyebrows and sat down on the ground next to the trembling white-browed werewolf. Lee Wai-young squeezed his head with his hand and it broke with a crunch, spattering blood. Watching the main character tear apart the werewolf's body with his hands, the people from the general guild shivered in fright. Putting his hand inside the werewolf's body, he said with a disgusted look on his face that it was disgusting. The main character remembered Kim Min-soo and thought that it would be necessary to make a professional butcher out of him so as not to do it himself. He took out a purple stone from the werewolf's body. The dialogue box says, "Stealth, first level, makes the player's body transparent. The duration of the effect is proportional to the player's monostat." The green shirt guy sighed and said that it was a skill that the hero who entered the last dungeon used. The girl said that she could have sold it for a lot of money or made herself stronger as a player, but in the end it returned to its original owner. Li Young thought that if he sold it, he would have plenty of money, but he would still consume it. From the beginning of the game, the greatest power is not money, but your own power, and the most important thing is to get it. Becoming the strongest is the main character's goal. He recalled how he was bullied in the orphanage and how he stood on the battlefield while working as a mercenary. He thought that he had spent his entire life in an orphanage and on the battlefield, where there was no glimmer of hope. Looking at the purple stone in his hand, he thought that he wanted to have power that was many times greater than money. And now they were living in a world where it was possible. He thought he wanted a world like this. Holding the stone close to his mouth, Li Young said that he would rewrite history. The dialogue box says, "You changed the future and got 1 extra point." The blue dialogue box says, "The stealth skill is blocked and cannot be used, unlocks at the 10th level." The main character frowned in surprise. He thought that he was now level 6 and he needed to raise 4 more levels to use stealth. He said irritably that it was a nuisance. The blonde-haired guy asked what was wrong. Li Young replied that no matter how strong he was, this useless number didn't allow him to enjoy his strength. He thought that he needed to level up again. Looking at the dialogue box that said he had 102 extra points, he thought he would put it all into strength. The dialogue box says, "Strength 289 plus 3. He thought that he should use stealth when leaving the dungeon because there are 100 not-so-friendly guys waiting for him there who really want to get this skill. Li Young thought that 100 players from the General Guild were waiting for him to appear. He thought that even with his incredible strength, it would be difficult to defeat 100 players, and even if there was only 1 monster left in the dungeon, it would continue to summon them. The people from the guild looked at the broken-limbed werewolves falling to the ground in fright. The main character thought that since the dungeon would fall apart when he killed the last monster, he would just let it live and kill the rest. He thought that 300 units of power was a real tragedy for the poor level 5 werewolves. He punched the werewolf in the face. Li Young thought that just by moving his finger, he could break all their bones, so he had to be more careful. He thought that a 50-point dexterity might also help speed things up. He killed 3 werewolves with 3 quick strikes. The blue dialogue boxes say, "Level up, plus 3 extra points." Li Young, level 10. The stealth skill is unlocked. You changed the future and got 1 extra point. The main character Young. Surrounded by dead werewolves, he used the stealth skill and saw that his hand had become transparent. He raised 1 eyebrow. Li Young spread his hands and asked how he could use this skill if it was so weak. The blonde-haired guy replied that as the skill level increased, his clothes would also be able to become transparent. The main character asked about the skill level. The guy explained that the higher the skill level, the more powerful it is, and the higher the skill class, the stronger it becomes when you level up. He said that stealth is a rare skill, so as you level up, it becomes incredibly strong. The main character thought about the fact that the skills actually had a level next to the name. He recalled the descriptions of his skills. Placing his hands on his waist, he asked if his clothes would become transparent when stealth reached the 2nd level. A guy with blonde hair, a guy in a green shirt, and a girl with a smile answered that it was true. Li Young took off his clothes. He used the stealth skill, and the people from the guild noticed in fright that he had disappeared. He thought that these players had come here for the stealth that he had obtained in his previous life, and if they could, it would gladly take his life as well. He didn't see any reason to let them live. He thought the werewolves surrounded the guild members tied up under the net. The blonde-haired boy begged for mercy. The guy in the green jacket shouted that they had told him everything they knew. Li Young told them to shut up. The gate to the dungeon opened with a bang. People in the crowd exclaimed that the gate was open again. A man in the crowd asked if someone had died again. Another person asked who would enter next. The naked, invisible Li Young walked out of the portal. As he walked past the crowd, he noticed that it was a big sight. He noticed Kim Min-soo in the crowd. He put his hand on his shoulder and told him that he needed to level up. Kim Min-soo let out a startled cry. Glancing at the main character, he exclaimed that he used stealth. Li Young put a finger to his lips and motioned for him to be quiet. He asked if he saw a taxi nearby. Pointing his finger at him, he told him to go to him. Kim Min-soo nodded, frowning. The news article says, Li Young has appeared. He went back for the skills he had in his previous life. 8 members of the General Guild are killed by werewolves. Leon's shocking hunting method. The skulls of the werewolves are shattered. Will it be unstoppable again? All about Li Young. The werewolf dungeon was destroyed just 5 days after the game started. Leaning his face on his hand, Li Young stared at his phone with a bored look. Kim Min-soo approached him and told him to look at his phone screen. On the phone screen, there was a video from the news release. The person said that many people were curious about Li Young's appearance in the werewolf dungeon. He asked why this was happening. Another person replied that there are many reasons, but Li Young's star quality definitely plays a role. The main character asked what it was. Kim Min-soo replied that they were discussing it. The voice in the video asked what he meant by star quality. The bald man offered to take an example of what happened in a previous life. He said that right before entering the last dungeon, Li Young gave the middle finger to numerous reporters and people really liked it. He said they adore how unflappable he is, being one of the strongest players, and he just does what he wants. Laughing, he suggested that was why people were so interested in him. The girl asked if he meant to say that everyone is watching Li Young just because of his star quality. The man replied that there could be many reasons, but he thinks so. Li Young said with a smirk that this guy can speak properly. The girl said that the chairman of the Players Skills and Technology Association wants to speak out. She asked him to speak. A guy with yellow eyes and white hair said hello and introduced himself as Park Young-sik, the chairman of the Players Skills and Technology Association. He asked if today's topic was Li Young's future actions and if there was something else he could say. The girl asked if everyone agreed. Everyone else in the studio agreed. She asked him to continue. Park Young-sik closed his eyes and said that, in fact, as soon as Li Young showed up at the werewolf dungeon today, the game was already over. They asked in surprise what he meant by that. Someone told him not to talk nonsense. The main character looked at the screen in surprise. The girl smiled awkwardly and asked him to explain. The bald man frowned and asked him to avoid saying things that might confuse people. The guy with the dark hair asked if he was just saying that because no one needed it anymore. Kim Min-soo told the main character that this is the chairman of the Players Skills and Technology Association, Park Young-sik, and he is a very influential person. He said that anything he says about players or monsters will be documented and a report will be made about it, so everyone is surprised by his words. Kim Min-soo explained that as all players regressed, the importance of the Players Skills and Technology Association plummeted, and they no longer have the monopoly on information that they once had. Li Young thought about how despite the angry people around him, Park Young-sik remained serious. Park Young-sik said that they, in collaboration with the General Guild, examined the bodies of the werewolves, and they all had the same wounds in the area of the skull, which was crushed from compression. He said that the bones of werewolves are incredibly strong, and according to statistics, their skulls can only be crushed by level 40 players who have spent all their strength points. A guy with dark hair jumped up from his seat and said that a player of Li Young's level could break the bones of werewolves with good equipment. Park Young-sik replied that the highest level open dungeon at the moment is the level 14 Blue Monkey dungeon, and there are no stronger monsters right now. He said that even if he got something from them, the power of their items wouldn't be enough to shatter the skulls of the werewolves in one hit. He started to pull something out from under the table. Park Young-sik said that he also wants to believe that Li Young has the tools or equipment that can give him such an opportunity. He said that even though he had studied monsters for more than a dozen years, even he found it difficult to explain their injuries. He laid the werewolf's head on the table. The dark-haired guy asked him what he was doing, startled. The girl screamed, covering her mouth with her hands. Park Young-sik said that the most interesting thing was that Li Young just poked the werewolves with his finger. He said that he had been studying the dungeons and their inhabitants for more than 10 years, but this was the first time he had ever seen anything like this. He said it was definitely a finger mark about the size of a medium one. A guy with dark hair exclaimed that this was absurd. The bald man pointed at him and shouted that what he had just said would sow confusion in the players' minds. He told him to take responsibility for his crazy statements and give up his post. Li Young, looking at the phone screen, thought that they all have selfish goals, and those who are trying to challenge Park Young-sik are people who have power. All of these people have high positions in organizations related to players and no less high authority among players. These organizations include the Players Association, the Guild Association, companies that generate energy from dungeon items, and companies that produce items and equipment for players. He thought that if it was true that he had killed the werewolves by flicking his finger on their foreheads, the regressors' morale, dreams, and hopes would be completely destroyed. He thought that it was obvious that the profits of companies working with players in dungeons would also drop many times. Park Young-sik said the game is over. He said that in this lifetime, Lee Young would once again be one of the last dungeon's entrants and complete the game. A guy with dark hair stood up and told the audience not to despair because they still have a chance to enter the stories. The girl asked if there was a connection between the middle finger shown by Lee Young to the reporters before entering the last dungeon and killing the werewolves with the same finger. Lee Young raised an eyebrow and asked what she was talking about and how she became a host with such intelligence. He thought that no matter what he did, his actions were different from his previous life and he ended up getting extra points all the time. The only similarity between his past and present images is that they are both considered strong, and if you do not take this into account, then they are completely different. The main character thought that the most important thing right now was his level. He realized that no matter how high his stats were, they didn't make any sense with a low level. Looking ahead with his eyes glowing red, Lee Young said that he needed to pick it up as quickly as possible. He thought that he almost missed the opportunity to enter the werewolf dungeon. Couldn't activate stealth when he got it, and it was all because his level was too low and the fact that he was a level 80th player by stats didn't matter at all. He said that if he gave up, the players would turn on him like wolves for a chance to take what was his. The main character thought that just as dungeons have a level threshold, if their level isn't high enough, they won't be able to enter them, and if they can enter them, they won't be able to get skills and equipment. He thought the hunt ahead was boring and monotonous. Lee Young snapped the fingers of the black hand and thought that the easiest way to level up now was by killing werewolves. The main character punched the werewolf and thought that he did not go to the dungeon where he got stealth because there is not one dungeon in the world with this type of monster. He thought that when he first crushed the skull of a werewolf with his bare hands it was nice, but he was already getting bored. The main character and Kim Min-soo are standing in the forest. Lee Young holds a werewolf in his hand and says that he is bored and will go kill someone else. Kim Min-soo argued that this is the best place right now. Throwing the werewolf to the ground, the protagonist asked which dungeon was next. Kim Min-soo replied that the level 14 Blue Monkey dungeon was also open, so he couldn't enter it with his level. Lee Young asked if there was even a single level 14 player out there right now. He added that only 5 days have passed since the game started. Kim Min-soo said that he thinks there are no such people. The main character thought that he thought so because it is physically impossible. Even if you hunt day and night without rest, he thought that it also meant that no one could enter that dungeon. He raised his eyebrows. The main character told Kim Min-soo that he could hunt blue monkeys without entering the dungeon. He asked what he meant by that. The main character asked that, since there are no level 14 now, will the blue monkeys come out of the gate? Kim Min-soo exclaimed in surprise. He said that the Blue Ape dungeon, like the Werewolf dungeon, really appeared too early, and since there were no level 14 players in the previous life at this stage, these monsters then caused a lot of destruction. Lee Young put his hands on his waist and said that it seems that something can't be changed even after the regression. He thought that even if the players regressed and became stronger than in the previous life, they couldn't change the rules of the game. Kim Min-soo said that blue monkeys are unpleasant opponents and they are not only fast but also very smart and can learn during combat. Looking at the dialogue box that says that he has 324 extra points, the main character thought that there really are a lot of them. He said it didn't matter. Lee Young thought that his stock of extra points was equivalent to 108 levels, and now that there were no level 14 players, 108 was an unimaginable number. He thought that this was an unimaginable concept of an unimaginable world. Lee Young and Kim Min-soo entered the red portal. He thought that no matter how strong the monster was, it didn't matter at all. Lee Young thought that even the people who didn't awaken as players and therefore didn't regress knew that the blue monkeys would appear here, and that the destruction they would cause would be colossal. So there's not a soul here right now, not even any players, because even with the regression, 6 days isn't enough time to compare in terms of time. He put his hands in the pockets of his trousers and said it was a bit empty. Kim Min-soo pointed the way with a smile. He said that he had seen blue monkeys here, even if only on TV, and they should not be underestimated. He said that perhaps because their level is higher than 10th, they can use ranged attacks and learn from people and imitate them. Hearing the car horn, Kim Min-soo said that it looked like monsters were playing with cars. Lee Young asked about the fact that they were already out of the gate. He asked what he had said about their characteristics and suggested that they were annoying with their speed. Kim Min-soo said that's right. On the dialogue box in front of the main character, it was written that he has 521 additional points. He said to apply extra dexterity points, and a blue aura enveloped him. The dialogue box announced that additional points had been applied to the dexterity attribute. The next dialogue box said agility. 578 plus 3. The main character quickly ran forward. While shielding his hands from the gust of wind, Kim Min-soo exclaimed in surprise. He heard a noise. Kim Min-soo went after the main character, thinking that he was only level 3 and would die from one of their hits, and he needed to be more careful. Lee Young was hitting the blue monkeys on the ground, surrounded by dialogue boxes saying that his level had been upgraded. He picked up a few blue monkeys by the tail with a sinister grin. He hit them with his other black hand, sending them flying. Kim Min-soo exclaimed in surprise as he watched the main character easily handle the blue monkeys. The blue monkeys try to climb back into the gate, but they can't. The main character thought that just like players can't enter a dungeon, if the limit is reached, the monsters can't go back. He was grinning at the blue monkeys standing in front of the dungeon portal with the red dialogue box. He thought that even though they were monsters, he could see the fear and terror in their eyes. Lee Young thought that regardless of whether it was a human or a monster, the look of someone desperately trying to survive was always the same. Kim Min-soo asked what was going on and said that it shouldn't be like this. He thought that the blue monkeys were said to be very intelligent, so they were trying to escape. But why were the monsters that destroyed humanity now running away? Lee Young, laughing angrily, surrounded by a dialogue box saying that he had leveled up, ran to the monkeys and asked where they were going. The monkeys opened their mouths in fright. The main character thought that in order for him to enter the dungeons that will continue to appear as the game progresses, he needs to have a high level, and if his level is lower than the level of monsters in the dungeons, he will not be able to enter them and his life as a player will have to end. He thought that besides not being able to get items and skills, the difference between him and the rest of the players would grow and grow. He opened the status window. The status window read, Level 17. He smiled slightly as he looked at the status window shrouded in a blue aura. Kim Min-soo exclaimed in surprise that he was level 17. He asked him about how it had only been 6 days and he was already level 17. Lee Young was breathing heavily, his hands resting on his knees. He told him to shut up. He thought that he was completely exhausted, and it seems that the stamina unit is not enough support for such abnormal strength and agility, and this was not a problem because with each level increase, his stamina was restored and only a few monkeys had to be killed, but after the 15th level, more and more had to be killed. The main character added extra points to stamina. The dialogue box says that additional points have been applied to the stamina attribute. Lee Young stood there, wrapped in a blue aura. The dialogue box says stamina 213. He sprinted forward. Angry blue monkeys threw garbage at him. The main character covered himself from flying objects with his black hands as he got closer. He grabbed the startled monkey by the tail. He started to beat up the other monkeys with a vicious smile. He said that all those who got out were finished. Kim Min-soo expressed surprise. Lee Young dusted off his hands and asked him what had happened. He said that everyone was amazed that he killed werewolves with a flick of his finger and they should have seen the carnage. There were many dead monkeys lying around them. The main character, catching himself, swore. He thought that thanks to Kim Min-soo, he remembered that they were in the underground parking lot of an apartment building, and in other words, there were almost no blind spots for the cameras looking at the security camera. He said that everything was captured on them. Standing in front of the big red portal, Kim Min-soo said that they needed to destroy the gate. The main character asked why, because if they leave them, the monsters will continue to appear and this will be a convenient place for farming. He replied that if they did that, then monsters of a higher level would not appear on the ground. Lee Young thought that the blue monkeys were level 14 monsters and he was now closer to level 18 and it was simply not profitable to kill monkeys and he was only here because there were no higher level dungeons yet. He asked me what it meant. Kim Min-soo replied that high-level dungeons only appear after destroying low-level ones. He asked if he thought that millions of people could all stop destroying low-level dungeons together. He said it was impossible. The main character thought this was true and he knows firsthand that people have always been incredibly selfish. He asked with a smirk if this meant that the more dungeons he cleared, the harder it would be for other players. Kim Min-soo thoughtfully agreed and said that if he closed the level 14 dungeon after only 6 days of starting the game, then level 15 dungeons would start appearing in a couple of hours. He said that in his previous life, the level 14 gate wasn't reached until 29 days after the game started. Lee Young asked in surprise how he knew that. Kim Min-soo said that he didn't seem to know. On his phone screen was a website called the Kim Min-soo said that he is sure that he has played computer games before and this game also has a community that shares a lot of information. Folding his arms across his chest, the protagonist asked if he was getting his information from there. He replied that it was, and players post information about the dungeons they cleared here and the fastest clearing time is updated according to when a dungeon of the same level was closed. Kim Min-soo said that the Blue Monkey dungeon isn't the only level 14 dungeon in the world and the Green Orcs are also level 14. He said that if, for example, either of these two is cleared, then level 15 dungeons will start to appear. The main character asked that since he was the first to clear a level 14 dungeon, there was already a level 15 dungeon somewhere. Kim Min-soo replied that it was true. Lee Young asked where it was looking at the phone. He replied that it says here that it is located in Gwangju. Jeongjido, the protagonist, thoughtfully asked when the first level 15 dungeon was cleared last time. Kim Min-soo replied that it was 41 days after the start. He suddenly exclaimed. The main character asked what had happened. Kim Min-soo suggested creating an account and uploading their time, as they were the first to clear a level 14 dungeon. The main character asked what the point was. Kim Min-soo replied that this site is recognized by the World Players Association and the ranks of players are determined here. He said that the rankings on this site are determined by who cleared which dungeon first and it can be considered an official ranking table. He said that they say that, in addition to awards from their country, the top of the table gets the appropriate treatment. Lee Young thought that they probably chose the players to enter the last dungeon using the rankings from this site. Grinning thoughtfully, the main character suggested using the nickname Fearless. It didn't make much sense, he thought, and maybe he was just used to hearing it. Looking at his phone, Kim Min-soo said that he was already registering them. On the phone screen was written, Republic of Korea. The level 14 Blue Monkey dungeon has been successfully cleared January 8, 1534 ID, Fearless. People in the comments exclaimed that level 15 monsters are about to start appearing. Kim Min-soo and Lee Young stared at the phone screen. Comments appeared one after another. After the game started, buildings called gate shelters were erected. Their goal was to minimize damage to the building and population from the clutches of monsters. All the gate shelters in the country were built in the shape of a stadium with a dome. Ordinary people who didn't become players would rush there as soon as a gate appeared near their homes. The little girl asked her mother when they were going home with a smile. She asked her to be patient a little longer, and the players would soon get rid of the monsters. The girl protested that she had seen on the internet that they had cleared the gate 29 days after the game started. She said she didn't want to wait another 18 days and wanted to go home. The man on the high ground shouted that the Blue 8 gate was gone and they could pack up and go back to their homes. The guy in the green t-shirt asked what he was carrying, because it hadn't even been a week and no one could get rid of them so quickly. The guy in the blue jacket asked if it was supposed to be funny. People started throwing garbage at the man, shouting at him to get off the hill. The screen behind him lit up. There was a video of the main character fighting with blue monkeys. People in the crowd asked in surprise who it was and if it was true. Someone exclaimed that the monkeys were really dead. Someone shouted that this was a new account. On the phone screen, there was a post that the main character and Kim Min-soo made. Someone said that there was no account with the Intrepid ID in a previous life. Another person asked who it might be. Another said it didn't matter, and whoever it was, he was their hero. Kim Min-soo and the main character are walking along a city street surrounded by trees. Kim Min-soo said that in his previous life, a level 15 dungeon was cleared 41 days after the game started. Lee Young asked if it happened in Korea. Kim Min-soo replied that it happened in Japan. He said that it was the Reeded Horse dungeon in Korea also had a level 15 gate, but no one could clear it. The main character asked what kind of monster is there where they are going. Kim Min-soo said it was a giant bear. He said that he shouldn't have any problems with monsters below level 20 because they don't use abilities, and once they start, clearing the gate will take much longer. He said that if you read the games, he would see that there was a gap of 71 days between the level 19 and level 20 dungeon. Kim Min-soo asked if he felt that walking the entire 300 kilometers was a bit too much. The main character told him to just go. There were a lot of dialogue boxes behind him about how he changed the future and got 1 extra point. Lee Young said that each step is a separate decision. Clearing his throat, Kim Min-soo asked about the future changing thing. He asked me, with bright eyes, to imagine that he had dropped his pen and someone else had picked it up. He asked if it would be considered a change in the future if he didn't drop it and no one would pick it up. The main character awkwardly replied, maybe. Kim Min-soo asked if that was why he was walking. He said that the bugs that escaped from his feet, the sprouts that he trampled on, all happened because he decided to go on foot. He exclaimed that walking itself changes the future. A red truck stopped abruptly behind them. The driver, waving his fist, shouted to them that this is a road for cars. Kim Min-soo scratched his head awkwardly, then apologized and asked him to keep driving. Lee Young walked up to the driver and asked with a smile. The driver asked if he was deaf and shouted at him that it was a highway. As he drove away, he asked what they would do if they were hit. Kim Min-soo let out a sigh of relief. He was surprised to see that Lee Young had disappeared. The main character runs along with the truck and asks the driver what the problem is, if he can overtake his car. The driver exclaimed in surprise. The main character told him to control himself if he wanted to live. The driver obediently apologized. The dialogue box says, "You changed the future and got 1 extra point." The driver reflected that it had only been 9 days since the game had started, and even if a person had invested all of their agility points, they wouldn't have been able to run at the speed of a car. He decided that he was just imagining things. Lee Young thought that it would be more useful for him to continue counting like this. He thought that because of him, the dungeons opened at a different pace from his previous life, and this alone gave him the opportunity to further increase the gap between himself and other players. He thought that the memory of regressors becomes useless as soon as the future changes, and even without regressing, he is able to significantly influence this gap. Clenching a black fist in front of him, he thought about level 20 monsters. Lee Young thought that this wasn't all, and he needed to open the level 20 dungeon as soon as possible. He had heard that, in his previous life, he had used a weapon that was only available to players of level 20 and above, which meant that it had also fallen from a monster of the appropriate level, and he needed to hurry. In front of the main character is a huge bear. Growling loudly, Lee Young said that monsters will start using skills from level 20. He punched the bear in the stomach. The main character exhaled. There were 3 bears in front of him, and the main character said that he was strong. The bear hit the ground in front of it. Lee Young dodged by jumping back. He ran up the giant bear's arm, and the bear looked at him in surprise. Lee Young grabbed the bear's neck and snapped it off. The bear fell to the ground. The main character said with a grin that they were attacking one at a time, so it would take a long time to kill them all. The dialogue boxes say, "Your level has been upgraded. 3 additional points are awarded. You changed the future and got 1 extra point." The 3 bears in front of him swung their paws with a menacing growl. Under the main character's post on the games, there were comments. The first one said, "It looks like I'm not going anywhere in this life either." The second one said, "Let's just stop. It's time to start looking for part-time jobs again." The third one said, "There isn't a single player in our area who can defeat a level 16 monster, so what should we do?" Fourth, in other words, "The monsters that destroyed our homes will soon reappear." Another commenter asked why this is even legal. Kim Min-soo and Lee Young look at their phone screen. People's comments praised Fearless. Someone said it was Korean and asked if it was Lee Young or Park Moo-sundae. Another person said it was probably Lee Young because they said he killed a werewolf with a flick of his finger. Another comment read, 26430294549 Han-young Bank. Kim Chul-soo, Mr. Fearless, I love you. Kim Min-soo looked at his phone in surprise, and the protagonist asked what was wrong. He said that someone had just cleared out a level 16 dungeon. Lee Young asked who did it. Kim Min-soo replied that it was Poison Choi. The main character asked who it was, and Kim Min-soo said it was Choi Chul-sundae. The main character, remembering the statue, chuckled and said that that guy was already level 16. Kim Min-soo said that he cleared the level 16 dungeon so quickly that it seems like he was just waiting for the level 15 dungeon to be cleared. Lee Young replied that he must have learned an important skill in that dungeon in his previous life. He said with a grin that someone interesting had finally appeared. Choi Chul-sun was a player who was called the Poison King in his previous life. He was the head of Korea's largest guild, the General Guild, and right now he's living up to his reputation. The main character said that he was trying to steal his stealth and they need to be faster. He asked what weapons he had used in his previous life. Kim Min-soo replied that he didn't know its name, but it was a black dagger. He said that people joke that if all the blood spilled by Lee Young's dagger was poured on the ground, the planet would drown in it. The main character asked why they were so infantile. Clearing his throat, Kim Min-soo said that it was a level 20 item, but there was only one level 20 monster in Korea, the golden leopard. He added that it is a scary creature. Lee Young asked with a smirk how many times he needed to repeat that it didn't matter to him. Kim Min-soo agreed. Two posts appeared on the game's website, Republic of Korea. The level 17 Golem dungeon has been successfully cleared January 9, 2111. Republic of Korea. The level 18 Raging Ogre dungeon has been successfully cleared January 10, 51. Lee Young asked about the level 20 dungeon appearing right after the level 19 dungeon was cleared and where it was. Kim Min-soo, looking at his phone, replied that according to the games, the level 19 dungeon is near Gangnam Station and the level 20 dungeon is in Yeoldong Park in Bandung, Gyeonggi Province. The main character replied that it was 30 minutes without taking into account traffic jams. Kim Min-soo said that they would be lucky if it appeared in a park where there were no people. Lee Young said with a smirk that even if there were people there, they wouldn't be able to go and they could watch him get his weapons back. The main character's status window read, Lee Young, level 21. Lee Young said to invest extra points in strength. The dialogue boxes say, additional points have been applied to the strength attribute strength, 1033. Clenching his fist, he said that now he could fight with his bare hands. Kim Min-soo awkwardly replied that he could see. The dialogue box says, the player's strength stat has exceeded 1000 for the first time. You have received a new achievement, King of Power. You have received the petrification skill for an achievement. Petrification, first level, turns the opponent's body to stone for 3 seconds. The duration of the effect is proportional to the player's strength stat. The main character looked thoughtfully at the dialogue boxes. He pointed a palm wrapped in a blue aura at Kim Min-soo. The main character asked if he could move. Kim Min-soo said that wasn't the case. He asked if it was petrification and if it reached the power of 1000. The main character said that this is true and quizzically noted that he is always so surprised when he does something. Kim Min-soo replied that it was amazing because he had just received the skill that Emperor Yoon Song-wai had. Lee Young asked about the Emperor. Kim Min-soo opened something on his phone and showed him the screen with a smile. The main character thought that there was a large list of records from their past lives with the ID of the Chinese king. Yoon Song-wai is a person with the ID Chinese king nicknamed the Emperor. He was united all the players in China. The games has a separate section with dungeon sweeps from their past lives and the ID Chinese king appears in most of them, which means that he was the first player to clear them. The main character thought that in his previous life, he had cleared more dungeons than him. He asked about the fact that he used to have the skill on the phone screen. The player rating was displayed, with the Chinese king ranked first and Lee Young ranked second. Lee Young said that the dungeons he cleared in the past definitely have items and weapons that he used. Kim Min-soo enthusiastically waved his fists, admiring the value of the protagonist's strength and saying that it was much higher than top tier. Lee Young smilingly told him to go to the place where the level 20 dungeon would appear and tell him about everyone who would be there. He said that he would come as soon as he cleared the level 19 dungeon in Gangnam. Their backs were turned to each other, and Kim Min-soo replied that he would contact him immediately if he noticed anything strange. Above the head of the monster with one huge red eye is written, Allied Mole level 19. Lee Young thought that he needed to kill them for the level 20 Golden Leopard Gate to appear. If anyone else on this planet clears a level 19 dungeon, the level 20 gate will open. He thought that he could just wait at them and enter as soon as they opened, but it seems that there aren't any players in the world who can clear a level 19 dungeon yet, so it's up to him to kill the blue moles. A police officer in a bulletproof vest asked the main character to show his documents. Lee Young thought that it looked like they were trying to evacuate everyone from here. He calmly replied that he didn't have them with him. There was a loud sound, and the policeman turned around. A gray one-eyed mole jumped out of the ground with a loud squeak. The police officers ordered to open fire, and they started firing automatic weapons. The police officer shouted to main character to leave the zone because it is dangerous here. He told him that their guns were useless against them. He asked if he was a gambler. Lee Young replied that it was true. Behind the policeman, a blue-eyed mole leaped up, swinging a paw with huge claws. The main character looked at him with red eyes and used petrification. The mole froze, unable to move. He fell to the ground, and the policeman recoiled in surprise. The main character grabbed the mole by the neck with a black hand and crushed it, squeezing it hard. The dialogue box says, "You changed the future and got 1 extra point." The policeman allowed him to pass and wished him good luck. Lee Young went down the steps underground to the red portal. He thought that compared to the rest of the monsters, which were quite aggressive and stupid by nature, these ones were quite cunning. There are only 15 reeded moles in the dungeon. Standing near the portal, Li Young asked when they would get out. There were many holes in the ground in front of him. He thought they were buried in the ground and didn't look like they were going to come out. He thought that if he tried to dig them out one by one, he would waste a lot of time. The main character called up the inventory. A blue dialogue box appeared in front of him. A voice from the dialogue box said that the blue monkey's fur exudes extremely harmful fumes when burning. The voice told him to be careful because they could be fatal. Li Young thought that Kim Min-soo had talked about using the smoke from the burnt fur of blue monkeys to lure out monsters. So he saved up some wool. Kneeling down, he thought that there were 15 moles and many more burrows, and they had clearly caused quite a bit of trouble in his previous life. The mole jumped out of the ground, swinging a clawed paw. The main character blocked the punch with his black hand. He grabbed the mole's neck with his black hand and crushed it, squeezing it hard. He held out a tuft of fur to the next hole. The dialogue box says, "You changed the future and got 1 extra point." He threw the blue monkey's fur and a burning match into the hole. The dialogue box says, "You changed the future and got 1 extra point." He was standing in front of smoke-filled burrows, surrounded by dialogue boxes proclaiming that he had changed the future. Surrounded by dialogue boxes, he counted to 15. The dialogue box says, "Level increased. 3 additional points are awarded. All the monsters in the dungeon were defeated. The gate will be destroyed. Remaining time, 3 minutes." Kim Min-soo told the protagonist over the phone that he wouldn't really like it. The main character asked what had happened. Kim Min-soo said with a worried expression that there were a lot of reporters here. Li Young told him to get rid of them, and that he would come soon. Kim Min-soo said it was suspicious. He asked why no one from the guild was here and why if they knew about stealth. They didn't know about it. He said that he didn't see a single person who looked like a guild member. The main character suggested that they understand that if they come, they will not return home. The police officer said that the fearless one was Li Young. Another said it was expected. Another said that he killed all the moles in just half an hour. The main character was standing next to a police car, Yulden Park. While sitting in the car, the main character told Kim Min-soo that he told him to get rid of the reporters. Kim Min-soo apologetically replied that they weren't listening. Hanging up the phone, the main character said that he would solve everything once and for all. People in the crowd turned around when they noticed Li Young. The reporter handed him a tape recorder and asked him what he thought about players all over the world complaining about it. A female reporter with a piece of paper in her hand asked if he was deliberately trying to undermine the morale of the other players. The guy with the camera said that the whole world is undergoing terrible destruction and high-level monsters appear much faster than in the past. He asked if he felt that the responsibility lay with him. Enthusiastic fans asked if they could get his autograph and take a picture with him. Li Young stood with an eyebrow raised, surrounded by microphones. He thought the chaos was noisy and annoying. He thought that, after being a mercenary and living in the midst of exploding shells and gunfire, he had come to appreciate silence. He remembered the explosion on the battlefield. Li Young thought that he would use this opportunity to make sure that the reporters and other vermin wouldn't come within 100 meters of him. He said it was their own fault that they were so weak and they needed to try harder. The reporter asked if he really thought so. The main character answered in the affirmative. He said with a grim face that weakness is not a sin, but those who complain about their fate deserve hell. A reporter with dark red hair asked what he thought about Bovard, who entered the last dungeon as a representative of Canon, saying that Li Young is an overrated player who is strong now but will become the weakest among high-level players in the later stages of the game. Li Young asked which channel had the viewers. A guy in a yellow shirt and a girl with pink hair raised their hands, shouting what they had. The main character asked what the Canadian's name was. A reporter with dark red hair answered that his name was Bovard. The main character sighed, surrounded by camera flashes. He gave me the metal finger. Li Young said with a smile that it was for Bovard. The blue dialogue box says, Golden Leopard Dungeon, Golden Leopards, 7, maximum number of players, 2, dungeon difficulty. Li Young thought that all players needed to hunt 7 golden leopards, and the plus difficulty wasn't easy. He was standing in front of the 3 leopards, wrapped in a blue aura. The difficulty of a dungeon also shows how rare items can be obtained in it, and plus means that they are the best here. Frowning, Li Young swung his fist, which glowed with a blue light. The leopard charged at him, and the protagonist punched him in the chest. The leopard snarled angrily. The main character twitched, squeezing one eye shut. Looking at his hand, he thought that it was a sign that this would happen, and hearing the golden leopard roar, the player loses the ability to use skills for a while. The two leopards growled menacingly. He thought that he would not be able to hunt like before spreading out his hands. Lai Young said with a grin that he probably couldn't use his skills here. The leopard charged and the protagonist dodged. As he turned black, he thought that he wanted armor, and if their fangs or claws grazed him even a little, he would bleed. The leopards looked ahead in surprise. The main character hit the leopard in the face with his fist. He thought that with the armor he could block their attacks with his forearm and then kill them one at a time. Unfortunately, he didn't have any armor, he thought. Lai Young stands next to the dead leopard. Two pairs of red eyes stare back at him from the darkness behind. The crowd of leopards roared. The main character with a sinister grin beckoned them over, wrapped in a blue aura. The leopards charged. Lai Young grabbed the leopard's neck with a sinister smile. The dead leopard fell to the ground. The two leopards behind him were looking at the main character. He thought that he would make grabs. A pair of red eyes could be seen in the darkness behind him. The leopard charged, growling menacingly. Grinning, the main character called for an end to this. Behind Lai Young lies a pile of dead leopards. He walks forward. Holding the leopard's tail, dialogue boxes appeared in front of him. You have defeated the level 20 golden leopards. Reward received. He looked thoughtfully at the dialogue boxes and wondered if he would have to open them again to get what he deserved. The main character was surprised to notice a new item in his inventory. He reached into the dialogue box. The dialogue box described a dagger wrapped in a red aura. Dagger of destruction, a dagger capable of wreaking havoc on the wearer and everyone in its path. Can get the effects of the owner's skills. While holding the dagger in his hand, Lai Young touched the tip of the blade with his finger and said with a grin that it wasn't bad. The dialogue boxes say, all monsters in the dungeon are defeated. The gate will be destroyed. Remaining time, 3 minutes. The main character thought it was a strange dagger and it didn't have any stats or even any extra damage. The description is purple. He thought that he had finally obtained the weapon he had used in his previous life. Grabbing the dagger with his hand, he used the armor skill. The dagger turned black, as did his hand. The main character used stealth and the dagger became invisible as well as his body. Chuckling, Lai Young thought that he was really getting his skills. He thought that, unlike other weapons, it doesn't have stats but it can get skill effects. In other words, the stronger the main character, the stronger he is. Lai Young walked to the dungeon entrance with his hands in the pockets of his pants. He clattered out of the portal in the city, where he was met by reporters surrounding him. They said that there were rumors that he was the one behind the fearless ID in the games. They asked if it was true. Lai Young frowned. They asked if the Golden Leopard dungeon had been cleared, and if there were any weapons from his previous life in it. He thought that the reporters were once again surrounding him around the perimeter. The reporters were standing in front of him, looking at him expectantly. The main character glanced at Kim Min-soo in the crowd. He stood with his hands clasped in supplication. Lai Young thought that he had asked Kim Min-soo to get rid of them while he was in the dungeon. But again, it didn't work out. He thought it was excusable since he had neither the power nor the authority. After a pause, he wondered why they weren't there. Surrounded by reporters, the protagonist thought that there must be players here eager to get his skills and items. He thought that even the reporters were waiting for him all this time and the players weren't. He thought it annoyed him. The man with the microphone grinned. He asked him when he would get the unique God's Eye skill. A man in a blue jacket with blonde hair grinned and handed him a microphone. The main character looked at him in surprise. He thought of the Eye of God. Lai Young asked about the Eye of God. He glanced at Kim Min-soo. Kim Min-soo nodded. People asked him what his current skills were and said that a lot of people were wondering. Another voice asked him to say something. The main character stood surrounded by camera flashes. Another voice asked what his level and stats were. Lai Young replied that his level was 24 and his strength was 1033. He stood frowning, and the reporters looked at each other in surprise. The main character walked forward, and the reporters in front of him parted. He said that he had heard that now any of his actions are legal. As he left, he started talking about what would happen if someone decided to harass him again. He silently indicated with a sinister grin that he would kill them the next day. The world fell into chaos again. The headline of an article with a photo of Lai Young giving the middle finger reads, "Middle finger in response to Buzzard's provocations." Another newspaper headline reads, "Force 1033. The appearance of God." Another headline reads, "The Golden Leopard dungeon was cleared in less than 40 minutes. Does it have any peers?" Another headline reads a quote from North Korea's foreign minister, "In North Korea, there are very few players who can handle monsters. Lai Young needs to be stopped." Another headline says, "If you interfere with me, I will kill you." The article contains a photo of the main character indicating with a gesture that he will kill them and a quote, "I refuse to be interviewed. If you come to me, I'll kill you." Lai Young asked about the Eye of God. Kim Min-soo said that he doesn't know if it's actually called that, but it's a skill that he had in his previous life. The main character thoughtfully asked what he was doing. Kim Min-soo replied that it allows you to see the player's stats in inventory. Lai Young looked at him in surprise. He thought about the fact that the God's Eye was a skill that he had possessed in his previous life. Kim Min-soo held up his index finger and said that this is a unique skill that not only exists in a single instance, but also becomes much stronger when improved. The power of unique skills is not only in the fact that there are only one of them in the world, but also in the fact that when they level up, their strength increases many times. Lai Young thought that by increasing the stealth level, he could make the objects he touches invisible, and in the same way, unique skills not only increase their stats but also get new effects. Raising the level of a unique skill is sometimes called second awakening. Kim Min-soo folded his arms, closed his eyes and said that since he was the only one with the skill, only Lai Young knew about its true strength. He said that it was rumored that at the second level of the skill, he was able to detect the tiniest constriction of the opponent's pupils or learn the rhythm of their heart from a distance. He added that, given that he only ever hit players' weak spots, the eye could be even scarier. He imagined the main character standing on a mountain of corpses. Lai Young asked where he was. Kim Min-soo said he didn't know. Pulling something out of his pocket, he said it would probably help them. He showed his phone screen, which read, "Clear dungeons." He said that the chance is high, but not 100. The screen read, title, "Golden Leopard Dungeon Level 20, Location, South Korea, Player, Lai Young." The main character thought that the games is a site that stores data about all cleared dungeons, including those that he cleared in a previous life. Looking at the phone screen, the main character said that there are a lot of them. He thought that the problem was that there were so many of them, and he definitely wouldn't be able to clean up each one. Lai Young thought that all the players had regressed and one of them would definitely want to get the Eye of God. He thought that it wouldn't be just one or two people, it could be both large guilds and low-level players. Kim Min-soo said that he should understand that he was one of the strongest players in the past, and there is a lot of talk about it. The main character asked why Kim Min-soo held up his index finger and said that he felt that the rumors circulating among the players might be true. He said he was talking about Lai Young's project. The main character frowned and asked what he was saying about him again. Kim Min-soo said that the major guilds in South Korea definitely have a broad summary of every player who entered the last dungeon. He asked if he thought they knew a regression was going to happen. The main character thought that if they knew that they were regressing, then carefully collecting information about the strongest players in the world is a good solution because it is much easier to pick up skills and items before someone else gets to them. The idea that they knew about the regression was absurd, he thought. Kim Min-soo replied that he hardly knew about the regression and just wanted to kill the players. Lai Young grinned and asked about the fact that they wanted to kill the players. Kim Min-soo replied that large guilds had very detailed information about famous players, where, when, and what they received. The main character asked what the murder had to do with. Kim Min-soo replied that there was a connection. He asked if he remembered the stealth theft attempts. He said that they knew he already had armor, so they prepared nets and whips. Kim Min-soo said that now that he is stealth, they will come up with something else to minimize its effect in killing him. A lot of red eyes are looking at the main character. Kim Min-soo said that judging from the fact that they didn't succeed last time, it was logical to assume that they had a complete list of Lai Young's actions up to entering the last dungeon. He added that they are always waiting for an opportunity. The main character thought that these pieces of paper with information about his past life were now like a treasure map that would guide them through all the items and skills that he had. Kim Min-soo said with a sad face that he, like the other players, was a member of a guild in his previous life and their guild also did this. He said that in this world, skills and items are the main thing, so stealing them from others has become completely normal. The main character said that he still doesn't understand something. He asked that, assuming that he records information about all players who have items and skills that he needs, how does he know where they got them? Kim Min-soo replied that he would record the gate they had cleared. He said that back then, if they didn't have the skill in Gate 1, but they used it in Gate 2, then you can guess that it was obtained in Gate 1. Lee Young thought that players were willing to kill others for items and skills, and to make things easier for themselves, they followed up watch every move of these players. Grinning, he said he liked it. He asked about the General Guild, a large guild that has always been the best in Korea. Poison King Choi Chulsung, one of those who entered the last dungeon, is its head. First of all, since this is a large guild, they have an incredible potential for gathering information. Secondly, they had already tried to steal the main character's stealth. He thought that since they knew where the stealth stone was, there was a high chance that they knew the location of other skills and items as well. With a wistful grin, he said that he and Choi Chulsung had some sort of unspoken arrangement. He said that he thought he knew why no one was at the Golden Leopard Gate. The main character said that they were preparing for a more important skill, the Eye of God. He said that regressors have little use for items unless they are legendary. Kim Min-soo said that they can safely craft items from materials from dungeons because they have knowledge of recipes. He added that there were a lot of companies involved in manufacturing in the past life. The main character said that it seems to him that there may be two reasons for the absence of not only the General Guild but also other players at this gate. Kim Min-soo asked what those reasons were. The main character asked if it would be easier to kill him when he had already collected most of them, because collecting them all one by one is somehow a chore. He imagined a crowd of armored men with swords, daggers, and staffs. Lee Young said that if you killed him when he did, you wouldn't have to waste much time. He added that this is only if they succeed. Kim Min-soo said it was impossible. The main character agreed with a smile and said that the only reason they didn't take the dagger was because they were afraid of it and now they don't want anything to do with it. A post appeared on the game's website, Republic of Korea. The level 21 Black Orc dungeon has been successfully cleared January 11, 1231. ID Poison Choi, the main character, looking at the dialogue box, said with a grin that he was trying. He thought that players from other countries like the United States and China were also on the list at first, but starting from the 20th level, only he and Choi Chulsung were left. Lee Young said that the difference is small in his status window. It said, Level 25, Lee Young Stamina, 223 Agility, 573 plus 3 Strength, 1033 plus 3. Concentration 1 Mana, 1 extra points, 732. Achievements: Brave Novice, King of Power. Skills: Butterfly Effect, First Level, Armor, First Level. He decided to put all his points into concentration. The dialogue boxes say, additional points were successfully applied to the concentration attribute concentration, 733. The main character said with a grin that no one can be king yet. He thought that the Emperor achievement was obtained when he reached 1,000 points of a certain stat and when his strength exceeded 1,000. He received the King of Strength achievement and with it the petrification skill that the Emperor Young Song-wai had previously possessed, shrouded in a red aura. Lee Young thought that a level 334 player would have 1,000 stat points in total, and now that a level 21 dungeon had just been cleared, there simply couldn't be a player of that level. Kim Min-soo said with a smile that it was a good choice and concentration was important. The main character thought that concentration is very important in hand-to-hand combat, and he learned that if it is high, he will be able to use the rest of the characteristics even more effectively. He will be able to dodge more often and better see the weaknesses of opponents, and concentration is also useful when he can't use skills. The main character stands with his hands clasped and his eyes closed, enveloped in a blue aura. Kim Min-soo put his hands in the pockets of his shorts and asked if he needed mana. After a short pause, the main character replied that he had not finished it yet. Kim Min-soo admired that this was true because he used his skills wisely. The main character thought that the mana characteristic determines the ability to take and use mana from the streams around, and if everything is calculated correctly, then it will be enough. Lee Young only used skills when absolutely necessary, so he didn't spend much mana rubbing his neck. He said that he needed to increase his stealth level now. Kim Min-soo asked why not rush in and clean up quickly. The main character replied that they do not need to make a fuss if there is a way to avoid it. He thought that he knew that torturing hostages was much less effective in obtaining information compared to espionage and infiltration. Lee Young said with a sinister grin that once his stealth reached the second level, he would be at the General Guild headquarters. Kim Min-soo told the main character that he thought about how he always wears such unremarkable clothes. He raised his index finger with a smile and said that now that he was stronger, he should dress properly. The main character, lifting his jacket, asked what he meant. Kim Min-soo said that he needed something cool to show how strong he was. Lee Young replied with a smile that he didn't need cool clothes because he was cool himself. Kim Min-soo replied that he knew, so he thought that the clothes would make it more obvious. He looked down in frustration. Exhaling, the protagonist told him to guide him. Kim Min-soo agreed in surprise. Standing in front of the building's doors, he said that according to the rumors, this shop has the best clothes for players going to dungeons. When he got inside, he said with a smile that they sell not only ordinary clothes, but also unique items that make it easier to stand out from the crowd. In the room, 2 crossed swords hung on the wall, and there was a row of shelves with potions of various colors. Colorful potions glittered on the shelves. Armor sets glittered in the light. The main character was looking around the store while Kim Min-soo was talking enthusiastically. He showed the main character a leopard print sweatshirt and gold jewelry, and Lee Young shook his head in disapproval. The main character looks at the set of armor. The store employee asked if there was anything he could do to help them. Lee Young turned around. Kim Min-soo ran up to the store employee and said that they were looking for clothes that looked really cool. The employee twitched nervously. He agreed and told him to follow him. Kim Min-soo exclaimed in triumph as he held a box of clothes in his hands. The main character said that he looked happy and offered to go and pay. Kim Min-soo happily agreed with an awkward smile. The salesman apologized for his bluntness and bowed, asking to be allowed to give it away for free as a thank you for their visit. The main character grinned. Kim Min-soo asked if this was true. As he left, Lee Young called out to Kim Min-soo with a smirk and thought that he couldn't have imagined that his reputation was enough to get clothes for free. The main character, dressed in dark clothing with a raincoat, walks down the street with Kim Min-soo. He asked how he could improve his stealth level. Kim Min-soo replied that the main thing for leveling up any skill is the level of proficiency. The main character asked what it meant. He replied that this is understanding and skillful application of the skill. Lee Young asked if this meant that if he just kept using it, it would improve on its own. Kim Min-soo said that skills also have a point system. The main character thought about possession points. When the skill level increases, a notification from the system appears. The blue dialog box says the level of proficiency of the 10th level strength skill has been increased. If the level of proficiency increases from a certain action, then this action itself is called a proficiency point. Lee Young said thoughtfully that since others have regressed, they know in advance what actions increase their skill proficiency. He asked what he should do. Stars shine above the bright night street of the city. The blue dialog box above the dungeon portal says, Goblin in Orc Dungeon. Goblin 11 Orcs, 8. Maximum number of players for dungeon difficulty, D. There are many gates in the world with the same monsters. Even if someone cleared out one goblin in Orc Dungeon, the rest will remain. The main character and Kim Min-soo walk on the stone floor, having descended from the stairs on which the red portal is located. The main character thought that the dungeon of goblins and orcs became his field for experiments. Goblins are considered the weakest enemies in the game, and therefore many such gates are not cleared to help beginners. Lee Young thought that, apart from that, these monsters aren't even capable of scratching him, so it's a good choice for him. He noticed something ahead of him. The huge orc growled furiously. The main character thought about what action would satisfy the person who created this game. He used the stealth skill and became invisible. The orc looks around in confusion. The main character used the armor skill. Noticing that his skin had turned black and he had become visible, he realized that he couldn't use them at the same time. He thought that maybe it would be too strong. Lee Young used stealth once more and took out the dagger. He stood behind the orc, wrapped in a blue aura kicking off the ground. He leapt at the orc from behind, swinging his dagger. He plunged it into the orc's neck. The dialogue boxes say, the level of proficiency in the first level stealth skill has been increased. You changed the future and got 1 extra point. The main character is hanging in the air above an orc falling to the ground. It clattered to the floor. Lee Young asked if it was really that simple. He noticed Kim Min-soo standing next to the shivering orc on the ground. Kim Min-soo assumed that this would only be the case on the first level. The main character took out a dagger from the orc's neck. The dialogue boxes say, the level of proficiency in the first level stealth skill has been increased. You changed the future and got 1 extra point. The level of proficiency in the first level stealth skill has been increased. Stealth, second level, makes all objects that touch the player's body invisible. The duration of the effect is proportional to the player's monostat. Wrapped in a red aura, the main character said, "Done." He asked Kim Min-soo where the General Guild headquarters was. He replied that he was in Gangnam, Cheongdam district. Grinning, the protagonist noted that they were rich. The afternoon sun is shining over the high multi-story building, Gangnam district, Gyeongnam. The invisible Lee Young follows 2 people. Next to it is a row of expensive sports cars. Looking around, he thought that this must be the entrance. The blue-haired guy told the blonde-haired guy that because of Lee Young, they were left with nothing all the time. He replied that Lee Young was saving the world and told him to just pretend to participate in the guild's life and keep getting paid. Laughing, he said that if anyone had heard this, they would have been kicked out immediately. The guard greeted them. He swiped the card across the keyboard panel. The door opened and 2 guys walked in with the unseen protagonist. The blue-haired boy's eyes widened in surprise. The guard asked what had happened. The guy said he just thought he saw something. He told him that everything was fine. Lee Young thought it was close. He thought he should go. There was a sign on the wall, ground floor lobby. The second floor is a strategic block. The third floor is a conference hall. A voice over the speakers told all the officials in the building that the morning meeting would start at 9:30. He asked them to meet in the conference room. Lee Young turned around at the sound of the voice, standing thoughtfully next to the elevator. He thought that now he knew where to go. The man at the podium said that today is January 14th and the meeting is declared open. The main character, folding his arms, thought that there were a lot of people here and this is clearly not the last time he sees them. He decided to memorize as much as he could. The armored guy with brown hair told the red-haired guy that there was no chapter today because he was in a level 23 dungeon. The red-haired guy asked if he was working too hard. There was a sign in front of them. Rank. A guy with light brown hair asked if he was okay there. He added that he would definitely be tired. Another guy told him that no one could go with him, so he had to go alone. A guy with medium-length dark hair said that the day when their leader will receive the Eye of God is near. Lee Young tensed up after hearing the words about the Eye of God. The blonde-haired guy coughed and asked how the training was going. The boy with the blue eyes crossed his arms and said that they had nothing to prepare. The green hood guy agreed and said that they needed to keep an eye on Lee Young. The boy answered him, swearing that it was a name that came up at every meeting they had. The guy with the gray hair said it was because they couldn't even catch him. He asked if anyone knew where he was. This is the vice head of the General Guild, Young Handsome. He asked how they would catch him if they couldn't even find out that much. Lee Young thought with a smile that he was here. Putting the glass down on the table, Young Handsome said that they had already given him stealth and could be said to have sacrificed the dagger. He asked them if they knew what would happen if they gave him the Eye of God as well. The person on the stage said that they were currently unable to determine Lee Young's location, but they are confident that he will appear at the designated location to get the Eye of God. He asked them to control themselves. Young Handsome gritted his teeth and swore at him. He shouted that he was much stronger than in his past life. He threw the papers loudly on the table and asked what he was up to, how he became so strong, and how they could catch him without knowing. All this on the paper was a picture of the main character giving the middle finger. The title says, Strength, 1033, The Appearance of God. Young Handsome told him to look at it and asked if he thought a force of 1033 units was real. Closing his eyes and rubbing the back of his head, he said that there was no confirmation that this was true, and Lee Young definitely did it on purpose, wanting to scare off the players who were hunting him. He said that Lee Young wasn't that kind of person and he would rather they went straight for him. He told him to explain their plan in more detail. The man on the stage slammed his papers on the podium. He said it was a record of everything Lee Young did in his previous life. The man said that he obtained the Eye of God on April 17th in the level 34 Black Ogre dungeon. The main character listened with his arms folded. The man said that 4 of their players were killed in the process. He asked them to raise their hands. The guy raised his hand. He said his name was Han Wuzing, and he was killed by Lee Young in the Black Ogre dungeon. 3 people raised their hands. The girl with dark hair said her name was Lee Eugene. A guy with blonde hair slicked back said his name was Park Kwang-ho. The guy with the white hair said his name was Go Song-yoon. Lee Eugene said that there must definitely be a rare skill in the rank Black Ogre dungeon. so the headmaster sent a group of them there. She said that Li Young was already there. She said that he wasn't a famous player at that time and they ignored him. Li Eugene recalled how they passed by the main character. She said that, to be more precise, they told him to get out of here. She remembered Park Kwang-ho saying this with dislike to the main character, who gave her an indifferent look in return. She said that's when it started. Go Song-yoon said he was mad. Park Kwang-ho, trembling, said that he was afraid to even think about it. Li Eugene said that since they were there, they knew the monsters well and were sure that the Eye of God would appear there. She said that it was thanks to them that the General Guild had this information, and they also added some more details after the regression. Li Young glanced at the papers in the hands of the man behind the podium. He thought that everything was really written here, the location of the gate and even the weaknesses of the monsters. The dialogue box says, "You changed the future and got 1 extra point." The main character grinned contentedly. Choi Han-sung rested his chin on his hands and asked with a smirk what they wanted. Li Eugene frowned and said that they had heard that the head was going to go there alone. But only their group and Li Young were well known about this place. She asked me to give them a chance. The vein on her face bulged and she said that this time, they would take Li Young's life and return with the Eye of God. Choi Han-sung said with a smirk that he liked her attitude. He asked if they had a plan. She said they were going to introduce the Sutu Ogre. The guy exclaimed that he was banned by the World Association. He asked if they wanted to destroy their guild. Li Eugene said that if they didn't use Sutu, they wouldn't be able to stop Li Young and they would force the Black Ogres to kill him. Park Kwang-ho said that they would help the chapter and return with the Eye of God. Li Young sent a message on his phone and wondered if they wanted to die again. Kim Min-soo looked at the message on his phone in surprise. The main character asked him to find information about Sutu. The story continues with the narrator explaining that there's no limit to human imagination. Even in the face of monsters attempting to destroy the world, humanity pressed on studying monster materials to create technologies that could benefit mankind. Monster organs and skins, rare and never before seen on Earth, possessed exceptional properties. Some were tougher than steel, some lighter than feathers, and others burned more efficiently than coal. Crafted with precision and ingenuity, these materials sparked revolutionary advancements. However, not all progress was made for noble purposes. One such dark creation was the drug known as SA2. A series of chat messages appears. Min-soo asks, "Where did you hear about SA2? That's a dangerous drug." Yoon asks, "So how do you use it?" The sidekick responds, "It amplifies monster abilities. They gave it to a goblin, and it took down a level 20 golden leopard." Lee Wai-yoon reads the messages with a curious smile. Interesting, he types. "But why would you want to make monsters stronger?" The reply comes instantly, "It's a military weapon. The idea was to release SA2 in enemy nations, letting enhanced monsters destroy everything. It's like doping only for monsters." The explanation continues. Thanks to SA2, even players and soldiers were killed by monsters they should have easily defeated. Lee Wai-yoon smirks. "Well, that's one effective drug." Just then, someone in the room says, "The effects of SA2 last 24 hours, as you know." Startled, Wai-yoon looks up. Another man continues, "When the League reaches the gate, well, inject SA2 into the Black Ogres ahead of time." A girl adds, "That'll make the Black Ogres as strong as level 100 monsters." Once Lee Wai-yoon dies, well, retrieve his skills and items, especially the Eye of God. "That's the plan." The white-haired man nods. "Everyone here needs to stay quiet about this. If people find out we used SA2, our entire organization is finished, but the Eye of God is worth it. Our master is currently clearing a level 23 gate. You all need to level up too. The Black Ogres are level 33. We'll support you however we can." The girl sighs, "Thank you." Suddenly, a system message pops up in front of Lee Wai-yoon. "Stealth will soon deactivate due to low mana. Remaining 2 minutes." He mutters, "I thought I assigned more bonus points to mana before entering, but the warning persists." The system window shows mana, 98/bonus points, 243. Without hesitation, Wai-yoon dumps all his bonus points into mana, raising it to 341. At that moment, the girl beside him frowns. "Wait, the flow of mana just changed. Did someone activate a skill or assign points just now?" Everyone looks around. A blonde armored man grumbles, "Why would anyone use a skill during a meeting?" All eyes fall on the girl, suspicion flaring. Meanwhile, Lee Wai-yoon curses under his breath, "Damn him, about to be exposed." Right then, another blond man bursts into the room. Master has arrived. Everyone jumps to their feet. The armored blonde says, "That explains the change in mana. You must have sensed Master's overwhelming presence." But the girl still looks uncertain. The flow is too strong even for Master. The white-haired man snaps, "Enough." She quickly nods, "Yes, sir." A moment later, another white-haired man in a long coat steps in. "Glad to see everyone here," he says. Lee Hwa-yoon, still cloaked in stealth, feels the air go cold. Choi Chulsung, he's incredibly strong, he thinks, watching as Chulsung enters with a calm smile. "No need to panic," Chulsung says casually. "Let's keep this relaxed." Then the earlier white man brings up the plan again. "Master, about using SA2. Chulsung freezes. SA2, he frowns. "That's the only way to kill Lee Hwa-yoon. But his 1033 strength stat doesn't make sense." He rubs his chin, sweating still. Hwa-yoon's not a liar. But 1033 at this stage? After a tense pause, he mutters, "Everyone, leave the room for now." As the others file out, Lee Hwa-yoon passes by Chulsung unnoticed. "See you at the Black Ogre dungeon," he thinks. He spots two men ahead, a blonde and a brown-haired one. Speaking softly, his attention shifts to the documents the brown-haired man is carrying. "Those records contain vital information about me, skills, items, everything. That's what matters now." He begins tailing them silently. As they near the records archive, the brown-haired man scans his retina at the door. He doesn't even notice Lee Hwa-yoon behind him, thanks to Hwa-yoon's incredible 700+ concentration stat. Not even a whisper of sound betrays his movement. To detect him, Hwa-yoon thinks, you'd need a player with even higher concentration, and there's no one like that here. We open with Lee Hwa-yoon silently following the brown-haired man who just archived his records. Suddenly, Hwa-yoon speaks in a calm voice. "It's just the two of us now." Startled, the man spins around only to be met with darkness. Then a lighter flares to life, casting a warm glow in the dim room. Sitting calmly, flicking the flame, is Lee Hwa-yoon in the corner. The brown-haired man is tied up, clearly shaken. A system message floats above. "Warning, burning blue monkey fur emits highly toxic fumes. Risk of death is extremely high." Unbothered, Hwa-yoon flips through the documents. "They wrote this like a movie script," he mutters. Scanning the text among the files is information about the player he had previously killed. So this is what their stats looked like. Sad, in a way. He sighs and continues. "Skills, item lists, even a full monster deck. This is gold." Then the documents delve deeper into Hwa-yoon's own past and future. The report describes how, after clearing a level 245 dungeon, Hwa-yoon's body began to change. His form darkened, blurred, and began disintegrating everything he touched. It was a power beyond words. Unmistakably a legendary great skill. No other player had exhibited such strength. That form became infamous, earning him the nickname Shadow of Death. Since the world had reset, that skill now belonged to the General Guild's master of choice. That final paragraph ended the record on Lee Hwa-yoon's mysterious evolution. Standing up, he murmurs, "This is probably a copy. Where's the original?" The tied man struggles behind him. Without warning, Hwa-yoon slams his fist into a wall. Sparks erupt. The building's safety system activates. Another system message appears. "You have altered the future. Bonus points awarded." In a quiet moment beneath spraying water, Hwa-yoon reflects. After he destroyed the supercomputer holding all General Guild data, the system bombarded him with messages. The number of bonus points he received revealed just how deeply the guild had shaped the world. 1 Act 1 Destruction. 1 Shift in the future. He checks his status window. Bonus points gained, 1021. Never before had he seen such a haul. It was as if the system itself recognized the ripple effect his actions would cause. But for now, only one thing mattered. Getting stronger. The scene shifts to a shadowy cave. Hwa-yoon stands with his sidekick. A system window floats in front of him. Without hesitation, he allocates all of his newly earned bonus points to strength. "They don't even know how strong SA2 will make those monsters," he mutters. His sidekick nods. "Even so, 2000 strength? That's insane." Changing the topic, Hwa-yoon asks, "So, how much more did you learn about SA2? The boy replies, "Quite a bit, actually. Turns out, humans are terrifying." What does SA2 have to do with skills and items? They believed that if monsters became stronger, dungeon difficulty would increase, and so would the quality of loot, so they messed with the game's internal balance. They were trying to cheat the system. Wayun rubs his chin. So they wanted better drops to get them. They boosted monsters using SA2, but the system didn't acknowledge the artificial power-ups. Exactly, the boy nods. Wayun sighs. That's such a pain in the ass. His thoughts wander to the black ogres. They're going to use SA2 on them. Will they be too strong for me? We could test it out, the boy says. Glancing toward a goblin nearby, he pulls out a small container and tosses it. It hits the goblin. A thin needle injects into its skin. Almost instantly, the goblin shrieks. Its eyes glow blood red. It charges as it nears them. Wayun grabs the goblin by the head. You're faster now. Then crack, he crushes the goblin's skull effortlessly. Just then, 2 level 27 golden-toothed zombies lurch toward them. Wayun reels back. The stench nearly making him gag. Their odor was worse than rot. It made it hard to even focus as one lunges. Wayun sidesteps fast, just like the blue monkeys. He notes their iron jaws and break anything teeth, and their sheer speed and stamina. Still, he throws a punch, sending one zombie's eyeball flying. A system message pops up. You have altered the future. He frowns. Breaking their skulls didn't kill them, and their organs are useless too. Even though the zombies still moved, he was gaining bonus points. Looks like he'll need to behead them, he mutters, bracing for the next wave. As Wayun opened his system space, he activated a skill in the blink of an eye. He eliminated every last golden-toothed zombie in the dungeon. Once the carnage ended, he checked his status window and frowned. They don't even give experience anymore, he muttered. Still, he noticed 456 bonus points had been added. Not bad, he thought suddenly. A final golden-toothed zombie lunged at him from behind. He ducked and slashed backward in one fluid motion. Bringing it down, a system window popped up. All monsters in the dungeon have been eliminated. The gate will close in 3 minutes. A portal shimmered into existence before him. Another system message appeared. Skill profession butterfly effect has increased. Be advised, your actions are greatly altering the future. Wayun narrowed his eyes. So, is it because I killed everything in the dungeon or destroyed the gate? He couldn't quite understand what the system meant by altering the future. As he stepped out of the gate, he called for Minsu. Boss, you're back. Minsu greeted Wayun, still processing everything. Murmured, you still had some questions left, didn't you? Doesn't matter, the reset made them pointless. Minsu blinked, a bit thrown off. I did ask one why we were reset. Eve got 2 more left. Ask about skill proficiency next, Wayun suggested. Minsu hesitated. Feels like a waste, but fine. He turned to the system. What's the proficiency point for the skill butterfly effect? Searching, please wait, the system replied while it processed. Minsu complained, hey, I used to question you, owe me now. But before Wayun could reply, the system responded. Skill butterfly effect not found. What? Minsu gasped. You have a skill that doesn't exist in this world. He asked Wayun, like an illegal program? Or a bug? Annoyed, Wayun shushed him. Something had just appeared behind them. A special dungeon gate. Massive. Glowing, had formed. Special dungeon, engineer level 1. Max players 1, difficulty S. Minsu squinted. What the hell is that? I was about to ask you the same thing, Wayun said. Another notification appeared. You've received over 4,000 bonus points through butterfly effect. A special dungeon has opened. Wayun turned to Minsu. Ask about it. Minsu groaned. That's probably another wasted question, whether it's some god or alien behind this. The game devs are jerks. You ask something that exists, they say they don't know. But it's right in front of us, Wayun replied. We're not asking for secrets, just what this is. Gate closing in 30 seconds. Boss, it's closing soon, Minsu warned. Gates can close on their own? Wayun asked, confused. I don't know either, Minsu replied. I'm going in, Wayun said. Just ask what this gate is. Yes, boss, Minsu nodded. As Wayun entered the gate, Minsu asked the system, what is this gate? After a pause, the system finally answered, a special gate opens when a single player or a small group gains an overwhelming advantage over others. It's a balance mechanism created by the game's original code. When cleared, a powerful skill is granted. These gates exist to create opposition strong enough to counter such powerful players. Minsu's eyes widened. So, boss caused this gate to open? Correct, player Wayun has triggered this special dungeon to maintain balance. A counterforce will be created. Any player may enter, and earn the same reward. But the purpose is to challenge the imbalance. The system continued. The player responsible for triggering this gate is named Lee Wayun. To surpass him, this dungeon must be cleared. Minsu blinked. That last line, was that a threat? Another message followed. The previous question about butterfly effect could not be answered because data was patched moments ago. Minsu shouted. Then give me my question back. The system remained silent. Frustrated, Minsu threw up his hands. Fine. So to recap, a special gate appears when someone like Boss gets ridiculously strong. It's the game's way of keeping things fair, so that's the purpose of this so-called balance? To give others a chance to stand against someone strong like the Boss? Minsu scoffed. What a load of crap. He sighed, eyes still glued to the portal, which means Boss is about to get another special skill. Inside the gate, Lee Wayun stepped into a thick forest with high canopies and strange shadows. He surveyed the area. The system says the difficulty is South rank, that's basically S rank, which means there's a good chance I can earn a unique class or skill. As he moved forward cautiously, his eyes locked onto a strange sight, a goblin. But this wasn't an ordinary low-level mob. The goblin was smiling. A human, the goblin said, his voice eerily articulate. I'd been waiting for this day. Wayun froze. A talking goblin? Before he could react, the system pinged. Level 200, Special Dungeon. Label 1, Guardian. The goblin's eyes glowed red. Surprised by my level, he taunted with a wicked grin. Don't worry, it'll kill you quickly. You won't suffer. With a flick of his hand, he conjured a fireball and launched it directly at Wayun. The fireball exploded on impact, sending flames and debris flying everywhere. The goblin laughed, pleased with the destruction. Until the smoke cleared from within the inferno, Wayun stood tall, skin charred black but unscathed. The system spammed notifications. Armor level 1 proficiency increased. Armor has reached its limit. Proficiency increased. It repeated over and over. So, armor gains proficiency when it takes damage beyond its defensive capacity. Wayun muttered, eyes scanning his stats. That's when he noticed something new. Shockwave? Before he could inspect further, the goblin levitated into the air, glowing even brighter. Interesting, it said. Preparing another fireball. You're tougher than I thought. But Wayun was already moving. He activated a skill, Petrify, and in an instant the goblin dropped like a stone, slamming into the ground with a heavy bam. The monster trembled violently. What the hell? The goblin groaned. Wayun grabbed its head, his own eyes now glowing crimson. The goblin, terrified, desperately countered with a fist attack. Wayun's black duffel bag absorbed the blow amazingly. It didn't even tear. They both staggered back. The goblin coughed, still grinning. I almost died there. He clapped his hands. Suddenly, dozens of clones appeared. Now this is getting fun, the original said. The clones echoed, a strong human. This'll be a blast. One of the clones readied another fireball. Let's see how long you can last. They all launched their attacks at once. Wayun leapt into evasive maneuvers, narrowly dodging explosions near his legs. The original goblin charged with a glowing red fist. Wayun raised an arm to block and countered with a brutal punch. Shockwave activated. The resulting blast rattled the entire area. Even Wayun was shocked at the impact. One of the clones disintegrated on the spot. The goblins paused, clearly tense now. What the hell is this guy? One muttered. Wayun lunged forward, closed the gap, and obliterated another clone with a punch. You guys are really fluent in human language, he said with a grin. You even know how to say shit. As more goblins turned to flee, a system message appeared. Bonus stats, 1432. Put all of it into strength, Wayun commanded. His strength stats skyrocketed to 3,400. With that, he rocketed forward, fist clenched. As the goblins froze in fear, this can't be part of God's plan. One screamed as his punch landed. Another goblin was sent flying, vaporized upon impact. One tried to run, looking back only to see his comrade's body explode into ash. As he scanned desperately for Wayun, he suddenly felt a blade pierce his throat. Wayun had gone into stealth mode and landed the perfect kill. The system updated again. All monsters in dungeon defeated. Gate will close in 3 minutes. Another message followed. You have defeated the level 200 Special Guardian reward. Special skill granted. A new window appeared. Skill acquired. Eye of Reversal, level 1 effect. Read the memories of other players. Limit, cannot read players with higher level. Cooldown. 24 hours. Wayun's lips curled into a grin. Eye of reversal. He stood still, contemplating the implications. In the past, strong players stayed strong. They had more items, more dungeon clears, more skills, and more knowledge. Even if they reset, that knowledge kept them ahead. He clenched his fist. But with Eye of Reversal, I can bridge that gap. I can steal what they know, everything they've seen and done. A cold gleam shimmered in his eye. This is incredible. So you got another special skill? Minsu asked, raising an eyebrow. Wayun didn't respond. That's a yes. Huh? What is it? Can't you tell me? Wayun smirked. Why not just show him? It'll be easier to explain that way. He activated Eye of Reversal. The system chimed in, recalling memories of player Kim Minsu, level 7. Please select the memory you would like to view. Wayun selected one. Let's see. The moment in the supermarket, the system began playback. Now displaying memory from player Kim Minsu, level 7. Wayun watched in awe. This is like watching a 50-inch TV, he muttered. The screen had pause, rewind, and fast-forward buttons like he was watching a movie in the memory. Minsu was at a store with his father. Daddy, can I get this? Young Minsu asked, holding up a monkey wrench. His father frowned. Why would you need a monkey wrench? Put that down. Wayun skipped ahead. The scene turned grim. Minsu's father was being attacked and killed by a goblin. Minsu's expression turned from innocent curiosity to utter horror. Fast-forwarding again. Wayun watched the moment when Minsu met him. That's the guy who'll change my life, Minsu had whispered to himself. Then he spoke to Wayun directly. Please, let me come with you. You're the only one who can defeat them all. The one who'll rise above everyone else. Back in the present, Wayun smiled and muttered, so this is how you really felt. Minsu blinked, confused. What are you talking about? You told yourself that day in the supermarket that I'd be the one to kill all the monsters, to rule above all others. Minsu's jaw dropped. Wait, what skill did you get? Wayun chuckled. Let's do it. Wait, what? I said, let's make it happen. Well, kill all the monsters and rule the world. Minsu stared in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Wayun activated Eye of Reversal again and replayed his own memory, just 10 seconds ago. On the TV screen, Wayun could be seen grinning and shouting, let's do it, let's make it happen. Well, kill all the monsters and rule the world. Minsu groaned. Oh my lord. Wayun burst out laughing. He's not my lord either, he joked. Minsu frowned, clearly regretting his life choices. Please, just cut it out. Wayun kept laughing but thought to himself, now I just need to wait for level 29. Meanwhile, notifications and posts were flooding the player forums. South Korea. Level 28 dungeon cleared. Golden Tooth zombie date, January 4th, 121 p.m. Comments were pouring in. So unfair. What is this bullcrap? The final boss is level 400. Are we just supposed to wait around? Our country can't even handle level 23 monsters right now. He's a god. Wayun read through them while sitting in his room. The debate over his dungeon clearing speed was getting intense still. He had to keep uploading his clear times to the official rankings. The government and the World Player Association based everything on the game's official records. And once someone hit the top 10, they'd gain exemptions from mandatory logins, tax-free earnings, and even higher national authority than the president. But that's not what I want, Wayun thought. What I want is something only one person can get. The final dungeon, the one who clears that will have it all: wealth, fame, power to rule the world. I just need to finish this game faster than anyone else. Just then, Minsu came rushing in, waving his phone. Boss Poison. Choi Yun blinked. What's with Choi Chulsung now? Minsu showed the screen. South Korea, Poisonous Spider dungeon cleared. Level 29 date, January 14th, 3:45 p.m. Player, Poison. Choi Chulsung. Yun stared at it. What the hell? Is this supposed to be normal? No way, Minsu replied. It's not possible unless Chulsung also unlocked some crazy new ability. But one thing's for sure, he's gunning for the Eye of God. Yun narrowed his eyes. So well, meet in the Black Ogre dungeon. What do we do? Looks like we'll have to fight him. Yun handed the phone back and smirked. You don't even know what a fight is. A real fight is back and forth, give and take. The scene shifted. Level 30 dungeon. Dark horned hogs, massive beasts with electrified rhinoceros-like horns, stood before Yun. growling. He was panting, clearly worn out. If I get hit by that thing, I'm done for, he thought. But that horn, he could tell. It was valuable. Many had probably died here just trying to get it, and him running out of mana. He grimaced. Damn it, I used too much of Eye of Reversal on Minsu somewhere nearby. Minsu sneezed. Yoon quickly pulled up his stat screen and dumped all his bonus 453 points into mana. That's better, he thought, feeling energy return to him. He cracked his knuckles. Alright, let's try this again. And he charged straight at the herd of lightning-charged hogs. The dark-horned hogs snarled and rushed toward Yoon. In response, he activated his armor and grabbed one of the beasts by its electrified horn. With brute strength, he swung the hog and slammed it straight into another charging behind. Both crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Yoon blinked. Ha, the horn didn't break. A slow, wicked smile spread across his face. So this is why these guys are so damn expensive. The hogs cried out, stunned and pinned. Yoon didn't waste the opportunity. He drew his dagger and began slicing at their horns. The system flashed Dagger of Destruction, a dagger that drags both enemy and wielder toward destruction. Skills can be applied directly to the blade. He admired the weapon for a second. Now this is impressive. Yoon had applied armor reinforcement directly onto the dagger, and as he carved through the horn, the hog trembled violently. Yet despite the thrill, he muttered with disappointment, level 30. Huh? Not living up to the hype. He drove the dagger in and finished the job. System notification: you have changed the future. You have acquired Horn of the Dark-Horned Hog, a rare material that can be used to craft a legendary great item. Yoon held up the horn, grinning. Well, that'll fetch a good price. Not that I need it, my gear's already solid. System notification: all dungeon monsters defeated. The gate will close in 3 minutes. Satisfied with his haul, Yoon made his way to the exit. Later, lying on his bed with his phone in hand, he stared at the screen. Online forums were buzzing. News of someone clearing the level 30 dungeon had spread like wildfire. I don't even know how this stuff leaks so fast, he muttered, then frowned. And these idiots are seriously annoying. How many level 32 gates are open around here? Minsu replied from across the room. There are only 2 in South Korea right now. Yoon rubbed his chin. Then Choi Chulson will definitely go for one. Or, he might camp at the level 33 gate and wait for someone else to clear 32 first. Wait, are you saying you're going to level 33? Minsu gasped. Are you playing mind games now? What mind games? Yoon replied, tilting his head innocently. Minsu pointed at him. If both you and Choi Chulson go straight to 33 and no one clears 32. It's a stalemate. What then? Suddenly, both of them froze as a new system alert flashed across Minsu's screen. Dungeon notification. Level 32 dungeon cleared. Gargoyle's domain. Cleared by Poison Choi Chulson. Meanwhile, in the thick of a jungle, the gate to a hidden dungeon shimmered. Several men stood outside, each one armed and tense. One of them, gripping an SA2 cylinder, muttered, if his strength is really over 1,000, then using this drug is pointless. A girl nearby scoffed, do you really believe that nonsense? That kind of stat is just propaganda meant to scare simple-minded grunts like you. A man clad in golden armor growled. I didn't say I was scared. Shut up. Another man asked the leader, Master, do you really think SA2 will work on someone like Yoon? He supposedly kills monsters with a flick. Joey, or Poison Chulson, stood with a smug grin. Even if his strength is over 1,000, it doesn't matter. Our plan doesn't rely on fighting him. Hedon, a brown-haired man nearby, scoffed. You seriously think Lee Yoon lied about his stats? I'm not the one fighting him, am I? But if his stats are legit, if he really does have 1,000 plus strength, he might be able to fight the ogres even after they've been hit with SA2. Another man shivered. Once SA2 is injected, all monster stats get multiplied by 24 for a full day. Even if Yoon's that strong, there's no way he can handle 10 black ogres juiced up on that stuff. The brown-haired guy nodded. Exactly. Well, let the monsters kill him and then loot his corpse. Clean, easy, and bloodless. For us. Joey turned to the group. Let's move. They stepped into the dungeon. Joey held up a hand. Several ogres loomed nearby. Hold, he whispered. They all ducked behind a massive rock. Joey removed the pin on the SA2 cylinder and released the vapor into the air. The ogres snorted and roared, the drug quickly taking effect. Each monster's muscles swelled grotesquely. Their veins bulged with power. They let out guttural howls that echoed through the cave. Joey grinned widely. Yoon should be here in a few hours. Well, lie low and let the ogres do the dirty work. When SA2 wears off tomorrow, we'll collect what's left of his corpse near the portal. Yoon and Minsu stood in silence. The forest around the gate was unnervingly quiet. Yoon narrowed his eyes. Too quiet, he muttered. They've already used SA2. Just then, a system window popped up. System notification. You have changed the future bonus stat, +01 awarded. Yoon blinked but didn't react to the alert. What really caught his attention were the scattered footprints on the dirt trail in front of him. "TCH sloppy," he said, frowning. "And these guys are supposed to be Korea's #1 guild?" Minsu looked uneasy. "Boss, if the black ogres are under SA2's effect, they'll be amped for 24 hours. Shouldn't we come back later?" Yoon shook his head. "We already know what they're planning. If we act now, we might be able to turn it against them. If we wait, they'll change the plan." Opening his stat window, he dumped all his bonus points into stamina without hesitation. As he walked toward the gate, he said over his shoulder, "They're probably hiding somewhere nearby. You should vanish for now. Your face is known to the guild." Minsu nodded. "Ah, right. They'll go underground for a bit. Call me when you're done, boss." Meanwhile, a tiny cricket sat on a leaf nearby, its compound eyes glowing unnaturally. Someone was watching through it. "He's entered the gate," a voice said through a mic. "Keep the camera on the entrance. Estimated survival time, maybe 3 hours. Even if he gets out alive, he won't be in fighting condition." Inside a surveillance room, several people sat watching a feed. A man with jet black hair said, "Report to master. Lee Yoon has entered the dungeon." Pinky's subordinate responded, "Yes, sir." Another chimed in, "Everything's going according to plan." Back at the gate, Yoon rolled his eyes as he stepped in. "Why do dungeons always smell like this?" Inside, he activated stealth and crouched low. The area was dim, filled with damp stone and lingering mist, but then, he felt it. A tremor through the ground. His eyes widened. That was a vibration. The source soon revealed itself. Several massive ogres, drugged up on SA2, stomping toward his direction. Compared to them, he looked like an ant. Yoon grimaced. "They're not monsters anymore. They're walking natural disasters." One ogre's foot nearly flattened him. He barely rolled away in time. "They can sense me, even with stealth active." He realized SA2 must have enhanced their senses too before he could retreat. One of the ogres let out a roar that made the stone walls tremble. It raised its enormous axe. Yoon cursed. Guests were doing this. He activated his armor skill, the arcane plate snapping over his limbs. The ogre hurled its axe at him with blinding speed. Yoon barely dodged it, feeling the wind slice past his face. "That was irrational," he muttered. "They throw their weapons now." Narrowing his eyes at the axe-wielding brute, he said calmly, "You'll be my first." He triggered his petrify skill, stunning the ogre for a split second. That was all he needed. Dashing forward in a blur, he slashed one ogre's leg with his dagger, then spun around and buried the blade deep into the joint. The limb tore apart with a sickening crunch. "Now this feels fair," he grinned. Before he could celebrate, another ogre charged and slammed him with a club-like fist. Yoon crossed his arms and blocked, but the sheer force sent him flying. He flipped midair and landed on one knee, sliding back. "This is insane," he muttered. The ogre lunged again. Yoon jumped, narrowly dodging another wild swing. Then, shockingly, all the ogres began hurling their weapons at him in unison. Axes, clubs, and blades tore through the air. Yoon spun, slid, and vaulted over each one in a deadly dance of reflexes as the final weapon flew past him. He stopped and stared at them. "So you're really throwing everything now?" He turned around and picked up one of the ogre's axes, whistling as he examined it. Item info. Name, Ogre Cleaver. Attack power, 164. Strength bonus, +47. Requirement, level 32/strength 100. He smirked. "This will definitely work." The ogres were stunned. Seeing him wield one of their own weapons before they could move, he hurled the axe straight into one of their chests. It embedded deep with a wet crunch, and the ogre collapsed. System notification. You have changed the future. Bonus stat, +01 awarded. The others stared at him with wide, furious eyes. Yoon cracked his neck. All right then, he muttered, gripping another axe. Let's do this one at a time. All the hours were destroyed, but one still stood. Yoon smirked. Let's see who wins this fight, he declared, lunging forward, grabbing the ogre's leg. Yoon applied all his bonus points to strength, pushing his strength stat to 4,307. His grip tightened, and with a surge of power, he heard a crack. The ogre trembled in pain. But it wasn't the leg Yoon had grabbed, it was an arm. The ogre roared, swinging another arm towards Yoon, smashing the ground, but Yoon was faster. He seized the creature's leg this time and crushed it. The ogre thrashed wildly, desperately trying to hit Yoon, but fell to the ground instead. Yoon stood before the beast like a shadow of death. You can't die just yet, Yoon said coldly. If you die, the gate will close. So hang in there, Yoon calculated quickly. 9 ogres down, one barely holding on. His gaze narrowed. I still don't know which of them has the eye of God. His mind raced. I need to contact Choi Chulsung and the general girl stepping out of the dungeon gate. Yoon hurled the ogre's head onto the ground before a hidden spy camera. Are you watching? He called out. The plan wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. Hurry up. Your plan failed. I'll be waiting inside. He turned and re-entered the dungeon. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit lab, figures watched the feed. Faces tensed. Whispers filled the room. One of the leaders spoke. We need to report this. Split the screen. We need to contact Master, another commanded. The screen split, and soon the image of Choi Chulsung appeared. What's the matter? Choi Chulsung asked, a calm but sharp tone in his voice. Master, the worst-case scenario, the leader reported. Lee Wai-yoon threw the ogre's head outside the dungeon. Choi's expression darkened slightly. So he severed their heads and tossed them out? Yes, exactly. Choi clenched his fist. And the poison? The one meant to kill him? Still in production, came the hesitant reply. Listen carefully, Choi announced, his voice a cold blade. Everyone in the control room can hear me, right? From this moment, anyone who proves useless will die. New orders: create an enhancer that can pierce Lee Wai-yoon's armor within 3 hours. A chorus of voices shouted, Yes, sir. In his private office, Choi leaned back, staring at a syringe filled with a dark liquid. He muttered, I need a damn poison that can kill Lee Wai-yoon. And I need it now. Choi's power came from a unique skill, poison mastery. In the past, he rapidly gained strength using future technology and enhancers while Lee Wai-yoon cleared the gates. His title, the Poison King, was not just a name. He could generate lethal poison from his body. But his current problem was clear. He hadn't yet found a poison strong enough to breach Lee Wai-yoon's armor. Wiping his hand, he turned to his subordinates. You're heading out. They hesitated for a moment, but, Sir, we can't let him take the eye of God, Choi snapped. The one in golden armor stepped forward. But how do we stop him? You have 2 hours. Choi stated. If any of you are captured, kill yourselves. Do not let him extract information. If you succeed, I will ensure you are remembered as heroes. Back in the dungeon, Lee Wai-yoon stood among a sea of ogre corpses. More ogres materialized before him. He chuckled. Cute, he muttered. One ogre lunged, its massive fist crashing down. But Wai-yoon dodged with ease. If I kill them, they respawn. This is starting to feel like a chore. He struck one lightly. But even that killed the creature. It's hard to control my strength. He thought maybe I should just ignore them. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before him. Maximum number of players has entered the dungeon. Wai-yoon's eyes sharpened. They're here. 4 figures entered the dungeon. Choi Chulsung's elite underlings. Lee Wai-yoon stood calmly as the 4 underlings of Choi Chulsung entered the dungeon. His eyes were cold, a faint, dangerous smile playing at his lips. Well, that was quick, he remarked. His gaze shifted to the bodies of fallen ogres scattered around. But I see you've already lost your nerve. The golden armored one gritted his teeth. It's just 2 hours. After that, Master will come. Hell, kill you with the new poison. 2 hours? Wai-yoon's voice was tinged with amusement. A crimson aura began to radiate from him, growing more intense with each breath. You really walked in here this ill-equipped? The armored one's eyes widened. There's definitely something wrong. How can that bastard not have a single scratch? Beside him, a young woman's face went pale. I can't. His glare alone, I can't take it. Panic seized her, and she turned, bolting towards the dungeon gate in an instant. Wayun's figure blurred, he reappeared before her, his hand gripping her throat. Running? That's rude, he whispered with a single, fluid motion. He snapped her neck. The remaining three stood frozen in shock. What? It's more humane this way, Wayun said calmly, letting her lifeless body fall. His gaze returned to the others. Are you three going to put up a better fight? The golden armored one's hands trembled, but he steadied himself. We can hold him off, we just have to survive 2 hours, then we'll be heroes. His voice tried to be strong, but the fear was clear. They activated their system spaces, weapons appearing in their hands, but Wayun's mocking smile didn't waver. Heroes? That's rich in a heartbeat. He lunged, his former crimson blur. The next thing they knew, 2 of them lay broken on the ground, their bodies twisted and motionless. But Wayun calmly raised his hand and activated Eye of Reversal as he invoked the skill. Poison Enhancer, interesting, Yun said, noticing something on his screen. That drink Choi Chulsung consumes is poisoned. His eyes narrowed as he observed further. Back in the spider nest, Minsu took a few steps back, realizing something. He's using an enhancer from the poison spider. It can kill someone in seconds. Picking it up, he muttered, I'll see for myself. Watching this, Wayun questioned, what exactly are these enhancers? Still holding the armored man's throat, he added, you know what happens if I apply just a little more pressure, right? Trembling, the man finally broke. It's a liquid. It alters our master's poison based on each monster. Now it makes sense, Yun said. An enhancer that transforms poison limitations into a lethal weapon. Impressive. Then, Wayun focused again. Let's see more. He watched another memory, Choi Chulsung yelling, when will the armor-piercing enhancer be ready? We're working on it, someone in the poison lab responded. Too slow. Another voice snapped. Even Yun was a little stunned, but couldn't help smiling. An enhancer that can pierce my armor, interesting. The golden armor soldier looked horrified. So Choi Chulsung's poison can't melt your armor? Yun nodded. Let's see if you know the location of the Eye of God from your past life. You understand what I'm asking, right? The armored man growled, you're just a low-tier trash. Why should I cooperate? Yun replied, this dungeon belongs to the General Guild, the man warned. Be nice and we might let you live. Yun was momentarily silent. He observed the memory, seeing himself attack others while alternating between stealth and armor. There's nothing about the Eye of God, he thought. Maybe it's time to test this technique. Where is Choi Chulsung? He asked. Why isn't he with you? The armored man cried, please, spare me. There's no way you tell me willingly, Yun said coldly, before snapping his neck. Now it's time to extract Choi Chulsung's memories. Meanwhile, some ogres stirred and lifted corpses off the ground. Yun observed the scene. At least they won't trouble me anymore, he muttered. While scavenging through the bodies, Yun suddenly felt something. What was that? He said, reaching inside the ogre's corpse. His eyes widened. It was the Eye of God. The artifact's description appeared. Allows the user to view the status and inventory of any player or monster, provided the user's level is higher. It will guide you through the darkness of the void. Yun smiled. The darkness of the void. Now it's time to give Choi Chulsung a proper farewell. Elsewhere, people gathered around a viewing screen watching Yun. They were speechless. There's nothing to analyze, one said. That man's power is already beyond comprehension. It was expected, said a blue-haired observer. Expected? You knew this would happen? Why didn't you say anything? A brown-haired man snapped. There's seriously a player capable of killing monsters administered with SA2. The blue-haired man replied, we suspected he wouldn't go down that easily. Even with SA2, they're still just monsters. The brown-haired underling stared nervously at the still open gate. It's not over yet. The black ogre gate is still open, he muttered. Beside him, the blue-haired guy frowned. I wonder why is it still open? The brown-haired one hesitated, confusion clouding his expression. But the blue-haired man's face twisted with realization. He's waiting. That bastard is waiting for his prey. He isn't satisfied with just the Eye of God. Wait, don't tell me. The brown-haired guy's voice trembled. Master is his prey. Suddenly, A loud noise startled them. Both their heads snapped towards the gate as it swung open. Choi Chul-sung stepped out, his face a mask of anger and impatience. Damn it, it's been 3 hours now, where is the enhancer? One of his underlings rushed forward. I'm sorry, sir, but we must retreat? Choi's voice was sharp. Another underling quickly explained. The development stage is complete, but the final product won't be ready for 3 days. Choi's glare intensified. 3 days? If he takes the unique class skill from the level 51 golem gate, we will never be able to defeat him. The blue-haired guy's face was pale with fear. We will stake our lives on it. Choi leaned closer, his voice low and dangerous. Are you certain I can take his head in 3 days? Yes, master, we are certain, the underling stammered. But tension gripped the room. Choi's gaze settled on the blue-haired man. 3 days? He whispered. His hand shot out, gripping the man's head. And I said I'd kill anyone who proved useless. Black veins spread from his fingers as he injected his lethal poison. The blue-haired man gasped, his skin turning a sickly green as he coughed blood. Moments later, his lifeless body slumped to the ground. The remaining underlings froze, terror gripping them. The brown-haired man trembled, sweat dripping down his face. Choi's voice was ice-cold. Double the security around the laboratory creating the poison enhancer. Make sure Lee Woyun stays in that dungeon. If he reaches the level 51 golem gate, it's over. He clenched his fist. We will kill him and steal everything he has and will have. Inside the dungeon, Lee Woyun stood among the corpses of ogres, their bodies strewn across the dark, blood-stained ground. His expression was calm but thoughtful. So, Choi Chul-sung isn't coming, he murmured. I guess the enhancer isn't ready. His gaze turned calculating. One way to end this would be to attack the General Guild's headquarters. Wipe them all out, but that would take time and effort. Not to mention, it wouldn't benefit me in the long run. He smirked. No, it's more efficient to kill Choi Chul-sung directly. Then use his guild's vast influence to my advantage. Woyun rubbed his chin, thinking from Choi's perspective. If Choi wants to avoid facing me, his next target would be the Silver Armor Dungeon, a rare class. But more than that, the unique class skill and items I have are his real goals. He wants to stop me from regaining my power. He leaned against a rock, considering. He's probably developing a poison enhancer capable of killing me. But my next move is clear, I need to ensure he never completes it. Without another word, Woyun walked towards the dungeon gate. As he stepped out, his figure shimmered, vanishing into stealth mode. They're probably watching for me even now. Outside, Minsu stood in front of a parked car, his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, Woyun appeared beside him. Minsu jumped, spinning around. Master, you startled me. The factory making the enhancer, it's in Payu, right? Woyun asked. Minsu nodded. Yep, I figured it out by tracking the vehicles under the General Guild. It's in Gwangju, Payu. Woyun's eyes narrowed, and he activated the Eye of God. Minsu's status window appeared, revealing his abilities. Woyun studied it thoughtfully. Something wrong? Minsu asked, a bit nervous. You should be careful, Woyun said. At this point, just breathing the same air as me might get you killed. Wait, what do you mean by? Minsu began, but Woyun ruffled his hair, smiling slightly. You need to get stronger, he muttered. Minsu's face lit up. I knew it. I knew boss would get the Eye of God, but to actually see it. Woyun's smile faded slightly. Remember, I am the one destined to stand above all others. Minsu blushed, embarrassed. Stop it, boss. Anyway, where exactly in Payu is that factory? Woyun asked. I can take you there now. I even got a car for us, Minsu said proudly. When did you buy a car? Woyun raised an eyebrow. When you were still in the dungeon. I used the money we got from selling the ogre horns. Minsu grinned. Let's go, master. As the car sped down the road, Woyun checked his status window. A small notification caught his attention. Bonus points, 2053 over 2000 points, that's new. Woyun thought for a moment before allocating all of them into concentration. His stat rose to 2786. It's simple. Concentration directly enhances my Eye of God. With higher concentration, I can see an opponent's stats, skills, and weaknesses with greater clarity. Another notification appeared. Achievement unlocked, King of Concentration. Woyun's lips curled into a smirk. King of Concentration. Huh? Fitting. Lee Woyun stood in front of a building, resting one hand on his car. He called Minsu and then activated his ability Paralyze Level 1. This rare skill could only be used by players who had accumulated 1,000 concentration points. When used, it disabled one of the opponent's senses for 5 seconds, but only if the caster's level exceeded the target's. A system prompt appeared, asking Woyun which of Minsu's senses he wanted to paralyze. He chose vision. Minsu flinched in confusion. But before he could respond, Woyun ordered him to stay put. Without hesitation, Woyun gathered energy into his fist and smashed through the wall beside him with such force that the entire building trembled. Inside, people in white coats, clearly a lab, were thrown into panic. At first, they thought it was an earthquake. But then one of them noticed something through the dust. "Wait, look," he gasped. Glass shattered around them as Lee Woyun stepped forward through the debris. "Tell Choi Chulson to come out," Woyun demanded. One of the lab members stammered. "He's not here." Woyun simply nodded, then drove his fist into a nearby pillar, cracking it down the middle. The lab workers froze in shock, and then chaos broke loose. "Stop him, somebody stop him," they screamed as Woyun rampaged through the building. Cries of "Run for your lives" and "That guy's insane" echoed even outside where Minsu stood. He looked up, horrified. "Is this really happening again?" he whispered. Amidst the chaos, Woyun noticed a CCTV camera. He walked over, picked it up, and stared into the lens. "Oh, you're watching, aren't you?" he said coldly. "Your precious enhancers are about to go down the drain. This is the last pillar. Once it's gone, you're finished." Then he paused, smirking. "But I'm willing to make a trade. I want something from you too." And with that, he crushed the camera in his hand and turned toward the final pillar. The moment he walked away, the building collapsed behind him. He calmly dusted off his coat and kept moving forward. Later, Woyun sat on the ruins of the building. In front of him stood Choi Chulsung, burning with fury. Woyun activated Eye of God and pulled up Chulsung's status window. Level 47 achievement, Poison King skill, Poison Level 2. The system explained that this skill released a deadly toxin from the user's body, with an 80 chance of killing the afflicted. Woyun chuckled, his expression taunting. "That's a pretty dangerous skill." Chulsung was livid. "You coward," he shouted. Woyun laughed. "Coward? Who's the one that snuck into the Black Over dungeon and used SA2? He stood up. "If I wasn't this strong, I'd have died long ago." "You talk like you know who's weak. But do you know who really decides who the coward is in this world?" Chulsung snapped. "Shut your mouth." Poison burst from his hands, but Woyun was unfazed. He raised one hand and instantly destroyed the incoming poison ball. Chulsung stared, stunned. In the blink of an eye, Woyun closed the distance and appeared right in front of him. Chulsung recoiled, but before he could react, Woyun grabbed him by the neck. Poison oozed from Chulsung's skin, attempting to melt Woyun's hand, but it had no effect. The poison dripped to the ground, disintegrating everything it touched. "If you had poison strong enough to melt my armor, then maybe you'd be dangerous," Woyun said with a mocking smile. He activated Eye of Reversal. Chulsung began trembling violently. Through the skill, Woyun scanned Chulsung's memories, extracting useful information about his abilities, equipment, and most importantly, his final trump card. He focused on a particular memory and played it back. In the vision, Chulsung was laughing maniacally. "May I call you?" he began, before catching himself. "Just stay still." Suddenly, he conjured poison in his hand and launched it at Minsu, who was standing in front of a car. Minsu's eyes widened in terror as the poison raced toward him. The attack struck him dead on. Watching the memory unfold, Woyun's face twisted in horror. "Minsu, I told you to stay away," he shouted, his voice breaking. Blinded by rage, Woyun conjured a massive surge of power into his fist and with a single punch, obliterated Chulsung's head in one devastating blow. As Choi Chulsung's body hit the ground, the system window flashed, "You have changed the future." Bonus point +1. Without wasting a second, Lee Woyun reached into the system interface and retrieved a glowing crystal. He sprinted toward Minsu, who was writhing in pain, calling out weakly, "Boss." His body was covered in burning purple veins, choice poison eating away at him. Woyun knelt beside him and quickly placed the crystal into Minsu's mouth. A reaction occurred instantly. The poison began to fade. Woyun let out a small sigh of relief. As he watched the crystal work, he thought to himself, "So this is why choice poison never affected his own body. It makes sense now." Minsu, still in pain but recovering, looked up and asked, "Why didn't you keep your distance, boss?" Woyun replied calmly, "You're cured now. That poison choice skill, it's yours." With tears in his eyes, Minsu managed to smile. "Thank you, boss." "No need to thank me," Woyun said, brushing it off. "Just treat me like the guy who saved your life." Then, with a smirk, he added, "Now gear up." Gates 51, 57, and 61 were clearing. "Those next. We need better equipment." Minsu nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, sir." That day, the legendary Choi Chulsung, the ruler of Korea's underground world, died in battle. By the next day, the media exploded with headlines. "Death of the century, Underground King Choi is dead." General Guild confirms Choi's death, who defeated Korea's most notorious criminal. In a quiet room, Woyun reclined on a sofa, scrolling through the articles. Minsu sat beside him. "Should we report this?" Minsu asked. "Everyone sees the one who killed Choi as a hero. If we reveal it was you, you could be a hero again." Woyun shook his head. "Drop it. Players who bask in the spotlight always meet tragic ends. In a free-for-all arena, staying anonymous is the smartest move." He leaned forward and added, "There are still players out there like Choi, players who might have access to future tech. If someone gets their hands on a poison enhancer like Choi had, I could lose everything." Minsu wiped the sweat from his brow. "That's true," Woyun continued, thinking to himself. "Once all of this ends, I'll build a monument, a proper one. It'll have every achievement engraved on it, a place like Sirak Mountain Cliff. That would be perfect." He opened the game forum. One of the top posts read, "Where did the Poison King's poison go?" He smirked. If Choi had died publicly, people would be after his gear more than his corpse. He closed his eyes, muttering, "That's how this world works." Then, turning to Minsu, he said, "Our next target is the level 51 silver armor dungeon. It's said to contain a unique class skill." Minsu immediately saluted. "Yes, sir." "I don't know the exact nature of the skill," Woyun admitted, "but according to the records, it's a big one. Its name, Assassin, and from all the gates mentioned in Yoon's records, the level 51 gate is the one closest to our level right now." He reflected silently. "Following my past steps, one by one, it's the fastest and quietest way forward." A system window popped up again. "You have changed the future. Bonus point, class 1 +1. He smiled slightly. "These bonus points keep stacking with everything I do." The intel he acquired from the General Guild now felt like a main quest just for him. "I'm the only one who didn't reset. I can pick up whatever I need now. From here, my growth will only speed up." As he glanced at Minsu, who was casually playing on his phone, Woyun thought, Minsu was just an intel guy before, but now he can actually fight beside me with that poison skill. His gaze shifted to the handbag Choi used to carry. It was filled with different types of poison enhancers. The system began identifying them. Blue Pheasant, level 34 poison enhancer. Giant ETI, level 35 poison enhancer. Looking at the containers, he sighed. If I hadn't destroyed the poison enhancer factory, Minsu could have hunted more efficiently. But still, it was the right move. Then he turned toward Minsu. "Hey, Minsu, what do you want your nickname to be?" "Huh?" Minsu blinked. "You mean the nickname I'll use in the game?" "Yeah," Woyun said with a grin. "Not that nicknames matter, but how about henchman number 1? Minsu laughed awkwardly seriously. Minsu thought for a moment and then said with a grin, "Eve got an idea. I wasn't a famous player in the past, so I want a new identity. From now on, call me Joker Kim." He laughed at his own declaration. Woyun chuckled. "Oh, I see." With a proud smile, Minsu raised his hand and shouted, "A player who came out of nowhere, Joker." Woyun smiled back, teasing. Sounds like you're aiming to challenge me once you get stronger. Minsu looked alarmed and waved his hands. No, not in a million years, boss. The two playfully bickered while lounging on the sofa, sharing a rare moment of lightness. Then Woyun got serious. Alright, to clear the next gate, you'll need to hit level 34 first. Minsu saluted playfully. You got it, boss. From that moment, they started clearing dungeons one after another. Level 34, cleared by Joker Kim. Level 35, by Fearless. Level 36, again Joker Kim. Level 37, Fearless. Slowly, the name Joker began appearing frequently across the game forums. People started taking notice. Some speculated, is he one of Woyun's allies? Others scoffed. Why would the great loner Lee Woyun have an ally? It's probably just some random thug. Still, another player replied, no way a thug could solo clear dungeons of that level. Meanwhile, Woyun was reading all these comments on his phone. He casually dialed a number. Want to take a break? He asked. Mince's voice answered, laughing. Ha, are you tired, boss? These enhancers Choi used, they're insane. How so? Woyun asked. The monsters are just melting away from my poison, Minsu replied. I'm already pushing close to the level 38 gate. Let's take a break after this run? Woyun nodded. Yeah, but remember, your body is still too weak for that kind of power. Don't worry about me, Boss Minsu said with a grin. I'm Joker Kim. Remember? Don't get cocky, Woyun warned with a smirk. Call me once you clear it. Yes, sir. Minsu replied enthusiastically as the call ended. Woyun leaned against a tree and exhaled. It's already been a month since everyone reset, and I haven't rested once. He opened his status window. Strength, 4031, concentration, 2516. Mana, 453 bonus points, 2453. Which king should I become next? He wondered. Then he commanded the system apply all bonus points to agility. The system responded, all bonus points apply to agility. Agility, 3026. Another message appeared. Achievement unlocked. King of Agility. New skill acquired. Gravity control. Woyun looked at the new skill with interest. Gravity control allows manipulation of gravity in a 3-second area. Gravity strength scales with agility. Range scales with mana. He smiled. Gravity, huh? Looking around, he realized no one was nearby. Might as well test it. He activated the skill. The system asked him to input a gravity weight for the selected zone. He thought for a moment, then inputted 100 tons. Error, beyond skill capacity. He lowered it to 2 tons. The skill activated. The land around the targeted area began to sink slightly. He watched with fascination. So, this is what 2 tons of pressure feels like. A grin spread across his face. Is this what it feels like to be a god? Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Your actions are greatly affecting the future. He frowned. A butterfly effect? Before he could ponder more, his phone rang and vibrated violently. He answered. What's up, Minsu? Minsu's voice was strained and panicked. It's an emergency. Please come now. What do you mean by emergency? Woyun asked sharply. Be specific. There's a level 100 leak in here, Minsu shouted. Woyun's eyes widened. What? On the other end, Minsu was running desperately. Behind him, a leak uncovered in blood-red aura was chasing him, its eyes glowing with malice. Minsu screamed. Boss, it's the call. Cut off. Woyun froze for a moment. Then, thinking back to the system's earlier message, it all clicked. So that's what it meant. The future Eve kept changing is finally catching up. With a burst of force, he launched forward into a sprint, dashing faster than ever. This is the start of the real storm. As Woyun reached the portal, he spotted Minsu lying just outside it, bruised and groaning. Woyun sprinted to his side. Minsu, he shouted. Minsu looked up, eyes watery, and said weakly, Boss, you're not even gonna ask if I'm okay? Woyun knelt down beside him. What happened in there? Minsu, trembling, pointed at the gate. There's a level 100 monster in there. This doesn't make any sense. How are those damn wolves inside a level 38 dungeon? Woyun's eyes narrowed. What happened to your arm? Minsu looked at his shredded sleeve and bleeding arm. I dodged the thing's attack. This is from the wind of that swing, boss. The wind. Tears welled in his eyes. What do we do? If this is a level 100 dungeon, does that mean it has level 100 items? Then he burst into sobs. Wait, forget the item. Boss, we're gonna die. But Weiyun stayed calm. He thought, it is important to me. He stood. Stay here, boss. Wait, Minsu pleaded. But Weiyun had already stepped into the portal. Inside, he was greeted by the hiss of snakes. Fire serpents, these are level 38 monsters. So where's the Likin? One serpent lunged at him. Calmly, he swung his leg, knocking it aside, then grabbed another by the neck and twisted it. He used the serpent's body like a whip, taking out the rest in seconds. Still, no sign of the Likin. Did Minsu panic and lie? Then he heard it. A low growl that sent chills down his spine. Drool dripped from the jaws of a towering Likin, now standing upright, glaring at him with a gleaming sword in hand. Weiyun activated Eye of God. The system displayed monster, Likin, level 100. Spawn due to special skill butterfly effect. So he was telling the truth. This is the altered future in motion. The Likin snarled and raised its sword, charged with electricity. With a thunderous roar, it swung down. Weiyun, already moving, dodged with ease. You little, he muttered and flung the dead serpent like a whip. It smacked the Likin's face, but the beast barely flinched. TCH, that didn't do much. He tossed the snake's corpse aside. The Likin raised its sword again. Weiyun activated Execute. As the slash came, he sidestepped, appeared in front of the beast, and flicked its forehead. Crack! The Likin flew backward and smashed into the ground, creating a crater. In the blink of an eye, Weiyun appeared before it again. This time, he threw a punch that rocked the beast's jaw, making it cough blood. He didn't stop. Blow after blow rained down on the Likin's skull. System notifications began to appear mid-fight. You have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have leveled up. Weiyun finally stopped when the monster stopped moving. He stood over it, panting lightly. That was surprisingly easy. He glanced at his status window. Current level 62. Then, something gleamed beside him. The Likin's broadsword. Pulsed with mana, deadly and regal. Item, Likin's broadsword, 80k plus 571. Unlock at level 100. As he reached out, the sword was auto-sent to his inventory. He opened the tab, frustrated. Damn this level restriction system, he muttered, then pulled out his dagger and began slicing open the Likin's body, searching for more loot. Nothing. He stood up. A system message appeared. All monsters in the dungeon have been defeated. The gate will close in 3 minutes. But Weiyun knew the real problem. This Likin wasn't alone. The next day, global media exploded. Likin invasion reported in New York and Tokyo. World Player Association declares global emergency. President summons Shrank players. World on edge. Players argued in forums. This situation doesn't make any sense. Where did these monsters come from? How did Likin class bosses get out into the world? Weiyun sat quietly, watching the chaos unfold on his screen. Well, this is one hell of a situation, he murmured. Minsu, standing nearby, looked puzzled. Boss, what do you mean this is all because of you? Li Weiyun replied calmly. This is what the system meant when it said the future had changed. Everything Eve done until now, those choices are what caused the Likins to appear. Minsu's eyes widened in alarm. Wait, seriously? Then what do we do now? I mean, you're the only one who can kill those Likins, boss. Weiyun placed a hand on his forehead, visibly annoyed. This is such a pain. I never meant to bring the world to the brink of collapse. He opened his phone, expression serious. The only upside is that the next level gate hasn't opened yet. He scrolled through the screen, murmuring, the absolute rule of this game is that the next gate only activates once the strongest monster on Earth dies. So even though we cleared the level 38 dungeon because the level 100 Likins weren't defeated, it means the gate's technically still incomplete. Minsu, eyes wide, nodded. Right, so that's actually a good thing, huh? Weiyun gave him a look. Why would that be good? Because those wolf monsters are still alive, our entire plan to collect skills and rare items is stalled. Minsu hesitated, then said, yeah, I guess you're right. Never mind. Boss Weiyun stuffed his phone in his pocket. Let's go to the airport. Well, hit the nearest Likin site first. Minsu blinked. Airport? You mean to kill Likins? Weiyun nodded. Yes, we're going to Japan. At the airport, a staff member shook his head. I'm sorry, but all flights to Japan have been cancelled due to the sudden Likin invasion. Both Weiyun and Minsu, wearing masks, stood in front of him. Minsu muttered. Eve heard this exact excuse at every single counter here. The employee leaned forward, frustrated. Everyone's trying to flee Japan. You two are seriously trying to go there? Please leave, this isn't a game. Even the president can't lift this ban. You really don't understand what a Likin is. Do you? You'll be walking to your deaths. Minsu looked at Weiyun. Boss, come on, just show them who you are already. This has gone on long enough. Weiyun sighed. I wore the mask because I thought this place would be crowded, but it's empty. He calmly removed his mask. Instantly, gasps echoed across the terminal. Lu Weiyun, the employees exclaimed. Without hesitation, Weiyun said, I need to go to Japan. There are Likins there that I need to kill. The staff member hesitated. Even so, Mr. Lee, Weiyun cut him off by opening his inventory. He pulled out the massive broadsword he had obtained from the Likin. The moment it hit the ground, the entire floor cracked under the weight. The staff backed away in awe. That's a Likin weapon. They understood right away. Without another word, the World Player Association arranged for a private jet, with Japan's government quickly granting emergency clearance. In no time, Weiyun and Minsu boarded a luxury flight, thanks to international cooperation. But their flight wasn't entirely peaceful. Another passenger had joined them, Mina, the composed and sharp leader of the crisis management team under the World Player Association. Currently, she was also acting as the interpreter for the Japanese Prime Minister. First of all, she began flipping through documents. Likins possess incredible defense. An average player can't even leave a scratch on them. Before she could finish, Weiyun cut her off. It's fine, I'm going to test them directly. Just leave those files, I'll read them later. Mina blinked in surprise. Mr. Lee, I'm doing this for your safety and for the sake of humanity. You're not taking this seriously at all. Her words, meant to be professional, now had a tinge of frustration. I've dealt with enough elite players to know how arrogant they can be. But at least they pretended to listen. Weiyun rubbed his temples. Miss Mina, I won't repeat myself, I'm tired, please leave me alone. Mina was stunned, her face flushed with disbelief and embarrassment. What did you say? She stammered, trembling with anger. This is the first time any man has dared ignore me like this. Not a single famous player has treated me with such indifference. She turned away, biting her lip, and muttered, Aren't you being too nonchalant? Right now, hundreds of Japanese players are risking their lives just to hold the Lakins back. But Weiyun didn't respond, he simply leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes, already planning how to end the Lakin threat. Hearing everything, Weiyun remained silent, not uttering a word. Nami suddenly recalled what someone once told her. He won't bite if you don't poke him. Just don't get on Lee Weigan's nerves. She remembered the branch director specifically warning her about this. At that moment, Weiyun spoke up, What do I need to do to make you quiet? His cold stare pierced through her. Nami responded firmly, I can't just stay quiet. Humanity's fate is in your hands. Weiyun smirked slightly. This is too troublesome, I don't want to do it anymore. Nami was visibly shaken. What do you mean by that? She asked, but before he could reply, the captain's voice rang out from the speakers, Miss Nami, please come to the cockpit, I repeat. Miss Nami to the cockpit. She stood up, flustered, and said, Please excuse me for a moment. Weiyun casually waved his hand and said, Take your time. As she walked away, he closed his eyes, thinking, Finally, I can get some sleep. But within moments, she returned and showed him a tablet. Mr. Lee, you need to see this. Weiyun groaned, What now? But when he glanced at the screen, his eyes widened. The news reported that the Lycans had begun pulling monsters out of other dungeons and unleashing them on cities after they landed. Minsu clung to Nami like a lost puppy. I don't want to say goodbye, he sniffled, hugging her. Nami gently reassured him, It's okay, Minsu well meet again. Weiyun, watching this scene, thought Nami doesn't know Minsus a player. I introduced him as an orphan who lost his parents, but come on, he's not a kid. Nami smiled at Minsu and said, we'll see each other again. Just stay close to this guy, okay? Don't go anywhere dangerous. Weiyun interrupted, so where do I go first? Nami quickly pushed Minsu aside and answered, the Tokyo Hotel. Surrounded by skyscrapers. Weiyun turned to leave and said, no need for more details. Minsu, startled, shouted, boss, wait for me. He sighed internally, thinking, damn it, I was enjoying that. Soon, they arrived near the portal, where everything was engulfed in flames. Weiyun and Minsu stood before the gate, taking in the destruction. Weiyun muttered, this is a problem, the lichens did all this. But the situation felt even stranger. The lichens' appearance didn't make sense to begin with, but now they were going around the city, tearing open other gates and releasing even more monsters. Based on Nami's intel, the gray lights around the city indicated active portals. It wasn't just random destruction, the lichen was deliberately summoning chaos. Weiyun's thoughts raced that lichen must possess some unique ability. There's no break between waves, that means it's intentional. Minsu added, the Japanese players are currently tracking the lichen, waiting for the right moment to strike. Weiyun raised an eyebrow, the right moment? Minsu nodded, even if they're weak, they're players from the future. They might know the lichen's weakness. Maybe they're planning to launch a missile or something. If you want, I could contact them. No, Weiyun cut him off, let's just handle what's in front of us. He pointed toward a portal from which fire serpents were pouring out, just like the ones he fought before coming to Japan. Activating Eye of God, the data appeared, fire serpent. Strength, 221 agility, 117 trait, tailwind item drop, inextinguishable scale tail. Aren't there any players in Japan that can take care of these? He asked. Minsu replied, the level 38 gate opened too early. Thanks to us. Weiyun thought, if monsters are still roaming outside, the gate won't close even if the ones inside are all dead. That means we need to clean up everything outside first. Turning to Minsu, he said, go spray your poison in front of the gate. It'll take care of the rest. Minsu replied with enthusiasm, yes, sir. He downed his poison potion in one gulp and started spreading it. Meanwhile, Weiyun charged straight into the horde of fire serpents, striking them down one by one. His fists crushed their skulls like melons. A system notification popped up, you have changed the future. Bonus point +1. He took a breath and muttered, even now, the butterfly effect skill is still in motion. Those words were starting to feel different now that a level 100 monster had been summoned inside a level 38 gate. Weiyun's mind raced. Someday there would be a monster event so powerful even he couldn't defeat it. Just then, Minsu shouted, his voice cracking, boss. Startled, Weiyun turned sharply toward him. Minsu held up his phone, urgency in his eyes. Boss, I just got a report, the lichen is heading this way. Weiyun frowned and glanced at Minsu's screen. His jaw tightened. The footage showed the lichen striking the ground with tremendous force, wielding its massive sword. Each impact caused tremors, shaking everything around. The lichen struck again and again, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Amid the chaos, someone screamed, a midday. Suddenly, a broadcast cut through, interrupting everything. A message flashed on every player's screen across the country. Attention all players. Our nation is in grave danger. The government is debating the use of nuclear weapons. We do not want this as a last resort, please. Save our country. Weiyun grimaced, muttering, why would they even consider nuclear weapons? I can kill that lichen with a flick of my finger. Nearby, a group of players were holding their ground against monsters. One player waved a hand and said, you read it over there, our only hope lies ahead. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, but the lichen caught the bullet midair with his bare hand. The shot wasn't even strong enough to pierce his skin. The lichen slammed his sword down once more, unleashing a wave of energy toward the players. Several ducked behind concrete walls, shouting curses. Shit, we can't do anything against him, damn that bastard. As monsters surged forward, one player muttered bitterly, if only he were level 60. Weiyun's gaze hardened. If that thing passes through here, he muttered, this country is finished. There's a nuclear power plant right beyond that point. The scene shifted back to Weiyun and Minsu standing at the portal. Minsu looked at him nervously. Boss, the monster just changed direction. Weiyun nodded. It was heading here before, but now it's turning toward the nuclear plant. He grimly added, if it reaches there, this country might be wiped out in an hour. Damn it, Weiyun growled, opening his status window. Let's go. His level had risen, now 62. 3 of his 4 core abilities were above 1000, and he had 1545 bonus points to spend. System, apply all bonus points to strength. The system responded instantly, all bonus points apply to strength. Current strength, 5852. Minsu and Weiyun sprinted forward. Weiyun called out Minsu, who had the highest strength in the past. How much did they have? Minsu replied, a man named Boward from the US. He was at the final dungeon with you, boss level 658, he had about 1500 strength. That was without extravagant item bonuses, Minsu added. But even with his strength, your current stats outclass him. Weiyun shook his head. It's not enough. The world's changed too much. Stronger monsters are still coming. Suddenly, a crashing noise echoed nearby. Both of them froze, eyes wide and mouths agape. Ahead lay a chaotic battlefield, monsters clashing with players. Some shouted, get a grip already, while others screamed in panic, we're screwed. One player yelled, just focus on the monsters. It's a total mess, Minsu said. They say it's not far from here, the nuclear plant. Weiyun asked, why are there so many players here? Minsu answered, because all the Japanese players are gathered here right now. In the middle of the fight, 2 players struggled against a single orc, using their full strength. Weiyun muttered, what about the players who went to the final dungeon? Why aren't they helping? Did they just ditch their hero duties and run away? Minsu sighed. Dakai was Japan's top player, but he reset and disappeared. Still, you're right, boss, it'd be nice to have guys like him here. Weiyun scoffed, running a hand through his hair. They're all the same damn humans. At that moment, one of the Japanese players glanced back and called out in Japanese, Woi, you there? Jun, this isn't the time to be chatting. Everyone looked puzzled. Minsu shrugged. I don't have a clue what he's saying. Weiyun asked, did he ask if we ate lunch? Suddenly, a Lekin was crawling nearby and slammed into something with a heavy thud. There he is, Weiyun said, eyes narrowing. Must be smart seeing how he's moving. Minsu chuckled nervously. Let's start praying for the Lekin. Weiyun raised an eyebrow, poor Lekin. How's it poor? Minsu grinned with mock tears in his eyes. It's born to die from a single blow. Stop talking nonsense, Weiyun snapped and then said firmly, you go help the other players in this area, I'll handle this, yes. Sir, I'll get moving. Minsu saluted and dashed off. As Weiyun approached a tall building, he noticed military officials and players fighting side by side against monsters. Hundreds of players were positioned throughout the skyscrapers, launching long-range attacks at the Lekin. Fireballs, thunderbirds, and other flashy skills flared, just like in a video game, but none seemed to affect the Lekin at all. Then, with a terrifying swing of its sword, the Lekin struck the building. One blow was enough to slice through steel and concrete. The building trembled and began to collapse. Players below screamed in panic. A player shouted loudly in Japanese, you idiots. We have to attack all at once. Have you all reset? Don't you know how this works? Then he cast a magic circle and called out, I'll launch a fireball into the air. Everyone attack when it explodes. The massive fireball arced into the sky, and as it detonated, players unleashed their most powerful attacks simultaneously. Military personnel fired bullets, all converging on the Lekin. The Lekin bent down to absorb the brunt of the assault. The soldiers yelled, we're doing it one more time, attack all at once. The Lekin's anger grew visibly. It clenched its jaws and launched a furious flurry of sword slashes. Debris rained down everywhere as players screamed, we're done for. Watching from above, Weiyun was silent, taking it all in. Finally, he muttered, it's time I step in. Activating his skill, battery fire, Weiyun's power surged. The Lekin froze mid-action. Around him, Japanese players gasped. Did it stop? Someone asked. That's the petrify skill, another answered. One military man scoffed. Nonsense. How could a king of that strength be stopped here? Wayun smirked and stepped toward the Lekin. As he landed gracefully, he activated his armor skill. With a single flick to the Lekin's forehead, the Lekin exploded into blue flames. System alerts flooded Wayun's vision. His hand trembled as he looked down at the defeated Lekin. Cheers erupted everywhere. Yun, he killed it all. Hail the king, he is our savior. Wayun stood quietly, thinking, I still have no clue what they're saying, but I guess they're cheering for me. He pulled out his dagger and retrieved a glowing mana stone from the Lekin's remains, a massive, blue orb pulsating with power. He recalled, in my previous life, mana stones were used as an energy replacement for coal after long hours of hard work and investment. Everyone knows the value of this glowing stone. The higher the monster's level, the stronger the mana stone. He smiled. Not bad. The system informed him. Looted item. Lekin's sword, a legendary weapon capable of slicing opponents' necks by channeling mana into the blade. Attack power 571. However, this item cannot be equipped. Equipable at level 100. Wayun thought. Just popped into my inventory just like the previous one. At that moment, a voice behind him said, Wow, it's Nami. She was holding several papers and blushed slightly. You're amazing, so you weren't just arrogant for no reason. Wayun nodded. Just get the jet ready. He'll go take care of the Lekin in the US2. Blushing further, Nami replied, The US is fine. The players there lured the Lekin into the desert and targeted it with a missile. Yun nodded thoughtfully. I see. Well, they do have enough land to pull something like that off. Naomi responded, The Emperor and the Prime Minister of Japan wish to personally thank you. Yun waved a hand casually as he walked. It's fine. I don't need their thanks. Just then, Minsu approached, waving energetically. Yun continued, but the rulers of the country. Minsu interrupted. Boss, they're even. Yun cut him off. I said it's fine, and then activated his Eye of God skill. Surveying the players before him, all between level 28 to level 30, he thought grimly, none of these players are particularly strong. If a situation like this happens again, this world is doomed. Meanwhile, Minsu was not coming for Yun, but running eagerly toward Naomi, throwing his arms around her, saliva dripping from his mouth in excitement. After this brief moment, both Yun and Minsu returned to Korea, greeted by cheering fans and swarms of paparazzi capturing shots of Lee Wai-yun and his entourage. One reporter shouted, Please answer our question. If another abnormally strong monster appears, will you go and defeat it again? Yun glanced at the cameras and replied smoothly, Not necessarily. I'll consider it based on how the country treats me. He thought to himself, the Prime Minister of Japan treated me very well. I didn't really mean what I said, but I heard that when the news of me killing the Leocon streamed, people wanted to watch me more than the Prime Minister's briefing. The scene cut to the Prime Minister of Japan giving a speech while the crowd shouted, Tell that old man to get out of the way. Show us. Others yelled, The Prime Minister is lame. Lee Wai-yun is obviously better. The crowd cheered loudly for Yun. He smiled to himself, realizing that the public adoration was genuine. To reassure himself, he leaned forward and placed a hand on Naomi's shoulder. What's going on, Mr. Lee Wai-yun? Naomi asked curiously. Yun leaned close to her ear and whispered with a smirk, Have fun. Then, he grabbed Minsu's arm and vanished without another word. Wait, where are you going? Naomi called after him. The President of Korea is coming here, Yun said without looking back. I'm busy, he added. Tell him we'll meet next time. As he disappeared, Yun thought to himself, a special dungeon is about to appear soon. It should open any moment now. Invisible to all, Yun surveyed the surroundings. Checking his status window, he saw he was now level 71 with 2,905 bonus points unspent. He mused, it was when my total stats hit 4,000 that the special dungeon appeared before, claiming the game balance was broken. So it doesn't make sense that the next gate isn't opening now. He considered further, including the bonus points I haven't applied yet, my current stats have reached 15,000. Maybe the special gate only opens once bonus points are applied, when they truly affect the player's abilities. With a thoughtful hand on his chin, Yoon applied all his bonus points to strength. A system notification popped up. Strength stat is now 8,757. At the same moment, the system confirmed the special dungeon gate had opened. Yoon smiled, satisfied I was right. The system also informed him, the bonus points gained from the skill butterfly effect have reached 15,000. A special dungeon will open accordingly. Resting his hand on Minseo's head, Yoon thought carefully about the situation. From experience, a special dungeon gate closes 30 seconds after someone finds it, and it might not even be located in Korea. At that moment, Naomi, still searching for Yoon, called out, "Mr. Lee Yoon, are you there?" Suddenly, both Yoon and Minseo reappeared. Yoon asked, "So where exactly is the president?" Sometime later, inside the airport VIP reception room, heavily guarded by bodyguards, the president of Korea stood ready. He extended his hand as Yoon entered. "It's good to finally meet you, Mr. Lee. I am the president," he said, shaking Yoon's hand firmly. Before the president could continue, Yoon interrupted politely, "Yes, sir." The president bowed respectfully and said, "You must have done this in the previous timeline as well. I apologize for expressing my gratitude only now." Lee Yoon waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. They both sat down on the sofa. The president continued. "The departments are recommending that we reward you with a position higher than a national merit." Yoon shook his head. "I don't really need all that. But there is something I would like to ask." "Ask away," the president encouraged. "We will do whatever it takes to accommodate your request." Yoon hesitated briefly, then said, "I need to find something." The president leaned forward. "What exactly do you need to find?" For a moment, Yoon was silent, weighing his options. Should I let the entire country know about this special gate? But he didn't want too many eyes on it, potentially complicating things. Finally, he said, "A special gate, radiating with a golden light, has just opened here." The president's eyes widened in shock. "There is a monster inside that gate stronger than the leak-in?" Yoon nodded. The president's shock deepened. "Wait, is that true?" Yoon added, "But once someone finds the gate, it closes within 30 seconds. The president stood up briskly. "Then we must locate that gate immediately." "That's right," Yoon replied. "If we leave the gate unchecked, there's no guarantee the monster won't escape. I'd like to request assistance in finding it." The president, now urgent, nodded and gestured to one of his bodyguards, who quickly acknowledged the order. "Gather all the ministers from each department and the commanders of every military branch," he ordered. Yoon thought, "Sweat is dripping down my cheeks. But all of this is true. I didn't exaggerate a single detail, though I left out that the dungeon can avoid players with special skills." He added, "Mr. President?" The president turned to him. "Yes? Is there something else?" "We also need to keep this matter quiet. Please don't make it public." The scene shifted to the National Crisis Management Control Room, where officials busily worked at computer screens. The president stood alongside a stern man. "Is what you said true?" the president asked. "A golden gate like that could pose a great threat, similar to how the leak can threaten Japan." He recalled the goblin attack in the special dungeon, the flames scorching everything. If this new monster was even stronger, it was a terrifying prospect. "Search the entire country with cameras," the president commanded. At that moment, a third man raised a hand. "Wait. If the gate closes 30 seconds after someone finds it, and if a monster stronger than the Liaken emerges, shouldn't we send players to locate and eliminate it?" This was Lim Goodhang, head of the Crisis Management Control Room. Lee Yoon spoke firmly, "I need to be the first to enter. The Golden Gate contains a monster stronger than the Liekens. The game's creator calls it a special gate." Lim frowned. "Special gate?" Yoon continued, "It's complicated, but in short, the special gate holds an extremely strong monster. When cleared, it grants rare items and skills. I've met a level 200 special guardian inside, one of the strongest in the game." The room fell silent as everyone absorbed his words. Over 100 officials were present. All had regressed, but none had ever seen such a dungeon before. One official broke the silence, exclaiming, "That's why I didn't want to say anything. But I wasn't lying, believe me or not, that's your choice." Lim interjected, "Sir, there are serious concerns about what this man is saying." The president looked puzzled. "What concerns?" Lim explained, "Put simply, he's asking to monopolize this dungeon. He wants the search to be treated as a confidential matter, controlled only by him." "Mr. President," Lim Goodhang said sharply, "he even threatened you to keep quiet. The fact that Lee Wei-yun asked you to prevent other players from finding the dungeon means he wants to monopolize all the skills and items from that gate for himself. If that happens, Mr. Lee Wei-yun will become incredibly strong. But from the nation's perspective, that's a definite loss. Giving all that power to one person is like handing over an uncontrollable nuclear weapon." The president frowned. "So what would you have us do?" Lim pointed directly at Lee Wei-yun. "His power is already causing complications. Him becoming too strong is a problem. We should restrict Lee from entering any dungeons and send players from our department to the special gate." Lee Wei-yun's thoughts flickered. "Maybe I shouldn't have killed the Lekin so quickly. Maybe I should have let it run loose in the city for a bit." He then reached into his inventory and pulled out the Lekin's weapon. Both the president and Lim's eyes widened in shock. Wei-yun said calmly, "Did you know there was a Lekin in Korea as well? I guess I should have stayed back then." Lim blinked, stunned. "Wait, what?" He sat down heavily, digesting the revelation. The world is already in massive competition. Players risk everything to level up, to acquire skills and items. Wei-yun glanced at Lim. "Isn't that right, Lim Goodhang?" Lim stood and approached him. "Monopolizing is a natural occurrence. It's human instinct to want something for oneself, or am I wrong?" He looked down at Lim and asked pointedly, "Why can't you answer me?" Lim turned to the president. "Mr. President, what do you think?" The president sighed. "You're right. If it isn't a dungeon officially owned by the government, we can't just restrict players from entering it at will. Monopolizing is within a player's right." Lee Wei-yun smiled slightly. "So that means there's no problem with me entering the special dungeon. And, to be clear, I didn't receive any compensation for killing the Lekin in Korea." "Of course," the president agreed. "I will take this special gate as my compensation," Lee Wei-yun said firmly, "and I will request permission to access all future special gates." Sweat dripped down the president's forehead as he stared at Lee. Then Lee pointed at Lim and said coldly, "And fire that man." The president looked shocked. Lim, too, was taken aback, standing up quickly. "Wait," Lim protested. Lee cut him off. "You don't know everything the head of the National Crisis Management Control should know. So you should be fired. If I wasn't this strong," Lee continued, "our country wouldn't have defeated the Lekin. And I guarantee there will be stronger monsters in the future. You people are supposed to be making me stronger, for the country. But restricting my access. That's pathetic." The president raised his hands, trying to calm him. "I understand, please calm down." Lee interrupted firmly, "Fire him right this moment." With that, Lee changed the minds of the president and Lim. Meanwhile, satellites confirmed the location of the special gate. Following Lee's command, the head of department Lim Goodhang was officially fired. Driving away, Lim grumbled, "I always have to go the extra mile for them to listen." Minsu laughed. "Ha, there we are walking in their shoes." Lee sighed. "Why can't they just listen the first time?" They arrived near Socho. Guangdong. Lee thought about the goblin from before and wondered aloud, what kind of monster will it be this time? That level 201 was talking before. Minsu shrugged. "Ha, I know, boss, you won't get hurt or anything, but still, be careful, you're not immortal yet." Lee nodded. "All right, it should be around here." They reached the beach area, or maybe the nearby forest, where the special dungeon awaited. A sign showed Special Dungeon, Max Players 1, Difficulty IA. Minsu said, "Here it is." Lee checked his status window and muttered, "Shouldn't it be at a higher level?" Yen glanced at the system message and muttered, "Yeah, that's weird. The system says the player who created the special gate was Lee Wei-yun. You can also gain a special skill and even surpass Lee Wei-yun or something like that." Yen's eyes widened in surprise. Other players will see this message eventually. He thought the special gate always reveals the player who caused it. The system warned that the special gate would close in 30 seconds without hesitation, Yen stepped forward and said, "I will be back soon." As he entered the dungeon, a system notification popped up. All stats restricted, all skills restricted. You may not use items. Yen was completely shocked. Suddenly, a grotesque creature with long teeth and a sharp nose burst into laughter. "You foolish human," it sneered. Yen's heart sank. "Damn it, my Eye of God skill won't activate now that all skills are restricted." The monster laughed again. "Don't be too afraid. I'm not the one you have to face. The objective of this level 2 special dungeon is monster hunting." Yen narrowed his eyes seriously. The monster flinched and said, "Hey, don't look at me like that. Scary, what is this?" Yuan asked. The monster shrugged. "What do you mean? Just do your best. I'm excited to see what you can do. You're already famous in our dimension." "Famous? How so?" Yuan questioned. The monster chuckled. "Is this fun for you?" Yen clenched his teeth, thinking, talking with this guy is pointless. Then, a system window appeared. This level 2 special dungeon is not a monster hunting mission. You may unlock one attribute to clear the dungeon. Yuan was given a choice of all stats: strength, stamina, mana, agility, concentration, all at full points. Without hesitation, Yuan selected strength. The system opened his status page. Li Yuan, level 71, 87,573 horsepower. Yuan thought, "I can't predict the situation, so I'll just choose what feels right." The red goblin nearby asked, "Have you chosen?" "Yeah, strength," Yuan answered. The monster sneered. "That's gonna make things hard for you." "Sure, whatever," Yuan said nonchalantly. The monster quivered. "Why you scaring me?" Yuan grabbed it by the neck. The goblin whimpered, "Stop it, I'm not your opponent." Yuan smirked. "Then who is?" Suddenly, a system window appeared. Special gate level 2 objective has begun. Everything around Yuan went black. The monster vanished. What now? He found himself in a deserted area in front of a brick building, like a castle tower. The system instructed, "Claim the stat room at the top of the tower." Yuan glanced toward the distant building and muttered, "Over there, straight road." So the stat room must be there again. The system repeated, "Claim the stat room at the top of the tower." Yuan's frustration grew. "Should have killed the goblin earlier," the message echoed repeatedly. He climbed the tower's staircase stairs. He said aloud. The system warned, "Time limit, 18 hours. Player will automatically die after 18 hours. Yuan blinked, startled, especially after the dungeon just took my skills and stats. As he ascended, an arrow zipped past and grazed his cheek, drawing blood. Suddenly, arrows rained down on him. He dodged swiftly, thinking, "So this is how it's going to be. This is why I didn't really need strength." But that's only what they think. He sprinted forward amid the hail of arrows. Then a terrifying rumble shook the tower. "No way." Yuan shouted as a massive boulder barreled toward him. He turned and ran, heart pounding. "Can my current body handle this strength? I still have to try." Panting, he sat in front of a gate, catching his breath. The dungeon reduced my body to that of a normal person by stripping my stats. Racing up and down these stairs won't be easy. At that moment, the system alerted him. Time left, 16 hours and 20 minutes. Yuan stood up, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. 16 hours? That's more than enough time. He knocked on the wall, inspecting it thoughtfully. The material, it's made of bricks carved from huge stones, intricately stacked. They probably never expected anyone to mess with the walls since the objective is just to reach the stat room. An idea sparked. He grabbed a boulder lying nearby and hurled it against the wall. "I can just bring the whole tower down on myself." The boulder smashed into the bricks with a loud crack. Encouraged, Yuan threw more stones, striking the walls relentlessly with a deep rumble. The lower layers of the castle began to crumble. The entire tower collapsed into a pile of rubble. Panting, Yuan muttered, "I don't have any endurance without my stats." They really made this impossible to clear. Normally walking past the fallen ruin, he spotted something glinting in the debris. Finally, there it is, a shining strength statue lay half buried in the rubble. He picked it up and swallowed it without hesitation. The system immediately notified him, "Dungeon cleared." Transporting player back to Earth's dungeon. Back at his own dungeon, the goblin stared in disbelief. "You unbelievable human. You knocked over the tower? How does that even make sense?" Yuan smirked, glancing at his status window. The goblin's face twisted in anger. That strength statue was meant for another player. You were supposed to die, crazy human. Yuan's voice turned cold and serious. You're too loud. Before the goblin could react, Yuan rushed forward. The goblin panicked. Please spare me. With a swift strike, Yuan finished the goblin off. The system chimed in. All monsters within the dungeon have been defeated. The gate will close in 3 minutes. The scene shifts. Yuan is lounging on the couch beside Minsu, casually flipping through an article, but his eyes narrow. Something doesn't sit right. He has a gut feeling. This time, more than one special gate has opened. That's a big deal. It means someone else might have had the chance to push a stat beyond the 1000 mark. He sighs, resting his head back, thinking harder. If another player has achieved that without even hitting level 300, it changes everything. He opens his system window. A flicker of concern appears. Some of his own stats are still below 1000. That puts him at risk of losing a king title, a status that's more than just symbolic. Its power. He can't afford to fall behind. As the system interface appears, he checks his numbers. His strength is already towering at over 10,000. He also has more than 3,000 unallocated bonus points waiting to be used. Wasting no time, he gives the command, apply 1400 points each to mana and stamina. The system responds instantly. 1,400 bonus points apply to mana. Current mana, 1853. Then, 1,400 bonus points apply to stamina. Current stamina, 1990. But the real shock comes next. A series of achievement notifications pop up. You have obtained the title King of Mana. You've been granted a skill. Another one follows. You have obtained the title King of Stamina. You've been granted a skill. Yun grins, clearly satisfied. He scans the newly acquired abilities. The first is called Mana Restriction. It halts all mana flow within a set range for 45 seconds. Anyone caught inside? Their skills are blocked completely. The second skill is Blood Flow, level 1. It drastically increases a target's blood circulation for 5 seconds. A curious effect, but one with deadly applications, especially against wounded enemies. Boosted blood flow means higher critical damage. Reading through these, Yun's mood lifts. He now holds the ability to control stats as he sees fit, bending the system to his will. Just as he starts feeling invincible, another warning flashes in red. Your actions are drastically influencing the future. Yun scoffs and smiles. Alright, what is it this time? Cut to the United States branch of the World Player Organization. A serious meeting is underway in a sleek boardroom. Several high-ranking officials sit around a large table. One man, arms folded, asks coldly, "Who was it?" A bald man across from him answers, "Who else could it be?" Li Huayun, the first man, clarifies. The bald man nods. No other player could have taken that achievement but Yun. They all look toward a young girl sitting quietly, Miss Hela. She gives a soft smile and says, "It's okay if it's Yun." While offering a casual blessing gesture, the first man slams a hand on the table. "What do you mean, it's okay? Do you even know who Li Huayun is, Miss Hela?" He raised his middle finger at us, ignored all of our requests the moment he entered the final dungeon. Hela breaks into a nervous sweat but replies calmly, "He's not that bad. Everyone close to him knows he has a kind heart." Her voice is sincere, and for a moment, the room falls silent. None of the officials expect that kind of defense, especially not from her. Another man finally speaks up. "So, you're certain the special gate was created by Li Huayun?" Hela tries to recall. A notification she saw when standing near the dungeon flashes in her mind. This special gate was created by Li Huayun. Those who enter may gain a special skill, and even surpass him. Dempsey, another official, confirms her memory. "Yeah, that's exactly what it said near the Golden Gate." Someone else frowns. "Is it really alright for someone so uncontrollable to hold that much power?" Hela just smiles. "Don't worry. From what Eve experienced, he's not a bad person." But then another voice cuts in. "What kind of monster was inside the special gate?" Hela hesitates, caught off guard. "There weren't any monsters for me to hunt. It was different. I had to climb a tower. At the very top was a stone, a stat rune." The officials raise their eyebrows in unison. "A rune?" One asks. "What happened then?" Hela continues, "When I reached the top and absorbed the rune, I gained 2,000 mana. It was like swallowing a storm. Another man leans forward. Intrigued a tower? And how did you climb it? Hela answers. There was a red goblin in the dungeon. It explained everything. It showed me how to climb. One man's jaw drops. Wait, a monster helped you? Hela nods. Yes, that's right. It really wanted me to take the stat rune, and if it hadn't helped me, I wouldn't have survived that tower. The man with slicked back hair chimes in. That guy killed a Lecon with just a flick of his hand. He's clearing gates all over Korea at an insane speed. He may have already entered multiple special gates. It's the only way his stats make any sense. The one with middle-parted hair agrees. Exactly, he probably opened the special gates himself and entered them alone. Hoarding all the items and scale stones, that's too much power for one player. He sighs, then adds, let's stop going in circles. The real issue now is that Miss Hela's King of Mana achievement was stolen. The bald man leans forward grimly. There's only one thing to do, we must clear special gates ourselves. Just like Lee Wayun did. The slick-haired man mutters under his breath. Sounds like a death wish. Another official with glasses nods. I agree. Then, the man with the middle-parted hair stands up from his seat. Miss Hela, prepare to go to Korea. Also, instruct all World Player Association branches to report to us immediately the moment a golden gate appears. His voice is firm. Final. All that power must belong to those inside the association. Hela swallows nervously. Korea. She asks. He gives a dry nod. Yes, Lee Wayun is summoning special gates. We can't leave him unchecked. Since Lee Wayun was currently in Korea, it was only natural that more special gates would start spawning there. Hela raised a question. So, you're telling me to help Mr. Wayun clear the special gates? The man replied, no, that's not what I'm saying. She blinked, then responded with a blank expression. You mean, I need to become stronger than him? A heavy silence followed. I don't want to, she said quietly. Meanwhile, back in Yoon's room, Min-soo leaned back and said, the World Player Association claims to work for the greater good. But they're not much different from any other guild. He sighed, thinking aloud. Most of the players tied to the association are combat geniuses, kids handpicked from different countries, all incredibly strong. Yoon asked, so what do they actually do under the association? Min-soo answered, same as any player. They enter dungeons, hunt monsters. Yoon frowned. Then what's the point? Wouldn't a guild be better for earning money? Min-soo nodded. True, but those players chose fame over wealth. The association behaves like a global peacekeeping force, and Herace the real reason. It controls all dungeon admission auctions. Yoon chuckled. For real? Min-soo continued. When dungeons spawn, governments pay guilds to handle them. But if any damage spills into the outside world, that guild pays a massive fine. On the other hand, the association doesn't have that liability. It's seen more like a world army. Funded by every government, their job is to clear dungeons. That's why the World Player Association is the #1 organization for governments. Even so, plenty of shady deals happen behind the scenes, money, lobbying, all that. Then Yoon casually pushed his phone toward Min-soo. So, who's the girl that cleared the special gate in the US? He squinted at the screen. From what I know, no ordinary player should have been able to pull that off. Min-soo looked up. That's Hela. She was nicknamed the Witch. She basically mastered everything related to mana buffs, debuffs, you name it. She even entered the final dungeon. You nodded slowly. I almost lost the King of Mana achievement to her. Min-soo added. That's right, Hela originally held that title. Back then, she was the world's strongest mana user. Yoon's eyes scanned the article on his screen. It mentioned that Hela now had 2,000 mana. Shed even publicly declared that it was possible to challenge Yoon, though realistically, only if she cleared about 5 more special gates. Yoon leaned back, thoughtful. If she had 2,000 mana after that dungeon, it meant Shed selected mana as her primary stat. But how did she climb the tower with only mana? He muttered. The scrolls mentioned the climb required more than just power. He thought deeper. The internet was flooded with new information about her then. His phone buzzed. He picked it up with a small smile. There it is. An article flashed across the screen. Emergency alert. A level 220 gargoyle has appeared. Immediate evacuation ordered. National emergency declared. He read the description. The creature had a human-shaped body, a dragon's face and wings, and the ability to spew fire. Its mere presence was powerful enough to shake the continent. Yoon grinned slightly. Well, those were the president's words on the phone as he recalled the call. The president's voice echoed. We need Mr. Lee. Why Yoon? Why so cold? The president had said. Who else could shape the country like you? We've known each other for nearly a week now. Don't ignore a favor this important. Then his voice turned grave. It's not just one. There are 3 monsters. They've destroyed all of Techno Valley and Bundangu, the headquarters of the Topic companies. Wiped out. Yoon responded calmly. I'm already on my way, he added. Make sure to clear the area. The president replied, I'll see to it. Oh, and one more thing, there's a conspiracy rumor going around. Have you heard? Minsu looked over. Curious. Yoon raised an eyebrow. Conspiracy? The president continued, people are saying you're the one creating the special gates. The one behind the gargoyles. Hearing that, Yoon laughed. Do they think I'm some kind of god? The one who made this system is responsible for the gates, not me. The president agreed. True, but the public believes you're summoning monsters to grow stronger. Yoon gave a quiet then smirked. Well, there is some truth to that. The president hesitated. Which part exactly? Yoon shrugged. If I could really summon monsters, I'd despawn them right in front of my house. That is, if Yoon truly had the power to summon monsters at will. Hearing this, the president replied, an IC number needs to work on them. We've evacuated the area around the gargoyles. Good luck, Yoon responded. Oh, and like I said earlier, in return for hunting those gargoyles, I want to be the first person contacted when a special gate appears. The president nodded. You've mentioned that before, but is that the only condition for you to kill these monsters? Priority access to the government system and personnel? Yoon replied coolly, it's more of a necessity than a condition. Just then, the car stopped. Yoon looked out the window. We're almost there. He and Minsu stepped out. Let's walk from here, Yoon said. Minsu, a little surprised, followed. Suddenly, Minsu pointed toward something ahead. Hey boss, who's that? A girl was standing at a distance. Yoon frowned. He had already told the president to clear the area. He called out, hey kid. The girl turned. Yoon activated Eye of God. A status window appeared. Level 48. Name, Hela. Her stats were solid. Over 2,000 in mana. With a cheerful smile, she greeted him. It's been a while. Yunapa. A second window appeared. Her skills, mana level 2. Allowed her to sense and control Manus. Natural flow. Stamina increase level 1. Raised a target's mana by 200. Strength decrease. Lowered an enemy's strength by 200. Hearing her call him Appa, Yoon grew suspicious. He stepped forward and took her hand. What are you doing? Appa? She asked playfully. Just need to check something. He replied, please cooperate, kid. He activated Eye of Reversal to peer into her memories. A flash. Hela inside the special gate. The red goblin greeted her. Pretty human. Nice to meet you. She asked, what is this place? The goblin replied, when you step inside, arrows will shoot out. They won't hurt you. They're just for show. Just walk slowly. As she climbed stairs, the goblin commented, pretty face with a strong heart. Oh, boulders coming. That bastard Yoon wrecked some of these stairs. He should have died here. The goblin laughed. Hearing her say Yoon, the goblin turned angry. What? You call him Appa? Then shrugged. Never mind, there's a button on the 111th stair. Press it before the boulders roll. They'll stop if you do. When the boulders began falling, Hela panicked. I can't make it. The goblin sighed. I'm not supposed to do this, but fine. They'll press it for you, he added. Don't worry. They'll do everything. You just need to level up and kill Lee. Wayun. Yoon, watching the memory, frowned. Pathetic, he muttered. Whoever made this game, I'll find them, I'll end them. Then he looked at Hela and said, let's check your vision. Hela panicked. What are you doing? Stop. Yoon dove into her deeper memory. This time, the final dungeon. He saw himself trembling, tears in his eyes. Someone calling him Appa, pushing him away with a bloody hand. It's okay. Just go. We have to finish this game, she said, crying. He asked, who did this to you? In reality, Hela screamed, stop it. What are you doing? The vision shattered. It had been her mana level 2 interfering. She was now panting heavily. Yoon looked at her. You've got some nasty tricks. I'll keep that in mind. He released her hand. Now, tell me why you're here. She smiled sweetly. To see you. Minsu stepped forward. Boss, did you really read all her memories? You shouldn't get too close to her. Hela turned. Do you know me? Minsu replied, of course. The witch. Hela, I won't let you seduce my boss that easily. Hearing that, Hela snapped. When did you pick up such a cute little friend? Appa? The two of them blared at each other. Yoon ignored it and asked again, why are you really here? Hela answered with a bright smile, because you need me, Appa, just like in the past. I'm sure it's still true now. Yoon gave her a challenging smile. Go ahead and try. Well, see if you can. She looked stunned for a moment, then pouted with a cute glare in the background. Minsu shivered. What kind of omen is this? Is this a dream? Suddenly, a crashing sound echoed. All three turned to look. Perched atop a building were three gargoyles. Yoon narrowed his eyes. Do they have any weaknesses? Hela shook her head. None that I know of at that moment. The gargoyles launched toward them, mouths blazing with fire. Yoon reacted instantly. He grabbed Hela and Minsu, leapt back, dodging the blast just in time. The gargoyles flew overhead. Yoon raised a hand. Gravity control activated. He applied 2 tons of pressure, but the beasts barely flinched. Not enough, he muttered. He pushed harder. 3 tons. Still moving, he gritted his teeth and increased it to 4 tons. With a thunderous crash, the gargoyle slammed into the ground. Yoon didn't give it a second to recover. He lunged forward and drove his fist into the monster's face in response. The gargoyle flapped its wings violently, launching itself into the air. But Yoon grabbed its neck mid-flight, holding on with crushing force. The creature tried to ascend, but the pressure on its throat was too much. It lost balance, spiraling back down, and smashed into the earth right in front of Minsu and Hela. Yoon, Hela shouted in panic while Minsu echoed, "Boss." The gargoyle began to rise again, staggering to its feet. Both Hela and Minsu were in disbelief. Can't be, Hela muttered. Stunned, Minsu yelled, "Boss, where are you?" A voice answered from the dust. Yoon emerged from the rubble. Bruised and smirking. "I almost died back there," he said. The gargoyle turned, startled by his reappearance. But Yoon was already moving. He activated Petrify, freezing the beast just long enough. Then, he rushed in, slammed his dagger into its neck, and triggered blood flow. The monster shrieked in agony as Yoon pushed the blade deeper, then slammed it back into the ground without mercy. Minsu rubbed his eyes and muttered in disbelief, This isn't a dream." Hela was wide-eyed as Yoon stood atop the corpse, opening his status window. Level 93 bonus points, 4922. His level had skyrocketed from 71 to 93 after killing just one. Looking skyward at the remaining 2 gargoyles, he thought, 2 more to go. One of them shot a wave of fire. Yoon dodged backward midair. As he landed, he overheard Hela huffing, "Ugh, it's too hot." She summoned a magic circle. "I can't take this anymore, let me help." A system window appeared before Yoon. Strength increased by 200. He turned toward Hela with a mocking smirk. "That's your idea of a buff?" Before she could answer, Minsu cried out, "Boss, they're coming." The remaining gargoyles were preparing to attack, fire glowing in their mouths. Yoon activated his armor skill. Just then, another system alert appeared. "Mana flow concentrated. Your skin's attack power has increased." Yoon blinked in surprise. That was because of Hela? She stood focused, pouring energy into the circle. Without wasting time, Yoon lunged forward, seized both gargoyles by the neck, and slammed them to the ground. The moment they hit, multiple level-up notifications flashed. As he withdrew his hands, both beasts lay utterly obliterated. Yoon stared at his own hands. That shouldn't have been that powerful. Behind him, Hela's voice rang out. "Why are you so surprised? It's not the first time Eve used it on you." Yoon blinked and asked, "So it was you?" Hela crossed her arms and said, "Who else could it be?" He smirked. "Not terrible." That triggered Hela. "That's it? Can't you compliment me properly just once?" "You haven't changed a bit," Yoon replied casually. "I said the same to you last time." Before she could argue, Yoon's phone buzzed. He answered, "This is Yoon." "As the president," came the reply. "Thank you very much." Yoon leaned back. "I assume you saw everything." The president responded, "Of course, I watched it live." Yoon grinned. "Then keep me posted on any special gate locations. There's no better intel than your crisis control center." Just then, system windows popped up for Minsu and Hela, catching both off guard. The president continued, "That's why I'm calling. A report just came in. A special gate opened near Seongwa Data." "A special gate? Already?" Yoon said in shock. "No system alert this time? If this so-called god hates me this much, why not just kill me outright?" He clenched his fists. "These special gates are supposed to balance my strength, yet I'm still growing stronger." His thoughts grew darker. If a god really made this game, Why hasn't it ended me? Is the one pulling the strings even a god at all? Hela stepped forward, her expression serious. Appa, I just received a notification too. Yoon looked at her. What did it say? She replied, it said, a special gate has been opened due to the overwhelming power of player. Current level 117. Where is it? He asked quickly. Wagagdong? Gangsigu? She nodded. Yeah, it's one of those also. Take me with you. I won't get in your way. Yoon narrowed his eyes. The way she was acting, something was different. Maybe he really had lost his memory after regressing. Still, she stood firm. She wanted to fight beside him again. At that moment, Yoon asked, why do you want to follow me? Hela smiled and replied, because I came to Korea to be with you. She turned her head with a sigh and added, besides, I don't want to listen to the World Player Association anymore. They're just so old and boring. Yoon responded, but didn't they assign you to clear this special dungeon? Don't you have to listen to them? Folding her arms, Hela answered proudly, I'm the one with the stats here. Yoon nodded slightly and said, fine, you can come on one condition. Share all the information you get from now on. Hela lit up with excitement and said, of course I'd do anything for you, Appa. Just then, Minsu caught in. Hela's buffs and intel from her sponsors are useful. But what do you want from our boss? Hela looked straight at him and replied, he's the one who has to save the world and end this game. Minsu frowned, clearly annoyed. You think some cliché like that's going to convince us? Hela giggled, that only applies to you. I have another reason for being here. Yoon raised an eyebrow. Are you messing with me? He snapped. Hela leaned in close and clung to Yoon's arm. Appa, remember what you said before we regressed? That even after the game ends, the players will rule the world, and V will be those rulers. So just like you said, let's put the world beneath our feet. Yoon looked at her, confused. I don't remember saying that. Hela grinned. You also said to tell others that we're destroying these gates to save the world. Yoon muttered with slight guilt. I really taught you some bad stuff, didn't I? Hela beamed. Nope, I truly want to rule the world now. With that, Yoon chuckled, and all three of them moved toward the car. The scene shifts to the entrance of a special dungeon. It was level 3 with a maximum player capacity of 2, and the engine difficulty was rated A. All three stood before the portal. Both Yoon and Hela stared at the system window. Yoon said, it's 2-player this time. Hela offered, should I go with you then? At that moment, a system window popped up. Gate to special dungeon will close soon. 30 seconds remaining. Yoon took a step forward and told them no. Could be dangerous. Stay here. I'll be back soon. Hela watched him with concern, and Minsu stood silently. As soon as Yoon entered the dungeon, he was greeted by the red goblin. It's that same human again, the goblin hissed. Yoon stared him down. You've been doing something shady behind my back. The goblin seemed surprised. Yoon activated the Eye of God skill. The goblin's details appeared, level 300 special dungeon level 3 guardian. And all stats were at 3000. Smiling faintly, Yoon grabbed the goblin's head. Why are you doing this? The goblin asked nervously. Calm down. Please, the objective of this dungeon is just to block some monsters. Look down. Yoon glanced over the edge and saw a massive ravine. I have to block them, he asked. The goblin pointed. See the 2 ends of the ravine? You'll start at the near end. Your job is to stop all monsters from getting past. Yoon narrowed his eyes. What kind of monsters? No idea, the goblin shrugged. That ticked Yoon off. You're telling me this now, he growled. The goblin stammered. Gargoyles level 220. Yoon thought back. It hadn't even been 5 hours since Head killed 3 gargoyles earlier. Releasing the goblin's head, Yoon said, if that's all, let's get started. Try anything funny and you're dead. But wait, are you going alone? The goblin asked. Yoon turned to face the ravine. Obviously. A system window appeared. Dungeon objective initiated. Hold off the monsters for 3 hours. If any monster crosses the ravine within that time, the player dies without hesitation. Yoon leaped into the ravine. The goblin laughed behind him. Perfect, he came alone. Killing him will be easy inside the ravine, Yoon muttered. So he wasn't joking. He looked up. At least a dozen gargoyles circled above. The moment he finished speaking, they all lunged at him. Yoon quickly leapt back to dodge, activating his skills, gravity control, paralysis, and petrify. One by one, the gargoyles began plummeting to the ground. A few slammed into the rocks as soon as one hit the ground. Yoon jumped onto it and pulled a dagger from his inventory. He figured it would try to crash into a wall while flying, and he was right. As the gargoyle lifted into the air, Yoon stabbed it straight in the neck, retracting his blade. He leapt off, activating blood flow midair, and landed on another gargoyle to kill it. The system chimed. He had leveled up again and again. Yoon repeated the process, taking out each gargoyle with deadly efficiency while the system flooded him with level-up notifications. After some time, all the gargoyles lay dead on the ground. Yoon stood still, breathing calmly. He glanced around and thought to himself, "Am I just supposed to wait here now?" At that moment, a system window appeared and announced, "Wave 2 will now begin." Yoon chuckled and muttered, "Of course not." But his smile faded when he noticed something. New gargoyles were approaching. These ones looked stronger, more terrifying. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in the distance. It was the Red Goblin, muttering angrily, "Why did you come in? This was the perfect chance to kill that guy." Then another voice replied, "Calm and curious, I was just curious." It was Hela. Yoon froze. Why is Hela here? He wondered. The goblin shouted at her, "Get out, you can't be here." But Hela stood her ground. "Why not? In player 2, aren't I?" The goblin tried to reason with her, still urging her to leave. Meanwhile, Yoon watched the whole scene from within the ravine. Eyes narrowed. Hela crossed her arms and said, "I don't want to leave. Besides, why didn't you just set the player limit to 1 in the first place? You're the one who made it too." The goblin, clearly frustrated, growled, "Damn it." Then, without warning, Hela jumped into the ravine and landed beside Yoon. "Why didn't you wait?" Yoon asked. "I had a bad feeling," she answered. "And what about Minsu?" Yoon continued. "He's waiting outside. He's just pacing back and forth near the gate," she said. Activating her skill, Flow of Mana, Hela boosted Yoon's attack power. "Go ahead, Appa," she said confidently. A system window immediately popped up. "Dungeon difficulty has decreased." Yoon blinked in disbelief. Seriously? The difficulty just dropped? And sure enough, the terrifying gargoyles vanished, replaced by smaller green goblins. His face darkened. "Isn't this a bit too biased?" he muttered. Frustrated, Yoon activated his armor scale skill, lunged forward, and smashed the ground with his fist. The shockwave blasted through the goblins, instantly taking them out. "These little guys. This confirms it. The creator of this game really wants me dead," he thought, "and that so-called god must be behind it. They're the ones who made the special gate and even assigned the dungeon guardian." Hela, watching Yoon in silence, looked stunned. "Appa, what is it?" she finally asked. Yoon replied coolly, "It's nothing." Hela offered, "Do you want me to kill that red goblin?" Yoon's expression softened slightly. Maybe she really was my ally in the last regression, he thought. A while later, Yoon climbed up and grabbed the red goblin by the head again. The goblin whimpered, "What's wrong?" "I lowered the difficulty for you," Yoon growled. "None of this is funny anymore." The goblin panicked. "I didn't do anything wrong, I just followed orders." Yoon stared him down, eyes full of menace. "Who gave you those orders?" The goblin screamed, "Please just spare me." Yoon said coldly, "This is me sparing you. I haven't killed you yet." Trembling, the goblin confessed, "It was our god. The one in charge of the game channel." Yoon frowned. "Channel god? That's supposed to be a god?" The goblin nodded rapidly. "Of course. He watches over everything that happens in this world." Without hesitation, Yoon flipped off the sky. "So he's watching right now?" The goblin flinched but didn't say a word. "It's because of you," he said. "You broke the game's balance." Yoon gritted his teeth. "I didn't do anything. You made me like this." The goblin stammered, "I swear I don't know anything else. I was just told to raise the dungeon difficulty to the highest level if you entered." Yoon's headache spiked, clenching his jaw. He growled, "How do I meet this so-called god?" He squeezed tighter, and the goblin howled in pain. I can't tell you." With a furious roar, Yoon crushed the goblin's head and tossed him to the ground, wiping his hand clean. "Appa," Hela said calmly, "you can meet him in the final dungeon." Yoon turned toward her. "Who exactly will I meet?" "The god who made this game," she replied. Just then, a system window appeared. "You have received 3,000 bonus points for clearing level 3 special gate." The same message popped up in front of Hela as well. Yoon stared ahead. "So what now? Do we fight that god? Or is it just a human?" Hela sighed. I never got to see it. Yoon asked, then who killed you? She hesitated. It was Park. Yoon froze. Park, he repeated, confused. Stay still. He suddenly commanded. Hela was taken aback. What? Without explaining, Yoon activated Eye of Reversal and peered into her memory. In the vision, Park stood before Hela, grinning. I know you can't kill me without your precious boyfriend. Yoon, he sneered. He never liked you from the start. Once you're gone, it'll be easier to get rid of him. Too, as he approached Hela, she attacked with all her might. Her magic surged, but Park remained largely unaffected. Smiling, he said, I did my research, Hela the witch. Then he stabbed her in the chest. That was almost dangerous. He admitted you do live up to your name. He laughed cruelly as Hela trembled in pain and whispered, I need to tell Appa. Park turned away and said with a smirk, I had to prepare so many things, just to kill you. And now he would move on to Choi Chulsung. After that, Yoon, a manic laugh echoed as Park said, It's time to get started. The memory continued. Yoon approached Hela and gently asked, Who did this to you? Hela, weak and shaken, replied, It was Park. Yoon turned to look in the direction she indicated, but Hela tried to stop him. No, not that guy, she started to say, but the scene abruptly shifted. They were now in a playground. Children were laughing, playing as if untouched by the chaos of the world. Yoon stood there, bewildered. What is this? Time travel, he asked aloud, but just as quickly, the memory vanished, and he was back in real time. Turning to Hela, Yoon pressed her again. What were you about to say? Right before you died? Hela looked startled. You can read my memories, she asked. Yes, Yoon confirmed. Now tell me, what was it? Hela took a breath. Park, he has a sword skill that can pierce through your armor. I don't know exactly how it works, but it's dangerous. A cold sweat ran down Yoon's back. So, did he kill me in the last timeline? Before she could answer, a system window popped up. All monsters in the dungeon have been defeated. The gate will now close in 3 minutes. Outside the dungeon, Hela stared at her status window with the joy of a kid receiving her favorite toy. Wow, this isn't a dream. We actually got all these points. Yoon checked his own window and calmly said, Apply all bonus points to strength. His strength stats surged to 21,100. Minsu, nearby, suddenly clutched his stomach. Boss, I feel sick. Yoon raised a brow. What? Hela explained, Appa, I think your stats are so high they're affecting us. Yoon tilted his head. Is that even possible? To test it, he activated his armor skill and punched the ground. The resulting shockwave created a massive crater. Minsu and Hela stared in stunned silence. Another system window appeared. Armor level 2 has reached its limit. Skill proficiency increased. Yoon didn't stop. He punched the ground again and again. Finally, armor level 2 evolved into armor level 3. Final blow. Its description appeared: absorbs power beyond the armor's limit and reflects it. However, using it consumes 70 of the user's health. Minsu pleaded, Boss, stop. You're going to trigger a landslide. But Yoon didn't look pleased. Final blow? Huh? Is there really anyone who could push me that far? He scoffed. This skill's useless now that it leveled up. The shockwave from level 2 was better. The next day, news flooded every media outlet. A player has surpassed 1,000 strength points just 1 month after the game began. The headlines screamed of a new era. The world's changed. Old strategies won't work anymore. Yoon murmured, reading through the articles. But he couldn't help but chuckle. Maybe some decent players will finally show up now. The sudden emergence of special gates had shifted the meta. Average players' strength had skyrocketed. But that wasn't all. Many players had benefited directly from Yoon's actions. Those who gained powers from special dungeons began forming teams to challenge level 200 monsters. Their victories accelerated their progress. In addition to the gates, players continued hunting unusually strong monsters. As he scrolled through his phone, Yoon contemplated, what if I stop for now and focus on clearing dungeons? But he quickly shook his head. No, better to let other players grow stronger. After all, after monopolizing the market, you need the market to grow too. Faster growth among players meant a faster flow of bonus points for him. Resting his hand on his chain, he smiled. More special gates will open, more powerful monsters will appear. The stronger they get, the faster I grow. And in the end, he'll still be the one entering the final dungeon and ruling the world. But doubt crept in. Something still bugged him. His thoughts drifted to Park. Among the two people Yoon wanted to meet, one was the mysterious god behind the game, and the other was Park. Yoon now stood in front of a statue, Park Musang's. Behind him, laughter echoed. Hela couldn't hold it in as she looked at the statue beside Park's. Yoon's own. Yoon's statue boldly raised a middle finger. Hela burst out laughing. It looks ridiculous. Yoon looked away, speechless. Seriously? Park's statue is half the size of mine, and covered in graffiti. He pulled out his phone and called the president. Let's talk about the statue in Gangnam Square, he said flatly. Move mine. I'm not someone who deserves to stand next to Admiral Lee Sun-sin or Sejong the Great. The president tried to reassure him. You saved the world. Don't be so humble. But Yoon's voice stayed cold. I only did it for my own benefit. It's embarrassing to have a bigger statue than national heroes behind him. Hela was still laughing like a child who just heard the best joke of her life. The president calmly said, Mr. Yoon, the statue's placement was decided by a national vote. You don't have to worry. You're a hero who saved the world. But Yoon remained persistent. Still, I want it removed. The president paused, then reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll have some people move it. But Yoon wasn't done. Also, I assume I'm allowed to move Park Myasang's statue as well? The president was startled. Pardon? Could you repeat that? Yoon repeated, I'm removing his statue. Without waiting for a response, he placed his hand on the statue and blasted it apart with a flick of his finger. He then said to the president, You've got security cameras here, right? Stream this so Park can see it since he's trying to protect his fake hero image. It's time he crawls out of his little act. The president hesitated. Did Mr. Park do something wrong? Yoon's voice was flat. It's a long story. Also, move his broken statue in front of his house. With that, the Blue House acted swiftly. Videos of Yoon destroying Park Myasang's statue flooded the internet. Media outlets were abuzz, and the public couldn't stop discussing it. Everyone wondered why Park had remained silent through the controversy. Speculation grew. Had Park done something terrible in the past? Why would Yoon, respected by many, take such drastic action unless something was truly wrong? People began mocking Park. He used to be strong, but now he won't even show his face. It was a public relations disaster for Park, and Yoon knew exactly what he was doing. In another location, Yoon, Min-soo, and Hela were standing together. Hela mentioned, Did you know Park Myasang only became a player 5 years before the final dungeon opened? Yoon's eyes widened. Wait, really? Hela nodded. He reached the top in just 5 years. No one knows the exact method to become a player, but the most common way is to come into contact with mana either through a gate or a monster. She rested her hand on her chin thoughtfully. So he's not even a player yet. He isn't strong right now, but he still has players watching him. That must be why he's staying quiet, Min-soo added. Isn't that a good thing, boss? Yoon agreed. Exactly. Whatever he was in the past, right now he's not a threat. At least he won't just appear out of nowhere and declare war. He thought more deeply. If Park also regressed like me, he's probably already trying to interact with monsters to become a player faster. And now, with stronger monsters than in the previous timeline, he has a higher chance. But Yoon smirked. By the time he resurfaces, his reputation will be gone, and once he tries to explain himself, I'll either kill him in one strike or destroy what's left of his image. He picked up his phone and called the president again. I want another article published, based on my view of the past timeline, and make sure it includes that Park Musang is the world's biggest fraud hiding behind a hero mask. He grinned. Park won't be able to survive this. Elsewhere, inside a dark dungeon, a red goblin sat on a stone slab. Before him crouched a monstrous creature. The goblin was feeding it glowing stat ruins, urging, hurry up and swallow them. These are precious, even for us goblins. The monster devoured the stones one by one. The system window confirmed it. Strength increased by 2,000, agility increased by 1,000. The goblin grinned. If someone like Yoon gave 200 stat ruins to a monster like you, he'd be done for, but humans still need to pay for their sins. He paused and laughed. Or maybe I'll keep a few of these for myself. Then he jammed another ruin into the creature's mouth. You're my only hope. Got that? Kill Yoon and I'll make you king of all monsters. He stood up, satisfied. That's the spirit. Eat up and stay here until Yoon shows up. Don't come out even if he dies. We can't afford for you to destroy the earth just yet. Meanwhile, things were changing fast. Unlike before, when Yoon had to clear every gate himself, players were now unknowingly doing the work for him across South Korea. Gates were being cleared rapidly. Yoon was sitting in a park-like area, casually browsing his phone. It should open soon, the level 51 gate in Korea. The one with the unique class skill, Assassin. He lay back on the ground, enjoying the rare peace. Let's take a breather today. Minsu looked at him and said, "Huh? You've done so much already." Just as Yoon lay back on the blanket, a system window suddenly popped up. "Your actions are greatly altering the future." Yoon blinked, startled. "What? I just laid down for a bit," the system responded again. "You have changed the future. Bonus point +1. Hela tilted her head. "APA? What is it?" Yoon looked toward her and said, "I think another level 200 monster is going to appear soon." At that moment, a brilliant golden light surged before them. A gate shimmered into existence. It was a golden gate. The system identified it as a silver armor, level 51 gate with 22 monsters, a 3-player max limit, and a difficulty rating of all 3 stood up. Hela eye-sharp said, "APA, I don't think we have time to rest anymore." Yoon dusted off his coat. "Doesn't matter, let's head in." As soon as they entered, both Minsu and Hela stopped dead in their tracks. Minsu gasped, "What is that?" Hela couldn't form words. Yoon stepped forward calmly and said, "Looks like we'll be hitting 2 goals today." Hovering above them, glaring with murderous intent, was the same monster the red goblin had been feeding stat stones to earlier. It descended slowly, landing with thunderous force. Yoon didn't wait. He activated his armor skill and dashed in, grabbing the monster by the neck. But something was wrong. The monster didn't just resist, it caught Yoon's hands. Yoon's expression shifted. This isn't normal. He activated Eye of God and read the stats. Level 230 Kylie strength, over 8,000 stamina, over 6,000 agility, over 4,000. His hands trembled. He turned to his team. "Guys, what the hell is this thing? What are its stats supposed to be?" Hela and Minsu both laughed at first. Hela chuckled. "His stats add up to anything more than 3,000? Why?" Minsu laughed. "What are you doing, boss? You'll get cursed for playing with monsters like that. Just finish it already." But Yoon, sweating now, growled, "This guy's stats add up to over 20,000. They both went silent. The monster tore itself free from Yoon's grip. His fingers shook from the strain. "Look at this little guy," he muttered, and then instantly slammed its head into the ground again. The monster tried to rise, but Yoon activated Petrify, yet it barely held. The monster broke free in less than 3 seconds. Shocked, Yoon dodged a razor-sharp claw strike. Is my Petrify skill too low? Or is this Kylie's stat just off the charts? He thought the monster's strike flew toward his teammates, but luckily it missed, just brushing past them. Minsu, still catching his breath, said, "That's a skill, right? But they've never been that strong before." Hela, clearly nervous, added, "Appa, this Kylie's power, it's at least dozens of times stronger than the one from the last regression. His mana, it's unreal. Be careful." Yoon charged again, slamming the monster into the ground. Blood splattered around the crater as he pinned it down with force again. He smashed its head onto the ground, muttering coldly, "You should have died in one blow." With each strike, a series of system messages popped up. Level up. Level up. Breathing hard, Yoon stood up, surveying the battered corpse. Could it have been administered with SA2? He wondered aloud. Minsu stepped closer. "I don't think so, boss. We entered the gate the moment it opened. There wasn't anyone else here." Yoon nodded. "That's true." Minsu shrugged and added, "Honestly, boss, this is probably just another link in this never-ending chain of ridiculous events." He said it so casually that Hela looked between the two of them. Wide-eyed, "Why are you guys so calm about this?" That was a level 230 Kylie with over 20,000 total stat points. Then, turning toward Yoon with narrowed eyes, she asked, "And what about you, Appa? Where did you get all that power? Do you really have the ability to open special gates?" Yoon looked thoughtful. "Half yes, half no," he replied. "Technically, I'm the reason the special gates are appearing, but I'm not the one creating them." Hela pressed further. "Then where did you even get that absurd amount of power from?" "There isn't even a plater skill that could do that," Hela muttered, pulling his dagger from the inventory. He approached the monster and slashed open its stomach, revealing 4 cores inside. To his surprise, The cores were filled with numerous stat ruins. Hela's eyes widened in shock. She stepped closer, almost doubting what she saw. Am I dreaming? She whispered. Yoon let out a low, almost maniacal laugh. Looks like we'll have to test this properly. Moments later, a silver-armored monster appeared on the ground. Yoon removed his helmet and checked its stats. It wasn't very high, with a strength of just 210. Good, he said with a smirk. It has a mouth. He picked up one of the stat ruins and fed it to the monster, instructing it to swallow. As the monster consumed the stone, Yoon activated Eye of God once again. Its strength had surged to over 2,000. Yoon's eyes sharpened. If there's a stat ruin in it now, everything will finally add up. He stepped closer and carefully searched the monster's body. When he found the stone, realization dawned on him. It was that little goblin who had orchestrated all of this.